Jane does not believe there is a God in this world. If he really exists, why won't he save her? Well, let me give you a quick rundown of what this manhwa is about before we begin. The boys make fun of her. They ask where her father is. They think Jane probably poisoned him. What's more, they call her a virus. And if you touch her, you're infected. At times, Jane herself began to believe she was a virus, a filthy source of contagion. The boys laugh at the fact that one of them is now infected since he touched Jane. She is hurt to the point of tears that her peers behaved this way with her. At this point, a girl appeared who was displeased with the way the boys were behaving. She told them she knew what class they were from, and tomorrow she would tell the teachers about them bullying Jane. It was then that Jane believed there was a God, because God had sent her a guardian angel. They were supposed to be happy. Emily called Jane several times, but she didn't answer. Emily needed her friend's support more than ever. Those missed calls changed their fates. The truly irreparable happened. Jane saw her friend lying in the road. "How did this happen? I can't get my head around it!" Jane looked at Emily in silence and felt a quiet terror. That's where the story begins. Threats! She was threatened from the very next day to keep her nose out of other people's business, especially as it relates to her friend who is no longer there. Otherwise, Jane expects the same outcome. In addition to the threats, gossip has started to spread, although it's been a while since Emily's private photos were leaked. It even got to the point where people were willing to pay money to see these pictures. They feel sorry for what happened to Emily. Actually, no, they're not sorry at all. It's just hypocrisy. All they cared about was seeing nude pictures. And of course, the third thing is the conspiracy. She was followed almost every day wherever she went. But when the moment of despair came, he came to her. He is not God, but the real devil. He came down closer to her. The devil was beautiful and horrible at the same time, had horns and wings that were black in color, and was dressed in a costume that made him stand out from everyone else. His eyes had a mesmerizing effect. This devil's name is Ryan Howe. The time has finally come to keep the promise that was made earlier. Jane is sure he's come to save her. Bright sunny day, lots of high-rise, beautiful buildings around. But we're going to focus on just one building. This is the Van Group Business Center. On the roof of this building, right at the very edge, sat Emily. Judging by the fact that she chose to sit there, she clearly has some serious issues. At this point, messages started coming in on her phone. She has been written to about having a beautiful body, and also asked how much she would be willing to go to bed for. After reading these messages, Emily's greatest wish was for everyone to forget about her and stop discussing her. It truly hurts Emily to read something like this. What got to her was what they wrote to her at the end. Someone unknown wished her to leave this world as soon as possible. Emily's tears rolled, which began to drip onto the screen of her phone. After reading all the messages, Emily decided to do one last thing. She called her best friend Jane. Emily begs Jane to pick up the phone, as this is incredibly important to her. That's when Jane got into trouble. Some girls start making claims because Jane seems to be hitting on the guy they are in love with. But Jane doesn't know who they're talking about. Jane thinks they're mistaken. She has an urgent matter that she is already late for, but the girls won't let her go and want to show her the photos they took a little earlier. Her phone rings in her bag. Emily has been calling her. Had Jane known how important it would have been to pick up the phone? They showed her a photo. The photo shows Jane standing next to some guy. She scrutinized the photo. Yes, indeed, it is Jane. And next to her turned out to be a very famous guy named Ryan Howe. Jane answered them that this guy is known to almost everyone in this town. But that doesn't mean that if she knows him, he knows her. Ryan Howe is just a regular customer at her candy store. She was just placing an order. She thinks that her explanation is enough, and if nothing else is needed, then she will go. By the way, the phone kept ringing, but Jane didn't respond to it. The masked girls thought for a while and decided what to do with her. They wanted to take her cell phone. This is a real robbery. The phone fell out of the bag and broke into pieces when it hit the ground. Continuing to sit on the edge of the building, Emily heard that the caller was unavailable or out of range. Emily was tired of everything. That was exactly what she wanted to say to Jane last. Why is life so cruel? Jane runs with all her might to Emily. She hopes Emily doesn't do anything stupid. The looks around her read, "Emily deserved it." Jane calls her, but her phone is off. "Maybe it's too late. Damn it!" Jane hopes Emily will wait for her. She's almost there. But the irreversible has happened. Jane saw that right in front of her. Emily was tumbling downward. Oh my God! Jane is in unbelievable shock at what she's seen. She doesn't want to believe what just happened. After all, things could have been different. But the worst thing happened as a result. People around me are screaming and asking me to call the police as soon as possible. Jane stepped closer to Emily. The impact was so hard that the spray flew onto her shoes. She couldn't keep on her feet and fell to the ground. Jane screamed with all her might for God in heaven to hear her, so that he would know how much she was hurting right now. Police officers fenced off the scene with reflective tape. People are talking amongst themselves about how pretty that girl was, although it doesn't matter what she looked like after she was smashed to bits. The police asked them not to take pictures and to move away. They believe it was her choice, and such people should not be pitied. That was the day Jane lost her best friend. Everything they had previously planned doesn't matter at all now. Behind Jane's back, the men discussed their former co-worker Emily from the finance department. She hears one ask the other if he knew her. The thing is, almost everyone knew her, as Emily's personal photos have been online for a long time. The man wanted to see the photos and asked me to send them to him. The man clarified that she has a gorgeous body, and he is sorry that such an accident happened to her. At this point, Jane couldn't stand the gossip behind her back and poured her drink right on the man's face. He screamed loudly, "Very hot!" The man got angry with Jane because of this and didn't understand why she did it. Oh my God! Jane saw Emily's picture on the man's phone. These are the same photos of Emily without any clothes on. She abruptly snatched the phone out of his hands. The man hadn't expected it. Jane didn't have time to get away from him as the man pushed her hard. Right in front of everyone, Jane fell to the floor. The man is outraged because the people watching are just standing around. He asked them to help him take his phone away from her. Jane tries to delete the photo of Emily from cloud storage as quickly as possible. Right away, security rushes over to them. The man is yelling for her to give him his phone back. Someone nearby is yelling for her to be let go. Now Jane is trying to manage to delete the photo from her phone without the possibility of recovery. Her hands are shaking slightly with excitement. A little more and she'll be able to remove it. Yay, success! The photo has been deleted. Well done, Jane. Good job. The guards came running in and asked everyone to move away from her. The man doesn't understand why she would want his phone. The man standing next to him said that Jane must be Emily's friend, but he still doesn't understand what he and his phone have to do with her. Everyone moved away from Jane in a flash, and the guards led her to their office. They told her that fortunately the man did not report her. The guards asked her not to do something stupid like that again, as young girls should be more careful. After they gave her a preventive talk, the guards let her go. Coming out of the security office, you can see that Jane is exhausted. She's very tired. The first thing she did was look out the window where the moon was shining brightly. A mesmerizing sight. Jane decided to go to the roof of the building. She became curious about this place for a reason. Emily was here not so long ago. That's where she jumped from. Jane apologizes for being late. She thinks that Emily must have been really scared about something. But for what reason? Jane decided to turn to God if there is a God. She's begging to be heard. She's willing to give up everything in exchange for one wish. Thinking of Emily, Jane had tears streaming down her cheeks. Right away, she heard some kind of rustling. Turning around, Jane didn't see anyone. At that moment, someone said, "It's you, isn't it?" The words made Jane freeze in place for a moment. A man with wings and horns appeared behind her. "Wow, it's the devil!" He came down closer to her. Jane asked him where he had come from. He replied that she had summoned him herself. Oh, really? No way! She couldn't believe he heard her after all. As a child, her mom used to tell her a dark tale about the devil, a story about a newlywed couple who was desperate to have a baby. It was their cherished dream. But no matter how hard they tried, they failed, until a handsome young man came to them. He introduced himself as the devil, attracted by a desire he was able to fulfill. But in return, he wanted something of equal value. Without hesitation, the couple agreed to his terms. Little Jane was very curious about how the story ended. Did they have a baby? Mom replied that they had a beautiful baby. Jane asked what they had given in return then. Mom said a deal with the devil can't have a happy ending. Because the price to pay is too high, no man has gotten off easy yet. From this couple, he took away their bond, their promise to be together forever. After hearing this, Jane wanted to meet the devil and asked what would it take. Her mother looked her in the eye and told her that when Jane desperately wanted something, the devil would find her. But she should remember that if she met him one day, no matter how much she wanted something, she should never ask the devil to grant her a wish. Otherwise, Jane will lose more than she will gain. Although initially the devil asks for something of equal value, but in the end, it is not. Mom asked her to be sure to remember her words. It was at that moment that Jane once again remembered her mother's words. The devil lowered himself to the roof of the building. Jane was confused about one thing. The man standing in front of her looks just like Ryan Howe. Jane lowered her head and said in a quiet voice that it was all because of him. It was because of Ryan Howe that Jane had a conflict with the girls. If Emily had been able to answer back then, she wouldn't have left this world. Jane screamed loudly that it was all happening because of him. The devil doesn't know what she's talking about or what he has to do with it. With tears in her eyes, Jane ran toward him to strike him. The devil swung his hand and lifted Jane off the ground. She's demanding to be put down. The devil reminds her that he's here to help fulfill her wish. He thinks it's a stupid thing to do, venting his hatred by hitting him. He recommends Jane on the person she wants to settle the score with. Jane thinks the devil is right. Once again, but more politely, she asked to be lowered to the ground. Jane decided the right thing to do was to calm down, since the real villain wasn't him. The devil beckoned her to him. He pulled her as close to him as possible. The devil felt a strong urge. He asked her if she wanted revenge. And why exactly? Jane told him about her friend Emily, that she had been secretly filmed and the video distributed within the company. In the end, she decided to lay her hands on herself before their cold gaze. Jane feels she must punish them, find everyone who drove Emily to this point. At that moment, she asked the devil to grant her wish. But as stated earlier, the devil doesn't grant wishes for nothing. What could Jane possibly have to offer him? He noticed that she had nothing except her body, which was all right. But still, Jane had nothing to interest him. She didn't expect the devil to refuse to fulfill her wish. Jane was sure that he would agree. Jane told him he couldn't just pick up and leave. She tells him it's her only chance. Jane didn't dare to say it right away, but she did say that he could have her. She was ready to give him her life. The devil only laughed out loud. Does he need her life? She was of no value to him. By the way, in 100 years, she was the first person who dared to raise her hand at him. He found it quite amusing. The devil decided to walk up to her and say something. He told her he was ready to grant her wish. The devil poked his finger into her forehead. At that moment, her mind went blank. She asked him if her wish had been granted. Jane braced herself against the devil. He replied that when she woke up. Her wish will be granted. And so the next morning came. Jane was asleep in her room. She woke up and had a feeling like she was in a fog, but I did start to remember some things. Jane jumped out of bed with the words, "Ryan Howe." She remembered the devil. Did she think it was just a dream? She looked at the picture of her with Emily. Maybe everything's okay? Jane thinks it's impossible that superstar Ryan Howe turned out to be the devil. Apparently it was definitely a dream. She's obviously in a bad mood right now. So why did she fall asleep with her clothes on last night? She looked at herself in the mirror and noticed something. Jane was horrified at what she saw. She found herself with some kind of bite on her neck. So what happened last night was not a dream. At that moment, her cell phone rang. She walked over to the table and picked up her cell phone. In the company's chat room, employees started to write that they all received severance pay from the company as Van Group went bankrupt. It is a shock for all employees, as someone needs to feed his family and someone needs to pay the mortgage. All they do in the news is talk about Van Group. Jane doesn't understand how this could have happened. She turns on the TV, and it says that this morning Van Group suddenly declared bankruptcy. Thousands of employees have lost their jobs. Jane thinks the company couldn't have gone bankrupt overnight. She's convinced it's the work of the devil. What if all of this happened because she wanted it to? Oh, that Ryan Howe. Haha, at this point the devil was in the bathroom. He's not happy that she remembered him now, so he had to fly to Jane. She heard some banging in her room. Jane hadn't expected to see him now. Since earlier she had thought it might have been a dream, she doubted it was real. The devil knocked on her window and asked her why she had called him. He was upset about Jane's small apartment. She doesn't realize what's even going on! The devil reminded her of what she wanted. Jane wanted to punish those who had made her friend jump down. She explained to him that maybe he had misunderstood her. Jane did want revenge, but she didn't mean to put everyone out of work. Since a lot of innocent people were left without a livelihood, she asked the devil if he'd ever thought of the consequences. The devil replied that every move had consequences. Jane asked him to use his magic or whatever he was using as soon as possible and return everything to the way it was. Well, he's ready to turn back time, but Jane's gonna have to pay for it. She's okay with that. For her, the main thing is to punish the bad people while not absorbing the good ones. The devil understood, and ready to grant her wish again. Magic is happening before your eyes. Everything goes back to the way it was. Van Group will soon be out of bankruptcy. The company's employees will soon cease to be unemployed. Time is counting backwards. On television, instead of breaking news about the company's bankruptcy, an entertainment show with celebrities is shown as planned. There are no more messages in the general employee chat about the collapse of the company. Everything is back to normal. Jane is shocked that the devil can control time. Of course! There's nothing he can't do! Jane was excited about this and asked him if he could bring her best friend Emily back to life. He only remained silent at first. Then I looked at the photo on the table by the bed. The devil told us that he too has prohibitions that must not be broken. It doesn't mean that he can't do it, just that they must never be broken. Jane sank a little at those words. She had hoped her friend would come back to life. The devil looked at the photo one more time and said she had already made a wish. Now he has to protect Jane instead of her. Van Group, that's the company Jane works for. It's also the place where Emily did the irreparable. In fact, it's only been 18 hours since that event, and she has already managed to become something of the past here. Her fatal act is just a topic of conversation on the way to work, but Jane isn't ready to accept it. She went to the finance office to get Emily's things. A member of the department approached her. He said the cleaning lady had thrown things out earlier in the morning. What? Jane resented the act. A man just passed away yesterday, and her things were thrown out this morning. She asked, were the things contaminated? Why had they decided to get rid of them as soon as possible? Jane said that Emily has worked here for 3 years. How can they be so indifferent? A coworker became outraged because Jane was making a claim against him, since he wasn't the one who had personally thrown out Emily's things. He added that no one wants to come to work and look at the stuff of a person who is gone. It is very embarrassing. Jane asked for another reiteration of what the finance officer said. He replied that, as expected, the girlfriend of an indecent maiden could not be a normal person. Jane threw the empty box on the floor and decided to leave. She was stopped by a woman. This is Nancy Freeman, head of finance. She told Jane that if she had any problems, they could discuss them without distracting anyone from their work. Jane glanced at her without saying anything. Nancy Freeman explained to her that Mr. Lloyd was not very clear about the situation. He misunderstood her, so Jane shouldn't take it personally. Nancy Freeman said she couldn't just throw Emily's stuff away since she had worked for several years in her department. Her stuff is inside the office. She asked that after Jane picks up her things, she lock the office with a key. Jane walked into the office of the head of the department. She started opening boxes. Jane thinks Emily was so naive. So many stuffed toys, it's so cute. She pulled a picture frame out of the box. There were 2 photos in the photo frame. One was of Jane and the other was of Emily. Jane thought about the fact that Emily had just left her like that, leaving behind all this mess for her to deal with. Jane let a tear fall and whispered that she couldn't stand Emily for her stubbornness. She hugged the picture frame and decided to take it home. The devil has visited the beauty parlor. The makeup artist thinks it's incredible. She's never seen Ryan Howe sitting so still while she colors him. The devil is just considering something. The makeup artist wondered what he was contemplating. The devil asked the girl, "She must have a close friend, right?" She said, "Of course. So that's what you're interested in?" No. The devil wants to understand, would this girl sacrifice her life for her friend? The makeup artist categorically answered, "Of course not." He thinks that's the point. A normal person wouldn't do something like that. Apparently Jane isn't exactly ordinary. Let's go back 11 years again, the schoolyard. The same day the boys picked on Jane. Her hair was being pulled. They said it was contagious, laughing at her. Jane could barely keep herself from bursting into tears. Then little Emily came up to them. to chase the boys away. It seemed like harmless jokes to them, but they didn't realize how much pain they were hurting Jane. They ran away as they were getting bored, and it was just about lunchtime. Emily asked Jane if she was okay. Jane burst into tears. It was the first time they had met that sultry evening. Emily says Jane is 3 years younger than her, but how did she get so big? Everyone will think she's younger than Jane, but who cares? Actually, a huge difference, as Emily thinks she has to look like an older sister in order for her to be able to protect Jane and get away from those boys. Emily doesn't like people who are snotty. Jane says she's not a crybaby, but Emily thinks Jane is a crybaby. Neither of them thought those words would become reality, until a nightmare happened that Jane would never forget. The girls were standing across the street from each other. The traffic light turned green. Emily asked Jane to hurry up. She went across the road through the crosswalk. At that moment, a car appeared out of nowhere. The driver started honking at her. Emily yells for Jane not to cross the road as there's a car. Jane turned around and saw a car coming at her at high speed. Emily ran to save Jane. She pushed her out of the way. By sacrificing myself, Jane saw the flowers and the goblet scattered on the road. That day, Emily's dreams of a career as a dancer were shattered because of Jane. The coffee had already overflowed over the rim of the cup. A man came over and turned off the coffee machine. He asked Jane if she was all right. It turned out to be a co-worker of Jane's named Adam. He's the deputy head of human resources. Adam noticed that Jane was thinking about something. She replied that she was thinking about some work-related issues. Adam asked her to stop lying to him. He knows that she and Emily were close friends. Adam is sorry that this happened. She was a beautiful girl. He can't even imagine what kind of bastard spread those photos. Adam asked Jane if she knew who Emily was in a relationship with. Jane wondered how on earth Adam knew that Emily was in a relationship. She'd told her it was a secret. Jane wished she knew who he was. Emily once said that her boyfriend didn't want to take the relationship public and hoped she would keep it a secret. Emily didn't even tell Jane anything. Adam said that if he'd only responded to her confession last year, Emily wouldn't have met such a man, and none of that had happened. He thinks it's his fault, too. Adam revealed that he didn't like anyone like Emily at the time. Jane replied that if there was nothing important, she would go back to work. Adam stopped Jane by placing a hand on her shoulder. He knows that Emily had no relatives, and Jane took care of all the expenses. If you need help, Adam offered to come to him. Jane thanked her for her concern, took her coffee cup, and left. While Jane was fiddling with her phone, people around her made a fuss over the superstar's arrival. A superstar? Jane thinks it can't be a coincidence. She asked her coworker which superstar had come to see them. The coworker replied that Ryan Howe had arrived. She adores him and asked Jane to hurry up.
What? Really?
A coworker dragged Jane by the arm, as there might not be any free seats left. A crowd of Ryan Howe fans had formed near the window. It was so crowded that the girl was pressed against the window. You can hear people discussing him from the crowd. They say it looked like his photos were processed and didn't think he really had such white skin. He is very slim, and artists should be like that. As they continue to discuss him, the girls in the crowd say that he's just skinny, that you can't even see any muscles. Come on, admit it. You're just jealous. In her mind, Jane says she's going to rip his head off. What is he doing here? She told him not to do anything. Someone noticed Ryan Howe waving to someone and looking at their window. Mentally, Jane warns Ryan Howe not to look this way. She thought he was trying to say something. He said slowly, one word at a time. Jane. Hi. So, in a nutshell, it's a girl named Jane, and she made a deal with the devil for revenge. His human form is superstar Ryan Howe. But don't let yourself be fooled. He looks young and attractive, but he's actually over 1,000 years old. After the deal, he tells Jane about the 3 rules she must follow. First rule: if Jane says Ryan Howe's name to herself, he'll show up. So he begs her not to think about him in the middle of the night, because by doing so, she'll interrupt his precious sleep. Second rule: every time she asks him for something, Jane must give something in return. Earlier, the devil bit her neck. Rule 3: she only has 3 months to live. Why only 3 months? Because humans have a limited energy reserve, and judging by her unhealthy appearance, if the devil bites her again, she will leave this world sooner than 3 months. Ryan Howe took the phone away from her because he wanted to add his number and asked her not to bother him for nothing, or he would hang up. He clarified that getting his phone number was a blessing. The moral is, don't make a deal with the devil. Employees of the company are discussing that Ryan Howe will be the spokesperson for a new line of cosmetics. And one hears that not just for cosmetics alone, the company hopes to negotiate a strategic partnership and invite him to become their celebrity endorsement officer. Everyone is standing around waiting for the elevator. Ryan Howe and his security guard emerge from the elevator. The crowd of company employees can't believe their eyes that such a superstar has visited their company and, moreover, will cooperate with them. The guard asked everyone to step aside and clear the way. Devil Ryan Howe has a nice smile on his face. He snapped his fingers. Everyone is incredibly excited except Jane. She's frozen in place. Jane looks around, and no way, he's up to his old tricks again. Ryan Howe asked her why she was standing there, and he called her over to his place. This made Jane very angry, but she went to him anyway. Jane thinks that when they're frozen like that, it's even scarier if they were moving. They stepped into the elevator, and the devil closed it at the snap of his fingers. She asked him not to tell her that the time while they were frozen would be subtracted from her life. Bingo! Of course, it's included in her bill. Damn demon, Jane thought. Earlier, she asked him to take his time while she gathers information. Ryan Howe replied that she could certainly gather information, but he was here today to discuss his cooperation with the company. Her boss invited Ryan Howe to be their representative, and that's why he's here in person today. Ryan Howe asked Jane if she knew where the search needed to start from. She thinks the person who leaked Emily's photo must be someone she saw often, someone who had earned her trust. She already has several suspects. The first one is Nancy Freeman. Emily said she always made her life difficult. The other was an old man in her department who constantly bullied her. And also Adam. The man Emily trusted the most, the man she'd never had to be on guard around. Ryan Howe leaned over to Jane and asked, "What's next?" Jane asked, not leaning toward her so suddenly. Devil Ryan Howe is surprised that she is capable of thinking about another man in his presence. He thinks Jane really is kind of weird. Haha, Jane thinks he's really weird too. Ryan Howe advised against trusting men, especially attractive men. She asked, "And you included?" Ryan Howe hesitated for a moment. "No, he's the devil. You can trust him, but it's not certain." After looking through the mirror at Jane, Ryan Howe asked her if she always looks like that. She didn't understand what he meant. The devil clarified that she looked like she was easily intimidated. Ryan Howe blatantly told her that she wasn't worthy of being one of his men. He asked if she had seen the evening's revenge melodrama. Even women who fight on the battlefield change their behavior when they go to solve their problems. What? He kissed her? Jane's in shock, too. She doesn't know what's happening to her. Her body felt like it was starting to burn. What just happened? The company employees don't understand why they're all here together? The guard yelled for everyone to get to work quickly. People went to their workplaces, but it was a mystery to them who they had just been waiting for. It felt as if they had all had their memories erased. Devil Ryan Howe noticed that it now looked more like Jane was getting a vengeful look. She looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't believe what she saw. Is this really the Jane we know? Honestly, I like it, don't you? That kiss must have changed a lot of things. Jane doesn't understand, even if she had to change her image. Did she have to do it? The devil reminded him that Jane had told him herself that she didn't like it when he bit her neck, so he thought of another way. Jane is really pissed off! And now she was just mumbling incoherently, expressing her anger. They stepped out of the elevator, and the superstar was already being waited on by the paparazzi. So many reporters and fans gathered. They chanted, "Ryan Howe!" The devil asked, sticking behind him. Jane doesn't understand why everyone is so attracted to him. Someone in the crowd shouts out that they want a baby with him, and someone else asks Ryan Howe to look in his direction for a picture. People are wondering who the girl next to Ryan Howe is. Maybe his assistant? Looks good. Looks very familiar. Isn't she from advertising? What is she doing with Ryan Howe? The girls in the crowd discussing among themselves say that the girl next to Ryan Howe was friends with Emily, and apparently also knows how to seduce men. The devil asks Jane how she managed to screw up her relationships with people so badly. She doesn't know what he's talking about. Ryan Howe asked if she wants to know what they're thinking. Their thoughts are all about Jane. She asked him to spare her from useless information. Jane doesn't care how they see her. She feels she should make good use of the time she has left. Jane gets candy from the candy machine. Ryan Howe has a meeting with his bosses, and after the meeting, he wants to eat candy, so he asks Jane to buy him candy, but only the ones with his picture on them, because he's allergic to the others. Jane was surprised that the devil liked candy. Hardly anyone could believe it. By the way, this is Red Arrow candy, super pineapple flavor. Jane heard a slight creak. It sounded like the creak of a door. There was someone standing outside the door watching her. Who is that man? She didn't expect to see anyone, and she was scared. The unfamiliar man watched her for a while, but then disappeared. Jane plucked up her courage and ran after him. She shouted to him, "Stop!" In the stairwell, she saw a man coming down the stairs. She shouted at him again to stop now. He ignored her request and rushed down the stairs even faster. Still, Jane caught up with him and grabbed his arm. She asked him why he was running away from her, for he had heard what she had said to him. Worried, the man replied that he was just passing by. She looked closely at his face. A man with glasses. I think she was starting to remember him. They met in the department where Emily worked. Jane looked into his eyes and guesses that he knows something about what happened to Emily. The man replied in a slightly shaky voice. Why would she ask him that? After all, even if he knew something, how would it help? There was no bringing Emily back. Jane thinks she's on the right track. He definitely knows some valuable information. Jane angrily grabbed the man by his clothes and told him that he was right. Emily could never come back. Since she couldn't stand the ridicule of others, that's why she left this world. She warned him that if he knew anything, he'd better tell him. Jane will find whoever took her picture, the person who distributed the pictures. She will find that person. He asked Jane, why should he confide in her? She's a girl with no one behind her. At that moment, Jane let go of the man's clothes and froze in place. Jane thought back to Ryan Howe and confidently told the man that she was not. She's not alone at all. You could see how the man was slightly relieved at what Jane had just said. The man thinks that maybe what he knows is not that important. Jane asked him to talk, and she would decide whether it was important or not. The man began to tell her that it all started 3 years ago. When Emily first joined the company, he liked her immediately. He realized that someone like him could never be with her. So for 3 years, he just watched her. The man never encouraged himself that she would be his girlfriend. He just wanted her to be happy. A man really wanted her to enjoy life. After a while, Brandon showed up. The man asked Jane, since she was her friend, did she know this Brandon? Emily liked him. She was willing to do anything for Brandon. She must have been truly happy, but he never loved Emily. And in the end, he broke her heart. The man thought at first that all her problems were due to unhappy love, but then he realized there was something else. The department Emily worked in on the 12th floor, except that ever since he'd accidentally seen Emily and Brandon fighting, she no longer went to the restroom on that floor. Each time she went to the 11th or 13th floor. The man also saw Emily warning her coworkers against going there. She didn't go to the bathroom on the 12th floor? That's right. Weird, right? And then everyone knows what happened to Emily. Jane wondered what was in the 12th floor restroom. What secret was hiding in that room? Directors meeting at Van Group and superstar Ryan Howe. They are told about the promotion plan. The plan is divided into 3 points. The first item includes all of their decorative cosmetics brands as well as their fashion clothing brand. The devil doesn't seem very interested in this meeting. Apparently, he's got other things on his mind. He drew a girl and signed it, Strange Female Character. Ryan Howe saw Jane chatting with a guard in the hallway. The devil wondered what they were talking so animatedly about. He carefully tries to hear their conversation. Jane asked the security guard to tell Ryan Howe that she had some business on the 12th floor and would meet him when the meeting was over. She also asked me to pass the pineapple candy. The guard was surprised by the candy. The guard can pass it on, but he has to know who it's from. She said tell him it's from Jane. Ryan Howe thinks they must be having fun out there. He thought to himself, let's see how you guys talk now. Ryan Howe is definitely up to something. The guard only had time to say, Jane you are. And then he just started mooing. Jane doesn't understand what happened to the guard. The guard doesn't know what's wrong with him. He tries to say one word, But he can't. She turned her head toward the office where Ryan Howe was sitting and realized who had done it. That's a hell of a thing to do. The devil only smiled sweetly in response and waved his hand under the table. Ryan Howe figured that since she was gone, apparently Jane hadn't noticed that he was waving at her. Huh. Apparently she started to ignore the devil. He sent her a message in a GIF. Ryan Howe noticed that she immediately read the message from him. The president of the company concluded his speech and asked Mr. Ryan Howe if he was satisfied with the company's advertising plans. The devil didn't hear what was just addressed to him. All he thinks about is that Jane didn't answer him. Come on! She still hasn't responded! Ryan Howe is a little pissed. The president is embarrassed about being ignored. He is trying to rectify the situation and told the directors of the company present that it appears that Mr. Ryan Howe is puzzled by the cooperation. Ryan Howe stated that no further plans are needed, but he has one condition. The president replied that they would accept any of his conditions, even if there were many, since they are very interested in cooperating with him. Ryan Howe's main and only condition is that Jane from the publicity department becomes his assistant. They couldn't believe what they just heard. Who is Jane from the publicity department? No one here had ever heard of her. But one of the directors said that there seemed to be some girl there named Jane. Jane is the new girl in this man's department. He said she didn't have any experience yet. He suggested that Mr. Ryan Howe get a more experienced assistant from his department. The director sitting next to me also supported a colleague in that the assistant should be experienced. Mr. Ryan Howe clarified that he only needs Jane from the advertising department and asked to remember that if she is not there, then there will be no contract. The restroom is on the 12th floor. Jane took a cautious look around and posted a sign next to the restroom that there was some technical work going on. After that, she went into the restroom. At first glance, there's nothing special about this room. What was Emily trying to escape from? Regarding women's private places. In them, Emily could only fear one thing, specifically a hidden camera. She stepped into the stall and closed the door behind her. And if that turns out to be true, what's Jane thinking? Where could the camera be hidden? The toilet's empty. Jane checks everything thoroughly. She thinks she must have made a mistake. Jane heard footsteps. It turned out to be a security guard. He brought the tools she asked for. The guard is embarrassed, as he is standing near the women's restroom. She said thank you loudly and asked for help as she couldn't do it herself. The guard wondered, what kind of help could possibly be needed in the women's restroom? Ha ha ha. Jane needs help removing the lock from the door. Before he helps, he has a few words from Mr. Ryan Howe. Jane can't figure out what the devil Ryan Howe wanted to tell her. The guard relays the message word for word, and with the same emotions Ryan Howe was feeling. He resents that Jane thinks he is like an errand boy for her, as he does not respond to his messages and completely ignores him. He threatens to bite her to death if she doesn't answer him now, and also told her not to think about leaving after work without him. And now the guard will help you remove the lock from the door. After a bit of fiddling with the lock, the guard still managed to get it off the door. Oh, what's that? The guard immediately guessed it was a hidden camera. Looks like someone pulled the memory card out of the camera. If you look closely, there's a lot of damage on the case from someone trying to take the device apart, and it looks like the damage is recent. Jane finds it strange that the memory card was taken away, but the camera was left behind. Apparently, this person can put the memory card back in at any time. The guard is outraged that the camera is installed in the women's restroom. It's a total outrage. Jane thinks something doesn't add up. If whoever took the card wanted to replace it, they would have done it back then. They wouldn't have left the cell empty. No need to go back and forth and glow. Jane is almost certain that someone else discovered the camera and took the memory card. But who? The guard had completed Mr. Ryan Howe's task, as well as helping Jane with her request, and now left with a final wave of his hand. The girls walked by and noticed that the restroom was closed again for technical reasons. They don't understand why something is always repaired only on the 12th floor. Jane thought it was strange. She asked them how long ago was the last time this restroom was renovated. The girls answered that yesterday the restroom was definitely renovated. They clarified that almost immediately after the finance girl jumped off the roof, the cops were still coming then, and there were renovations going on. Jane is incredibly grateful to the girls for the information they provided. The girls wondered why she was so excited. Jane recalls that that's when Ryan Howe showed up. She looked around and didn't realize where he had gone. Jane pulled out her phone and logged into the chat room. Devil Ryan Howe texted her, "You think I'm going to show up at the snap of my fingers?" Jane thinks he's pretty weird and doesn't understand why he's even mad. She asked him how she should call on him. She also shared that she had found a new lead. Ryan Howe asked to call him Mr. Devil, and then he would consider whether to come to her call. Jane smiled and thought about what a creep he was. She suggested Ryan Howe meet her at the emergency exit tonight. He responded by sending her a gif of a cat saying, "Oh, come on!" Time passed and evening came. Jane was already standing by the emergency exit waiting for the devil. It was getting too windy outside, and she decided to wait for him inside the building. That's when Ryan Howe showed up. He knocked on the window to get Jane to open the door for him. Ryan Howe asked her what she was thinking about. Did she miss him? Jane replied with a dose of sarcasm that he was now also a mind reader. Yes, he may be a mind reader, but he certainly can't understand Jane's thoughts, as he thinks she's too weird a girl. Jane was surprised at those words. She asked Mr. Devil to tell her just how weird he thought she was. In response, he only remained silent without saying a word. "Call me, call me!" I'd bite all over her. She's so tasty. Damn, she knows everything. Jane motioned for him to follow her. They came to the women's restroom on the 12th floor. Ryan Howe laughed and asked, "Are you serious? Is this where your important evidence is?" He assumed that Jane had called him because she smelled something strange in the bathroom. Actually, no. The thing is, she found a camera in the bathroom. But she's not sure what happened to Emily is 100% connected to that camera. But it seems to Jane that Emily suspected something, and the photos that surfaced were no accident. Moreover, the memory card was taken from the camera. Whether the owner did it or not is not yet clear, but Jane hopes it will help her find whoever has that memory card now. I wonder if the memory card, or the person who took it, will give Jane answers to her questions. Ryan Howe looked around and saw no cameras in the hallway and asked her how we were going to do the search. Jane replied that that was why she had called him. She pulled out some incredibly delicious candy that Ryan Howe raved about. The devil thought to himself, how does this woman keep up with everything? Strawberry, I love strawberry candy. He asked her what exactly did she want. For Ryan Howe to travel back to yesterday and see what happened here. Jane asked a counter question, "Can you do that?" He replied, "Maybe, but not for a couple of candy bars." Jane lowered her blouse slightly and told the devil not to deny himself anything. Ryan Howe lowered his head and said to himself, "I hate that woman." He looked her in the eye and said, "Give it to me." Jane didn't understand what he meant. Devil Ryan Howe's face changed and started his bloodthirsty ritual of 3 fires, or in simple words, he started doing some magic. He is fully imbued with dark energy and is now ready to do the task. Jane has never seen him like this before. She is shocked at what is happening now. Devil Ryan Howe asked that she give him a hidden camera. Jane put a hidden camera in his hands. The devil focuses on the hidden camera. He went on a search for those involved in the cell. Jane was scared out of her wits. There are no walls or closed doors before him now. He fully analyzes the terrain. It also scans people who fall within its range of the ritual of the 3 bonfires. The whole town is down because of the devil's energy. Some man is watching all this from his house and apparently realizes what's going on now. As he sipped his wine, he thought to himself that the devil Ryan Howe is truly an impudent man. Isn't that right? Definitely yes. The next day, the department head asked everyone to finish their business and meet in 5 minutes in the conference room. He hopes everyone is ready for the meeting. One of the employees is unhappy because she will have to miss her lunch break because of this meeting. This girl just shook out of nowhere. Her friend asked her what had happened to her. She told her friend that she had just been kind of touched by something. And she's not kidding. There's something fuzzy. The friend asked her to stop being a jerk and said that being crazy was no reason to skip the meeting. But the girl replied affirmatively that there was nothing wrong with her head, but there really was something here. The devil felt a great pain. What a pity about his wings. He thinks it is necessary to complain to Jane as it is a workplace accident. Ryan Howe decided to shrink his wings and after a few seconds hid them all together. He thinks it's more comfortable that way anyway. Looking at the time, the devil thinks it should start soon. Emily's last moments before the jump. Ryan Howe hears Emily's coworkers ask her where she's going. since the conference room is the other way. She replied that she had gone to wash her hands and would catch up with them. A coworker noticed that Emily looked a little pale. There she is. Now the main thing is not to lose sight of her and realize what really happened. He hurries after Emily with quickened steps. Since she can't see him, the devil Ryan Howe comes up close to her and takes a closer look at her face and thinks she looks better up close than she does in the photo. He overtook her and stood in the middle of the hallway. The devil uttered to himself, if she did something to herself, one girl would be very upset. Emily walked through the devil without noticing him at all. It is said that even the devil will not stop someone who decides to do something to himself. Emily stepped out into the stairwell. At that moment, someone called out to her. Turns out it was Nancy Freeman. But the devil hasn't met her, and he doesn't realize who the woman is. She asked Emily at the meeting in the conference room to stay close to her. Emily looked at her with a tired look. She apologized to the head of the department and decided she should probably take a little break. Nancy Freeman replied that it wasn't her fault and told her to stop apologizing because she was getting embarrassed. And if Emily wanted to take a vacation, then she could, since Nancy Freeman had let her off work. Yeah, she's got it all figured out. Nancy Freeman almost left, but Emily called out to her. Ryan Howe doesn't understand, but is eerily curious to see what happens next. Emily asked Nancy Freeman. She already knows them, doesn't she? The devil doesn't understand. Them? Who does she mean? Nancy Freeman was very surprised by this question. Emily also asked her why didn't she intervene? Why hide it all? Why didn't she warn them? If Nancy Freeman had helped Emily from the beginning, then she probably would have found the strength to live. The devil thought about what looked like the climax was coming. Nancy Freeman squeezed the doorknob nervously. She started to make excuses, but Emily told her that there was no need. She didn't blame her. Emily will remember her as a good person. At this point, Nancy Freeman became very anxious. She pulled a memory card from her pocket and squeezed it in her hand. Nancy Freeman doesn't know how to stop Emily or what to even say to her. Emily didn't have many steps left to climb to the top. Oh, Nancy Freeman seems to have let something slip. The memory card fell to the floor. Humans, creatures far more complex and contradictory than devils. Time, there's not much of it left. Nancy Freeman retired to her office and went to the window. She heard department employees from the hallway start yelling that Emily had thrown herself off the roof. At this point, Nancy Freeman began to shake nervously and let a tear fall. Devil Ryan Howe, though he has lived in this world for many years, but he never understood humans. He walked out of her office. It remains a mystery to him why people do evil. Perhaps because they are already born evil? He walked over to the women's restroom, where renovations were just now taking place. Some masked man on the phone said she was missing. Jane is expecting the devil, but something is holding him up. Since she was getting bored just standing around waiting, Jane decided to walk down the hallway. Something caught her attention, as if she'd heard something. Jane again has the feeling that someone is watching her, just like this morning. She decided it was probably due to overexertion. No need to dwell on it. At that moment, a portal appeared beside her. Ryan Howe came out of the portal. Jane noticed that he could barely stand on his feet. She asked him what had happened to him. He doesn't have the energy to talk. Jane saw Ryan Howe start to fall and ran over to him. Caught him in time. But what happened to him? Jane is very worried about him, and she thought the devil was hurt. She asks him to say something. Devil Ryan Howe revealed that he is feeling dizzy because he has expended too much energy. He thinks he's apparently hypoglycemic and really craves sugar. The devil asked Jane not to leave and to stay with him for a while. After a little thought, she eventually agreed. Jane touched Ryan Howe, and she was surprised that he was too cold. The thing is, he's the devil, and his temperature doesn't have to be the same as a human's. He thinks Jane always has a grievance. She apologizes and will try to spare his feelings. Jane thinks it's probably not a good idea to stand here as they might be spotted and suggests they go somewhere else. Ryan Howe and Jane went in to eat at a restaurant. His security guard is standing outside the door. A waitress walked by and looked at the guard and thought he was scary. Not only was the devil hungry, but Jane was insanely hungry. Ryan Howe loves sugar. She asked him if he wanted to try her food. Jane said that the food here was very good. The devil replied that he eats exclusively sugar. But why? Ryan Howe emotionally responded that he is terribly allergic to human food. Rashes all over his body, vomiting, diarrhea, and he could turn into a horrible, bloodthirsty demon. Ha ha, Mr. Devil suffers from allergies. Jane thought it was cute. Ryan Howe asked me not to call him that anymore, but he asked her to call him that earlier. Yeah, but now she shouldn't call him that anymore. Jane had noticed that devils were fickle. He opened a packet of sugar. Jane wondered, since he liked sugar so much, did he eat too much of it? There's no other way. Sugar helps him recover. Time travel takes a lot of energy, so now the devil will need a couple of days off. Until he's fully recovered, he can't use his powers. So Jane doesn't have to call him. He won't show up anyway. She apologized to him. Jane really didn't know it was so hard for the devil. Ryan Howe insistently hints that since he can be considered seriously ill, he needs not only rest, but care. And if he continues to exert himself, something will happen. Jane freaked out. What exactly was going to happen? The devil said he didn't know, since he's never worked hard enough. You can see it in him. Jane decided to ask him what he had seen there. Ryan Howe told every detail without leaving anything out. It took some time, for he had seen much and it was necessary to tell Jane all of it. The guard stands tirelessly doing his duty. Yeah, it's a boring job, though. Jane doesn't realize who they are. And why did Nancy Freeman take the memory card? Who was the man in the restroom? And who was he calling? What role does Nancy Freeman even play in this story? Yeah, a lot of questions. Ryan Howe thinks Nancy Freeman is obviously a key figure in the story. If she talks, it'll make a lot more sense. Jane agrees with him, and she needs to get Nancy Freeman talking somehow. She thanked the devil. Ryan Howe stated that he was very sleepy and wanted to go home. He offered to put the rest of this off until tomorrow. They agreed to continue tomorrow and went home. Jane is finally home as she is very tired. She took her sneakers off her feet. Oh my God, who the hell is that? Jane hasn't seen him yet. Somebody must have gotten into her house. There are water droplets dripping from the faucet in the bathroom. She decided to wash her face before bed and brush her teeth. But right now she noticed something suspicious. Who's that behind the curtain? Looks like Jane still hasn't seen anyone or is pretending it's okay. Something tells me he's not here with the best intentions. Jane began to reassure herself that everything was fine and needed to pull herself together. You could tell by her condition that she was very tense. Jane slowly closed the water tap. She walked out of the bathroom and into the bedroom. Jane decided to play along and turned on the audio recording to initiate a phone conversation. Hello? Yeah, I just got home. What do you need from me so late? A snack. Are you downstairs already? Look, I was planning on taking a shower and going to bed. All right, well, just give me a couple minutes. She grabbed her bank card and said she'd be right down. Jane opened the door from her bedroom ajar. She plucked up her courage and decided that now was as good a time as any to come out. Jane heard a loud pop. She looked around carefully. At that moment, a man with a mask on his face crept up behind her and closed the door. He asked her where she was going without shoes. Jane did her best to put the phone away. The recorder was still on. The stranger grabbed her hair sharply. The girl cried out in such unexpected pain. He grabbed and dragged her so hard that Jane fell to the floor. Falling, Jane managed to hold onto the phone and it fell, rolling under the couch. Fortunately, the recorder didn't turn off and continued to record everything that could be heard in that room. Don't touch me! Let go! The girl shouted desperately, but the intruder continued to drag her by the leg on the floor. Screaming wildly, Jane begged for help. God, what did the masked villain want with her? He covered her mouth with his hand, roughly ordering her to shut up immediately. Jane became very frightened. She tried to scream, even with her mouth closed. The enraged man shouted at her to finally shut up, holding Jane by the hair and trying to pin her to the floor. He did it so quickly and sharply that the girl could not dodge and hit her head on the stool. It looked like Jane might have passed out soon. A bloodstain was slowly spreading at her temple. In her mind, she was already saying goodbye to her life. But for now, she was still aware of everything that was happening. The intruder laid Jane face down, with one hand pinning her arms behind her back. With the other, he pinned her head to the floor. In this position, the girl was able to spot her phone lying under the couch. The masked man promised to let Jane go, but only if she didn't scream. He asked if the girl understood what was required of her. Jane mumbled inarticulately and nodded, signaling that she agreed to his request. After that, he finally let her go, removing his hand from the girl's head. She was in a panic. "Take whatever you want, but don't touch me, please! Money, credit cards, I'll give you everything!" Jane begged dazedly. "Where is she?" was all the bandit asked. The girl asked again, explaining that she had no idea what he was talking about. The stranger irritably repeated his question. However, Jane replied that she really couldn't understand what he wanted and asked him to let her go. "Shut up! I know you're looking for this," he hissed as he roughly pulled the girl's head upwards, grabbing it right by the hair. Jane cried out in pain. She remained silent, and the stranger continued to hold her without loosening his grip. "Do you take me for a fool?" he asked angrily, lifting the girl with one hand as if she were a fluff ball. God, it looked like he was about to hit her. The stranger raised his fist to strike. Fortunately, at that moment, someone called him. He tossed Jane aside and reached into his pocket for his phone, ordering the girl to be quiet. He picked up the phone and reported to someone that he hadn't been able to find anything yet. Apparently, his interlocutor was asking about Jane, and the stranger replied that she had returned earlier than expected. He also assured that he had everything under control. Jane mentally went through all the possible options of who her cruel intruder could be. She was also curious to know who he was talking to on the phone right now. Well, his conversation didn't last long. He hung up quickly, dropping the call. "Luck is on your side today," he said, taking a framed photo of Jane with her friend Emily. Then he thrust this picture right in Jane's face, ordering her not to poke her nose anywhere, and especially not in the affairs of the deceased. Jane stared dumbfounded at the photo. Her Emily was smiling cheerfully at her. The stranger threatened that if Jane disobeyed, she had a good chance of ending up just like her friend. Then he suddenly and sharply struck Jane with his fist with a swing. This time the girl fainted. Someone's insistent, loud knocking on the door made Jane finally wake up. Someone was trying to call Jane from outside. The girl slowly began to come to her senses, wondering who it could have been. However, she didn't have the strength to stand up and snatch it away. It was Ryan's guard. He suspected something was wrong and opened the front door with a powerful kick from his foot. "Miss Jane," he said anxiously as he looked at Jane. The girl was lying helplessly on the floor near the couch. The guard gently picked up the girl and carried her to the couch. He was concerned about what had happened. Jane groaned with a headache. He asked her if she had hit something. The girl explained that someone had broken into her house and was looking for something just as she returned. The man was very indignant at this news. He asked if Jane remembered what the intruder looked like. "Ah, Jane is very dizzy." The girl asked why the guard had come here. He replied that Mr. Ryan Howe had a bad feeling and had ordered him to visit Jane and check the situation. Did he really realize Jane was paging him? Oh, suddenly she remembered her cell phone, which had fallen out of her hands in the fall. The girl darted lightning fast under the couch in search of her disappearance. The guard asked puzzledly what she was doing. Jane pulled out her phone. The recording was still on. It was lucky the bastard hadn't noticed her phone at least. "Though I don't remember what he looks like, his voice is clearly recorded," declared Jane jubilantly. 5 minutes later, they were talking to the police. The police officers asked the usual questions, like whether the girl had had an argument with someone recently. Jane tried to tell in detail everything she remembered, without leaving out any details. After hearing the girl's statement, the police officers promised to find Jane's attacker soon. However, they emphasized that for her safety, it would be better for Jane to stay with friends for a while. "Do you want me to take you to them?" the cop offered, pointing his finger at Emily's picture. Jane declined. At the same time, Ryan had just called the security guard. He was yelling at him on the phone, reproaching him for telling him to go to her faster. Why is she still hurt? Ryan told him to get Jane to him immediately. The man spoke so loudly that it seemed everyone could hear his voice in the phone receiver. "Miss Jane, Mr. Ryan Howe said to take you to his house immediately." The guard repeated his boss Jane's orders. "Sure," the girl agreed with a smile. Meanwhile, at Ryan Howe's house, there was silence everywhere. The house was so quiet that it was hardly possible to think that anyone was in it at the moment. And yet, Ryan was home. He sat and glanced anxiously at the door. He was really worried about why Jane hadn't shown up yet. Had something else happened? He was worried about the severity of the wound on the girl's forehead. If it left a scar, that would be bad. He noted to himself that the changes had not left any marks, and he could fix her face if necessary. At these thoughts, he sneezed loudly. Right. Once Jane arrived, he should study her thoroughly. The doorbell finally rang. Ryan jumped up and headed for the door, inviting me in. Barely had the door opened before Ryan immediately called out the girl's name in a loud voice. The guard wondered why Mr. Ryan was sitting here. Paying no attention to the question, Ryan Howe began asking Jane why she had only come in now. He hurriedly asked how her head was and if she had any other injuries. Then, he asked the girl to show him her injuries. Jane smilingly assured Ryan that she was fine. Devil Ryan Howe had to be sure of the truth of her words, so he interrogated her again. The girl's answer was the same. "So what are you standing there for? Come on in," he invited. Jane was curious as to why the bodyguard didn't enter with her. Ryan asked her to ignore it, saying that he would be here in 5 minutes if necessary. He asked ironically, "Does the devil need to protect people?" "No doubt this is your home," Jane agreed, looking at the huge portrait of Ryan Howe that hung on the wall. The devil approached the girl and informed her that she would be sleeping in the living room tonight. And since there was his picture on the wall, she would not have to be afraid at night, as he would be near. Jane thought it would be better for her to go home after all. Devil Ryan Howe mused aloud that he could still read her mind. There was no way Jane could get used to that. Calling out to the girl, Ryan tossed her something and informed her that the bathroom was at the end of the 2nd floor. He suggested that Jane take a hot shower to relax a little. The girl considered what he threw to her. It was a set of clothes. Wow, he prepared this too, she thought. "Don't be so sensitive," the devil said. How long can one read her mind? Jane walked into the bathroom. A hot shower was really coming in handy right now. The steam from the hot water with just one sizzling sound was already relaxing the girl. Jane stood under the stream of jets and gave in to the relaxing relaxation. With the water, the tension in her body went away. However, Jane's thoughts were still preoccupied with the recent incident. She remembered that violent intruder, his sudden appearance, and inexplicable aggression. Jane was especially disturbed by the questions he was asking her. What or who was he looking for? I wonder why the stranger had asked her not to dig into her dead friend Emily's past. Bathing, Jane couldn't take her mind off the intrusive thoughts. Had Emily been as frightened? To know how long her unhappy friend had lived in fear? A shiver came over Jane. Despite the temperature of the water, she was shivering. "Jane, are you okay?" Ryan inquired, standing outside the bathroom door. He threatened Jane to throw away all the food if she didn't come out. The girl calmed him down by telling him she was on her way out. Devil Ryan Howe mentally decided that he would unequivocally never forgive those who had done this to Jane. Ryan turned on the TV. Yes, it was worth watching the news for a while. Suddenly, he turned abruptly and looked up. "Did you want something?" he asked. Jane was standing on the stairs. She was wearing the very pajamas Ryan had made for her. The devil asked the girl why she was here, for he had told her to go to bed. Jane answered that she couldn't sleep for some reason. Sitting down next to the man, she wrapped her arms around her knees and stated that she was having trouble falling asleep here. Ryan looked at her with a puzzled expression. He offered to turn off the lights, but Jane asked to leave the lights on. Jane suddenly laid down right next to the devil Ryan Howe and addressed him by name. The girl admitted that when the masked man attacked her, she shouted the devil's name in her heart. "I heard," Ryan replied quietly. "Next time, make sure you show up on time, okay?" Jane asked the man. He looked at the girl, hesitating for a moment. "I promise. Go ahead and sleep," Ryan replied, and carefully covered the girl with a blanket. Jane asked, making sure he didn't trick her. Devil Ryan Howe swore in the devil's name that he wouldn't cheat on Jane. Exhausted by today's events, the girl wrapped herself in a blanket with her head and fell soundly asleep. Ryan waited until her sleep was deep enough and quietly rose from the couch. On tiptoe so as not to wake him, he slowly backed away. Then he turned back around and squatted right in front of the couch, staring at the sleeping Jane. This girl is so strange. Could sleep soundly next to the devil. Not afraid of me at all? He whispered, lightly touching Jane's cheek with his finger. Giving her a sad look, Ryan added, "For I am the devil who will later take her life." Devil Ryan knew from personal experience how, in the face of death, people try to break their contract with him. Almost all of them ask for a little more time, believing they have the right to command the devil. Some of them believe that they can pay with money for breaking the contract and promise to give fabulous sums for it. They assure that they will not hide or run away. Oh yes, all these situations with different people have been repeated time after time for thousands of years. The devil has been accused and begged and even frightened by God himself. However, no matter what happens afterward, there is only one end. There always comes a time when you have to fulfill your promise. The devil always fulfills what he promises, so he felt entitled to demand the same from those who made promises to him. However, there have always been many who wish only to take, without thinking of the hour when it will be necessary to give. "Jane, how you will appear before you die," thought the devil, removing his hand from her face. "Jane! Baby Jane!" Who is it that is calling for Jane? Where are these voices coming from? A naked Emily sits with her head in her lap in the middle of a viscous void. What is this place? And what is Emily doing here? Why is she calling for Jane? God, what was it that suddenly started happening? A multitude of human hands reached for Emily's body out of nowhere. They were all reaching for Emily, trying to grab her and drag her away. The girl screamed desperately, calling for help. Jane didn't realize what was happening. Her eyes reflected horror. She realized that her friend needed help. Jane tried to run to Emily. However, many hands clung to her legs as well, restricting her movements. Jane noted with horror that she couldn't move. Jane begged to be let go, but the hands continued to cling, holding her down and preventing her from approaching her friend. Meanwhile, Emily, with tears in her eyes, was almost drowning in an endless array of arms. "Oh no, don't go, Emily!" Emily sobbed and called loudly for help from her Jane. And then Jane was startled awake in a cold sweat. The girl shrieked. God, what a nightmare! As if everything was happening in real life. "It's just a dream," Jane tried to reassure herself. She sat on the bed and tried to come to her senses. Jane mentally apologized to Emily for falling behind again. Right across from the couch where Jane was sleeping sat the devil. Looks like he's sleeping. Jane noted that his horns had grown back. Ah, the devil Ryan Howe must be guarding her. The girl moved closer to the devil and began to look at him. She was grateful to him. The girl tried to touch his hair in a rush of emotion. "Oh, he's so cute when he sleeps." In his sleep, the devil mumbled something about strawberry candy. He was worried he couldn't fit any more in. Jane tickled Ryan's ear. Phew, that action of hers was too risky, but it seems this time Jane had gotten away with it. The girl looked at the devil and wondered, how strange he was the devil, but Jane wasn't afraid of him at all. She took the blanket and covered Ryan Howe with it. Yes, sometimes Jane thought people were the ones to be afraid of. I guess she was kind of right. Looking around, the girl noted that the devil, who had lived for over 1,000 years, had furnished the house with modern appliances. Its ambience would be the envy of any modern man. There were shelves of all sorts of things against one wall. Jane sighed disappointedly, noting that she'd expected to see a lot of relics from different eras. However, there was nothing of the sort here. Among the books on one of the shelves, one caught the girl's attention. It bore the title, Photo Album, The Devil's Book. What a find! Jane, humming happily to herself, reached for the book. In anticipation, the girl opened the book with interest. On the first page was a photo of a young and handsome blonde man. Wow, was it really him, the same devil she was already familiar with, but in a different guise? The other photo showed a different year, and it was of a different man, at a more mature age. It was still the same devil. In another photo, he was already in the form of a woman. This picture is so cool. It's so unfair to turn yourself into such a hottie. There was a child in the next picture. Jane mentally noted that the devil looked quite clever in the form of a child. Oh, he's so cute. On one of the pages of the album, the girl stopped. She seemed to be surprised by something. What happened? On the page where Jane stopped, there was a picture of the devil as she knew him now. And there was one question on Jane's mind. Why was he always alone? Ryan Howe's unexpected voice came from behind the girl's back. These pictures are of His Majesty the Devil, which is me. I can change my appearance. Good, say? Jane slammed the album shut and said angrily, Nope, not even a little bit. The girl put the album back on the shelf and thoughtfully called out to the devil. Jane turned to the devil and, looking him straight in the eye in a serious voice, asked, Ryan Howe, are you the only devil in the world? The devil was indignant at such a question. He began to wail. What kind of questions are these? Am I not enough for you? Do you need someone else? Windy, human woman. Jane covered her ears and replied that she was just concerned for his own sake. The devil ran after Jane in feigned anger. His stomach rumbled and he suddenly started hiccuping. Jane asked him if he was hungry and offered to cook something. Devil Ryan Howe asked indignantly on the run, didn't he say something about only being able to eat? Jane didn't let him finish his sentence. You can only eat sweets. She finished the sentence in his place. Then she offered to fulfill his cherished wish. Heading for the exit with the devil, Jane said that she had just realized that the pastry shop where she worked was right in his house. Even though it was after hours, she could go into the kitchen and make him something sweet. Standing at the door, Jane suddenly remembered that her and the devil had first met in this very candy store. Yeah, they'd been photographed by Ryan Howe fans. Strange coincidence, isn't it? Jane suddenly thought. Is this really an accident? The devil scratched the back of his head with a silly expression. Eh? You say the pastry shop is in my house? I think it's mine. Ah, yes, it's worth reminding that the devil is obscenely rich and owns more than one business. What do you mean, it seems? The girl asked, perplexed. She didn't feel like going anywhere after this news. Night was falling in the city. A huge moon was shining in the sky. Oh, what a wonderful full moon! Devil and Jane entered the candy store. While the girl was tying her apron on, Mr. Devil Ryan Howe wandered around the kitchen and curiously looked at and touched everything. Jane asked that Mr. Devil not pretend as if he had never seen a hot shop. Ryan Howe stiffened. He angrily reminded Jane that he'd already asked her not to call him Mr. Howe. The girl didn't really listen to his words. Fixing her hair, she noticed that the place smelled so sweet. But it wasn't surprising, because the owner had said that the service in their pastry shop was for special customers. Turns out you're a special customer. Jane grinned as she looked at the devil. In the meantime, the devil was drooling from the incredible aromas he had inhaled in the kitchen, which had whetted his appetite. The girl asked him in surprise, Is he really that hungry? Devil Ryan Howe stated that he was all over Jane. After a brief pause, Ryan suddenly asked if Jane regretted daring to give her life for revenge and surviving the attack tonight. The girl replied that all people regret something, and he was no exception. She regretted not stopping her father when he decided to leave home, and for not being more tolerant of her mom back then. But most of all, she regretted not answering Emily's call, leaving her to die alone. But I don't regret handing my life over to you, Jane added without hesitation. Then Jane said it was her turn to ask a question. The devil looked at the girl expectantly. Will I meet Emily after I die? She asked hopefully. After a brief pause, the devil replied that she would meet her friend there. Jane was satisfied with that answer, but she did not realize that it was a lie, which she herself chose to believe. Meanwhile, dawn was approaching. The sun had not yet risen, but the streets of the city were beginning to lighten. Devil Ryan Howe was smiling contentedly and stroking his belly. Tasty, isn't it? Jane inquired. I'm so hungry I didn't taste it. But if you cook again... He didn't get to finish before Jane interrupted him, saying she couldn't tonight because she had some things to do. The devil didn't know what she was talking about because it was Saturday. The girl reminded him that today was the day of Emily's funeral. Devil Rayan Howe stated that he would also go with Jane. The guard, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, reminded Ryan that he had all day today to shoot commercials. The devil was so eager to go with Jane that the bodyguard had to hold him back by force. Jane tried to convince the devil that everything was fine, and she could go on her own and let him go to work in peace. Ryan Howe started to lash out indignantly. He was ready to trade his job for Jane. The bodyguard pointed out that in that case, Ryan would have to reimburse him for the contractual downtime. Ryan Howe didn't mind reimbursement because he had plenty of money. The bodyguard urged him to put some energy into the contract. Then he opened the van door sharply and shoved Ryan in. It didn't take him much effort. The strong and big as a closet guard did it super fast. He slammed the door shut just as lightning fast, not even letting Ryan come to his senses. "Bye," Jane said quietly, though Ryan hardly heard her words. Devil Ryan Howe was looking out the side window of the car with his cheek pressed against the glass. Ha! It looked quite amusing. "Try to get some work done," the girl said quietly, turning her gaze away from him. Jane handed the guard a box of cake and asked him to let Ryan eat when he got tired, if it was okay with him. The guard, of course, agreed. The devil pounded his fist on the glass indignantly. He shouted that he didn't allow the cake that was made for him to be brought, so that he still had to share it with others. However, no one heard his outrage. Jane looked sadly at the van as it drove away. She would have to go alone. The funeral parlor. Jane approached the right place. Her attention was caught by a sign that read, "Emily's friend, please get in line." The girl entered the room where her friend could be honored. Emily's grandmother was already sitting on a chair there. Jane had foreseen this moment. Grandmother raised her head and addressed the girl who had entered. "Have you come, Jane? Come to me." Jane pressed her lips together. She could hardly restrain herself from crying immediately in the first few seconds of her stay. A moment later, however, she was already sobbing with her head in her grandmother's lap. Jane said she was sorry. The old woman stroked Jane's head. She tried to comfort the girl, telling her that she had to be strong. Because Grandma didn't know anything about Emily killing herself. Everyone lied to her in good faith. Meanwhile, Emily's grandmother urged Jane not to cry, for then Emily's soul would not be able to leave in peace. She said to stay calm, and then it would be easier to let her go. Yeah, I'd rather let the old lady think Emily died because her legs suddenly gave out, Jane thought to herself. "See how happy her smile is," Grandma remarked, pointing to Emily's funeral photo. "We can't mourn her," Grandmother said with emptiness in her eyes. And Jane thought silently that still no one could bear the longing of the elderly. "Yes, I'm not crying." With these words, Jane wiped away her tears and tried to smile. How hard it was for her to pull that smile on herself. Jane felt so stupid right now. It was obvious that her grandmother, who was trying to comfort her, was much unhappier than Jane. Suddenly, someone called out to Jane. It was Nancy Freeman. She was holding a bouquet of white lilies. Nancy walked over to Emily's picture and laid her bouquet next to it. For a while, Nancy stood by the picture with her head down. Jane just watched the scene in silence. Nancy Freeman then approached her grandmother to express her condolences. She wished the old lady to brace herself in her grief and asked her to think of her health first. With these words, the girl tried to give her an envelope from their entire team. The grandmother did not want to accept the money, but Jane took the envelope from Nancy's hands and put it into the old woman's hands. Jane then asked Nancy to have a private conversation with her. Nancy was alarmed at this request, but she followed Jane nevertheless. Standing at the window, the head of the finance department offered Jane a cigarette. Jane sternly remarked that she didn't smoke, and Nancy shouldn't smoke here either. Jane then asked her to put the cigarette away. Nancy agreed, and obediently put the cigarette away. She wondered why Jane had called her here. Jane asked without further preamble, "You have the memory card from the camera, don't you?" Nancy's eyes raced. It was clear to Jane that she clearly had something to do with this. "That woman, how does she know?" thought Nancy excitedly. However, Nancy made an indifferent face and said she didn't know what Jane was talking about, or what cameras and memory cards she was referring to. Showing a wound on her forehead, Jane reported that she had found a camera in the bathroom yesterday afternoon, and that during the night someone had snuck into her house and attacked her. "He let me go because he didn't find what he wanted. And you know what he wants, don't you, Chief Nancy?" Jane continued. The girl also added that she knew how unexpected it was for Nancy, but she hoped that she would tell Jane everything she knew. Jane could take the memory card for safekeeping, and if Nancy suddenly fears for her safety, she can be sure that no one will find out about it. "I just want to know the truth," said Jane, looking Nancy straight in the eye. Nancy wondered why Jane needed to look into this. Why did she need all this stuff in the first place? Jane explained that she didn't want another Emily to show up. A sort of pause hung between the girls. Then Nancy turned and walked away, throwing out on the way that she had nothing to say to that. Jane was bitter to realize that she was the only one who wanted to get to the truth, that no one in this world cared about other people's grief. They, in Emily's words, who are they? Who is she talking about? Jane asked desperately in the wake of her departing supervisor. She also emphasized that Emily might not have died. If Nancy knows the truth, why doesn't she tell us about it? Supervisor Nancy Freeman nervously clenched her hand into a fist. Jane called Nancy's head a few more times, trying to get at her conscience. But she didn't turn around, just walked away silently. Colleagues Noah and Lewis, who had come in with Nancy, came out of Emily's funeral parlor. They were talking about smoking. One of them stated that he couldn't help but have a cigarette during the funeral, even though he and his wife were planning to conceive a child. Then the two men stood against the wall and began to discuss the late Emily. One of them remembered Emily with kind words, saying that she had been very delicate in life. He regretted that he had not spoken more kind words to her during her lifetime. Only now were they beginning to realize how considerate Emily was of everyone, unlike the others. Noah assumed that Emily was terrified that they too were among those who'd circulated her photo. Lewis admitted that he had received the file with the photo first, but he had no intention of opening it because it was not his policy. Noah asked his colleague if he was being honest with him. He replied that he was telling the truth. Noah noted that Lewis seems to be actually better than he might think at first glance. "It's really empty today. Just a few sympathizers, relatives, and an old woman," Lewis remarked. Noah agreed that he, too, had never seen a more ridiculous death or people so pathetic. But the truth is, the young go early. Lewis suddenly remarked aloud that if the old lady found out about that intimate picture spread throughout the company, she'd go crazy. Then he said he could just give her more money. Noah agreed with his comrade. "Oh, what's wrong? Why is Noah's face suddenly twisted?" He noticed the old lady. Grandmother was standing at the door and seemed to have managed to hear everything the men were saying. "What is the meaning of all this?" she asked, clinging to the wall. Tears ran from her eyes down her wrinkled cheeks. God, was her girl's death not an accident? The two began to make a ridiculous outburst, suggesting that the grandmother sit down so that they could explain things to her. The old lady repeated her poor Emily's name in despair. "Is it suicide?" she asked, grasping the sleeve of one of their jackets. The men looked at each other. They had already regretted 1,000 times that they had brought this up, and now they had to think hard before they answered. The unhappy grandmother shuddered in sobs. Her poor child. Without stopping crying, the old woman walked over to Emily's picture and fell to her knees right in front of it. Jane and Nancy were just coming back. I think they heard the old lady's voice. They both hurried back to the funeral parlor. Grandma? God, what had happened to her? Jane was dumbfounded by what she saw. Is it unclear what happened here? Miss Nancy looked suspiciously at her colleagues. They explained that the grandmother had heard them talking about the cause of Emily's death. Meanwhile, Jane couldn't listen to the older woman crying. She'll never forget that old lady's sobbing in her life. While Jane stood looking at her grandmother, Nancy came up behind her. She stood silent for a short while, then told the boys they could go home first. Funeral wreaths were everywhere, making the atmosphere in the halls more mournful. The old woman kneels down and embraces Emily's portrait, holding it to her chest. Jane also fell to her knees in front of her grandmother. The girl lowered her gaze, bowed her head, and did not know what words could comfort an elderly woman in such grief. The grandmother had suffered her child to experience hopeless despair until death. She cried helplessly, saying that a grandmother like him, not knowing everything, could do nothing but just sit there and cry. The old woman had been kicking herself for not coming to see him when Emily had called and said she missed him. Grandmother thought it was she herself who needed to die, not this young girl whose life was just beginning, a hopeless sadness from which there was no escape. Every moment spent with my grandmother caused regret and sadness. Jane rose from her knees and in a confident voice told her grandmother to trust her, as Jane would never forgive those who were involved in Emily's death. They would definitely pay. There was no way Grandma was leaving the funeral parlor, especially now that she knew more than she needed to know. But sooner or later, her tears will dry up too. 2 hours later, Jane finally emerged from the funeral parlor. On the way out of the hall, Nancy was sitting on a bench by the door. I think it was Jane she was waiting for. Jane noticed Nancy and wondered why she was still here. Nancy stood up. She noted aloud that Emily was not as strong as she thought. Would Jane be able to withstand the truth Nancy wanted to tell her? The girl said she could take it. You think Emily's the only victim? No. It's just that she's the only one who couldn't face it and took such a drastic step. With those words, Nancy lowered her sad gaze. Jane looked at the girl questioningly. Nancy clenched her fists and admitted that she herself had been one of the first victims. God, what was she saying now? Jane couldn't believe her words were true. Could this strong-looking woman, too, have been the victim of someone else's cruel and cynical schemes? Yes, perhaps we should tell the story of Nancy Freeman, which happened exactly 7 years ago. At that time, the girl was going to get a job through a referral from an educational institution or through an agency. Her odds were 1 in 100. When she came to interview at Van Group, Nancy realized that to get here, she had to somehow stand out from the crowd. Wow, she did her best, and the girl was hired by the company. Nancy believed that everything was fair in this company, and it was a great springboard for achieving goals. So at the beginning, the girl was determined. Only after a certain amount of time did Nancy realize one truth. Although the place seemed to be one of the best, it was actually mired in darkness. Nancy was used. Her project was assigned to someone else without even mentioning the girl's name. The warden was a self-righteous boor. He tutored Nancy, trying to re-educate her to his liking. Nancy had to follow his rules, against her sense of self-worth. Working for this company turned out to be not so easy. The co-workers were discussing Nancy. They judged her and didn't understand why she worked so hard. Many thought that she wanted a promotion so badly that she would do anything for it. Colleagues were jealous of Nancy, making her the object of their gossip. Nancy, against all odds, kept her head up, trying to prove something first of all to herself. However, plunged headlong into work, the girl lost sight of the local laws of survival. Nancy let her guard down. Her fatal mistake was trying to fight the established system and move forward, no matter what. Were all her problems because she refused to go with the flow? Because Nancy decided to choose herself? The girl didn't have an answer to that question. It was when Nancy was at the bottom of her life that she made her fateful choice. She grasped for a helping hand, unaware of how wrong a decision made in supposed hopelessness can be. Cody Faber, the company's director, began making more frequent checks in the department where Nancy worked. So often, in fact, that the female employees were already starting to make fun of him, suspecting he was coming here on purpose to see someone. They were right. The hotel. In one of the hotel rooms, Nancy is lying on the bed. The director sits next to her and informs her that he has a present for the girl. He bought a very expensive watch especially for her. Was Nancy the person he'd arranged all those tests to meet? Then Nancy said she could not accept such an expensive gift. She felt that money should not be spent so thoughtlessly, for it was earned by hard work, not by growing on trees. Cody Faber confessed to the girl that he loved her so much he couldn't remember himself. He thought about talking to Nancy's boss about transferring her to his department. At the time, Nancy naively believed that her and Cody's love was the medicine that could heal all their wounds. That was until that fateful text message. Cody was just taking a shower in his hotel room. Unsuspecting, Nancy calmly walked over to his phone. It was okay if she just looked. Maybe there was something important there. Now she's going to see what he's been sent. Could it be an important work email? The girl looked puzzled at the phone. She took it in her hands and froze for a moment. The phone was locked. However, the initial text of the message was visible on top of the lock screen, and her name was there. What was the meaning of all this? Nancy didn't know the password to unlock the phone, and she couldn't use her fingerprint to unlock it. So she randomly dialed some numbers that were meaningful to Cody. As she typed in the password, Nancy remembered for some reason that she and Cody had once talked about his license plate number. The principal had said it was his lucky number, and he'd spent a lot of money on it. In addition to that, the combination of numbers of that license plate number was easy to memorize. That's why Nancy decided to use those exact numbers. Nancy already had a bad feeling about it. She unlocked her phone and logged into her email. Oh my God! There was a picture of her in the message. It was Nancy in the photo, and she had no clothes on. Someone wrote that they received the photo and payment would be discussed after the 15th. And there, to Nancy's horror, was more than one photo of her naked body. There was also a video, uncensored, of her making love to Cody. There was also a caption. "This is material to be published in May top-grade merchandise. A girl with a short haircut." What was the meaning of it all? Nancy couldn't believe her eyes in horror. God, was she really just a girl with a short haircut to him? At this time, Cody came out of the shower and approached the girl. He hugged Nancy and asked what had happened so far that she was all in tears. Nancy pushed the man away hysterically. He couldn't understand what was going on or what was going on at all. Nancy's world collapsed in an instant. That mailbox with publications called Food of the Gods turned out to belong to an organization within the company. After pictures and videos of girls came to that mailbox, they were immediately sold to a VIP group. Nancy told Jane all of this in great detail at the funeral home. Jane was shocked by the whole story. Nancy added as she left the building that, moreover, every month he received a confirmation letter with the calculations. Every month he received money for selling Nancy's pictures. But Nancy was most disappointed when Cody sold almost a couple $1,000s worth of photos and immediately started sending complaints to his friends. He said it pissed him off that fewer people were buying the photos. This led him to conclude that Nancy was getting fed up. $1,700. Nancy smiled for some reason. Then she added that to the Food of the Gods, they were just a commodity, just food on which they were allowed to parasitize. It was then that Nancy learned that the company had a private group that traded girls. To get membership in that group, you had to first send a certain number of photos and videos. All materials in the group were paid for, and most of the victims were women working for the Vian group. Jane wondered aloud why Nancy had not opposed it then. "What would you do if you were in my place?" answered Nancy questioningly. Jane had nothing to say to that. Nancy asked not to look at her like that, for Jane could not know what she was facing. "Did I do wrong in choosing my own defense?" she asked reproachfully. She did not understand why it was necessary to sacrifice her work, which she had worked so hard to accomplish, for the sake of others. "Is lying dead in the ground an opposition and living a crime?" asked Nancy, weeping. Nancy was a victim herself, but just because she didn't choose to confront it didn't mean it was her fault. Nancy said she has to struggle to make herself live. Meanwhile, they were already standing outside. The weather was already overcast, and now it was starting to rain. Tears ran down Nancy's cheeks along with the raindrops. Suddenly, Jane put her arm around Nancy. It was unexpected for the supervisor, however, she did not reject it. Jane was very grateful that Nancy had agreed to tell her everything. It was very hard for Jane to imagine all that Nancy had been through. How did she single-handedly make it through that oppressive darkness? How could she resist the shame and disgrace that someone she trusted had involved her in? How did this fragile girl manage to endure all those perverted stares? Ah, to choose one's own life was no mistake. Jane realized it particularly clearly just now. As she hugged Nancy, she did not condemn her. I can help, but I'll only do it for myself, Nancy offered. Oh, it's Ryan Howe's security guard again. He strides confidently down the hallway. Looks like Jane led Nancy to Ryan Howe. When Nancy asked what the next plan would be, Jane waved at the guard, explaining that he was the one who would help them in their case. Nancy nodded, puzzled. She looked at the guard's imposing appearance and wondered aloud if he looked like he could be relied upon. Suddenly, Ryan Howe jumped out in front of the guard, indignantly stating that Jane was talking about him, not his bodyguard, and that he was the one who would be helping them. Nancy stared at the men in bewilderment. Jane confirmed that she was indeed talking about Ryan Howe. Yeah, the three of them looked funny together. Stage the idol, the mobster. How did they end up together? Nancy drilled them with her gaze, wondering if she should trust these three. Jane asked Nancy to recount again all the things she had already told her earlier. The supervisor sighed and agreed. Nancy had heard that the Van group had a special chat room, like a membership club. She knew that there were about 300 people in this chat room. It is difficult to join the group. The selection criteria is strict and users are protective of each other. First, you have to post a certain number of photos and videos. Plus, all the members of the group are anonymous. From what Nancy knew, photos and videos can't be forwarded anywhere else. That's one of the rules. However, Nancy pointed out that the content non-proliferation rule is not to protect victims. For participants, victims' personal information is an asset. They are so arrogant that they would never allow an outsider to access the information for free. It's funny how a bunch of disgusting people who think they are above the rest have created a whole scheme. Jane noted that according to Nancy's words, Emily's explicit photos had also been posted in the group. Then how did they become the cause of gossip among the company's employees? What was the glitch in their scheme of things? Nancy thoughtfully suggested that perhaps the girl had just crossed someone's path. Jane and the devil Ryan Howe stood thinking. They were trying to put the information they had received together and decide what to do with it now. Do you still remember the address of that post office? Ryan Howe inquired of Nancy. Memorizing was useless. They change addresses all the time, and that email she'd discovered back then had already been deleted. But Nancy had a memory card they had set up in the women's restroom. Jane wondered if Nancy had checked what was on it. Maybe there's someone in the video who installed it. Nancy replied that she hadn't looked. Initially, she had wanted to forget about it all as soon as possible. Ryan Howe inquired where she hid the card in this case. Nancy said she kept it in her office. Jane asked her to give them the memory card since there was definitely evidence on it. Nancy promised to bring them the card. But letting Nancy go alone was dangerous and very risky. So the bodyguard assumed it was finally his time. Mission accomplished. So they arrived at the office. Nancy left the guard in the hallway, telling him to wait for her here, and promised to be back in a couple minutes. The guard obediently stood guard. Nancy entered the office and hurriedly began to look for what she had come for. Oh, I finally found it. Luckily, the map was in place. Nancy taped it to the bottom of her mug. So that's where she's been, came a sudden voice behind her back. Oh, no. Nancy shuddered with fear. Who are you? Who let you in? The girl asked, dumbfounded. The man defiantly emphasized that he didn't need anyone's permission in this building. Nancy was puzzled. Her eyes widened in surprise. The girl tried to collect her thoughts to understand who he was and how he had gotten here. Even more, she didn't understand what she should do now. The guard stood around for a little longer than a couple minutes. Sensing something amiss, he decided to knock on Nancy's office door. Miss, you said it would only take 2 minutes. Is everything okay? The guard knocked, but no one responded to his knock or words. The guard opened the door. He called out to Nancy, but the office was empty. That was very strange. Meanwhile, Nancy and Ryan Howe sat tensely staring at their phones waiting for a call. Finally, one of the phones rang. Jane recognized it as her call and jumped up, startling Ryan with that reaction. Jane picked up the phone and wondered who was calling her. She was disturbed by the Human Resources Department to be informed that there would be some changes in Jane's job. Then she was informed that the company had approved Jane for the position of Ryan Howe's representative. The details were offered to be discussed next week, if she had time. Jane agreed to see him next week and looked suspiciously at the devil sitting next to her. Her eyes seemed to ask if it was his doing. Ryan Howe looked innocent, as if he had nothing to do with it. Suddenly, the devil's cell phone rang. "Oh, it's the bodyguard! I have to take the call right away!" Ryan Howe listened to the guard, his look of great concern. Jane, in turn, began to worry about what might have happened already. "Nancy is missing," Ryan reported, looking at Jane. Jane didn't understand how that was even possible. A moment later, they were already in a cab, begging the driver to push on. Jane is very excited. Ryan suddenly wondered if Nancy could have changed her mind about helping and just run away. Jane was sure that if Nancy had changed her mind, she would have said so outright. The girl feared only one thing, that Nancy might suffer the same fate as Jane when she had been attacked by the masked stranger. Jane tried to banish the intrusive thoughts, reassuring herself that Nancy must be all right. Finally, they arrived at the office. The guard was glad to see them. Jane asked as they walked along, what had happened? The guard told everything as it happened. After they got to the office, Miss Nancy decided to go to the office herself to get the card, and he waited for her outside the door. She didn't come out after 5 minutes, so the guard decided to check. But it was as if Nancy had vanished into thin air. What do you mean dissolved into thin air? Devil Ryan Howe tensed up after saying that. He checked with the guard to see if he'd gone anywhere, but the bodyguard assured him that he was always there. Ryan Howe decided to go himself to check it out. Jane tried to stop the devil, reminding him that he hadn't fully recovered after all. "Now is the time to brag about my devilish power. How could I miss such a chance?" he replied, smiling. The girl had only to wait patiently behind the closed door. Devil Ryan Howe stood in the empty office for a while. "Where did you go, Nancy?" Mentally, the devil searched for an answer to that question. He lifted his head and sucked in a breath of air. A prolonged moan escaped his lips. The devil's eyes turned red. Ryan Howe was testing his strength. With the help of his power, he saw that Nancy was here. She was saying something, but the devil couldn't make out what it was. But why couldn't he hear what she was saying? That really puzzled the devil. He noted that there was clearly no one here. So who could Nancy be talking to? Now that's very interesting. Suddenly, the devil's hand turned black, as if it had been burned. A distinctive hissing sound was heard. The devil looked at Nancy. She was screaming in terror. Devil was even more confused. What could all this mean? His hand slid on the doorknob. Jane was eager to hear the news, so immediately the first thing she did was ask the devil if he had found out where Nancy was. Devil Ryan Howe noted chagrined that he hadn't learned anything. Jane didn't understand why he couldn't find out anything. But, the devil explained, he had a feeling that there was some kind of barrier, and his power was useless inside this room. The devil suggested aloud that things seemed to have gotten more complicated from here on out, and now he was bound to find whoever was in their way. The elevator opened and 2 men stepped out. One of them was carrying someone in a wheelchair. A man in a business suit dialed the code to the door of a private clinic. The girls at the reception desk of the private clinic's emergency room bowed to their guests. A man in a business suit asked to prepare a room for a newly arrived VIP client. "Okay, we'll get everything ready for the VIP now." The receptionist dutifully agreed. The nurse leaned over to the wheelchair. "Please follow me," she invited whoever was sitting in that wheelchair. "Oh my God, it's Nancy! But what's happened to her? And who are the 2 men who brought her to the clinic?" It was the 2nd day since Nancy had disappeared from the office. Now she was inexplicably lying in the clinic. The nurses were rubbing something on her arms and legs. A melody came from somewhere. The radio was playing in the ward. The nurses began discussing a VIP client who was admitted to their clinic yesterday. One of them noted that yesterday, after this client had woken up, she had been saying some strange things non-stop. The second sister cautiously looked around. Then she asked what the girl was talking about. The first nurse replied that her words were about the devil, that demons existed, and that they should go to the police. The second one, however, said that all their VIP clients were a little crazy. However, it was still strange to the first sister that they were all talking about something like this. Besides, all the clients in their clinic were women. The second nurse put her finger to her lips and hinted to the first nurse to be careful with her words here. Suddenly, their conversation was suddenly interrupted. Some woman entered, and both nurses apologized and bowed to her. The woman asked how long they had been working here. One replied that she had been working here for a year, the other only 2 months. The woman sternly reminded me that the first rule of their clinic is not to discuss VIP clients. It is forbidden. It is also forbidden to eavesdrop, ask questions, and interfere. The girls began to apologize and promised that this would not happen again. The woman asked them if they had ever wondered why their salaries were so much higher in this clinic than in other similar clinics. She then warned them that if they were caught doing something like that again, they would be kicked out of here immediately. This woman had the right to speak to them like that because she is the head nurse. Therefore, the girls Esther and Millie had nothing to do but to apologize again and thank her for the second chance. After reprimanding her subordinates, the head nurse left. Meanwhile, Jane was standing outside someone's apartment. This is Emily's house, isn't it? The girl looked sadly at the keys with the cute little charms. After Emily was gone, Jane couldn't bring herself to cross the threshold of her home. So many of their shared memories here. Jane stared at the room, her thoughts taking her back in time. Once upon a time, in the kitchen of this very house, she and Emily were discussing which guys might like them. What a fun and carefree time they had, talking and laughing without fear of the future. Jane remembered watching movies together and how Emily could cry at any point in a movie where there wasn't even a reason to cry. She was so sensitive and vulnerable. He and Emily could talk for hours in bed about anything in the world, swapping dreams of the future with each other. Jane dreamed of settling in this city and buying her own apartment, and Emily would live across the street from her. The girls dreamed of making a lot of money so that the rest of their dreams could be realized. One day, Jane wanted to have a serious talk. There was one point that was very disturbing to the girl. Jane wanted to tell her friend that her boyfriend didn't seem to be as nice as she thought. However, Emily had fallen asleep then, and Jane never shared her worries about it. Distracted from her memories, Jane texted Ryan Howe. I went to Emily's apartment today to see if I could see any leads. Ryan Howe, Nancy's whereabouts are on you. Okay, there's nothing I can't smash, replied the devil. Then he sent her some kind of photo. Before Jane could even respond, Ryan Howe sent her a message again, writing that he forbade her from reading the messages or responding to them. Got it, the girl texted him back, smiling. Jane looked around. Then she walked over to a shelf of books. Jane reached for one book, trying to pull it out, as suddenly some paper fell out of it. Jane picked it up and was surprised to find that it was an instruction manual for birth control. God, what was that for? The girl went to the bathroom and began searching the bathroom cabinet. Then she went through all of her friend's things. Jane hoped that even if someone had cleaned up the place, they might have missed something, like the footprints that had been left earlier. The time was beginning to draw nearer to evening. A scarlet sunset cast a pleasant glow on the window in Emily's room. Jane suddenly dialed Adam's number. Her unexpected call surprised the guy very much. He asked what was wrong. Jane was going to discuss something with him, so she asked if he was free right now. Adam was free, so he asked where Jane was. Jane replied that she was at Emily's house and they could meet here. At the moment, Jane was looking at the cufflink that lay on the table in front of her. Adam replied that he understood and asked him to send him the address so he could drive up. Emily, if that cufflink belongs to Adam, I promise Lon won't walk away from me. No way! Jane gave her word aloud. Meanwhile, Adam was on his way to see her after Jane's call. He wasn't alone in the hotel room. There was a girl in bed, and she was curious to know where Adam was going. He replied that he was traveling on business and would not be back today, so the girl had to remember to turn in her room in the morning. Adam asked her to be an obedient girl and wait for his call. However, the girl was still concerned about the expression on Adam's face. She wondered if he had something serious wrong. Adam was really worried about something. Jane's phone call was clearly the cause of his concern. Maybe He answered the girl briefly and headed for the exit. Underground car parking. Adam arrived at his destination. He looked at his phone. Jane, meanwhile, was sitting with a guard in the surveillance room. Jane, what are you up to now? Suddenly, Jane's phone rang. It was Adam. Young lady. So what do you want me to help with? The guard asked, puzzled. Jane put her finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet, and picked up the phone. On the phone, Adam reported that he was already in the underground parking garage. The guy asked for the block number and Emily's apartment number. Oh, you're already there. Block 3, 403rd apartment. You can take the elevator right from the parking lot, Jane replied. Jane hung up the phone and turned to the guard, asking if he had seen the man. At the same time as she asked, she jabbed her finger at one of the surveillance monitors. That monitor was showing the footage from the camera that had been installed in the exact spot where Adam had parked. He had just gotten out of the car and was heading to the address Jane had given him. The guard stated that he had not seen him before. Jane asked him to take a closer look. She needed to know for sure if the man had been here before. The guard said with a nonchalant face that he was sure, because he knew all the tenants in their compound. Jane was very upset. She seemed to be at an information dead end. The guard suddenly suggested that she also ask the night guard. He was on duty after 12 at night, and the guard couldn't speak for his partner either if he had met the man. Jane perked up and asked where she could find his partner. Find who? An older man interjected as he entered the security room. As it turned out, he was the partner Jane wanted to see. The guard turned to his partner. Uncle Lewis, this girl needs your help. Lewis Dodson put on his glasses and looked through the monitor at Adam. Well, do you recognize him? Asked Jane hopefully. Adam was now already in the elevator, and the camera was showing him from the back. Lewis Dodson realized that he would have to look at his face to see if he had seen him before. Adam, meanwhile, went to the door of Emily's apartment. He rang the doorbell several times, but no one opened it for him. What was so strange? The guy was surprised that Jane had called him herself, but apparently she wasn't home. Jane suddenly peeked out from around the corner in surprise, apologizing for keeping Adam waiting. He wondered aloud why Jane was out of there. Going out somewhere? Adam inquired. Jane left that question unanswered and simply opened the door to the apartment. Suddenly, Lewis Dodson came up to them. He looked intently at Adam. Ah, indeed. You're Miss Emily's boyfriend, aren't you? I haven't seen you in a while, the old man said. Jane became very tense at his words, but she was not allowed to show any sign of it. Adam replied that the old man was mistaken. Jane smiled playfully and said that Adam was her friend and that the old man had mistaken him for someone else. Adam was troubled, his eyes running. Jane told the guard Lewis that he couldn't stay any longer, as they had more business to attend to. The old man agreed and said he had to go, and he seemed to be mistaken. Mentally, he noted that this was all very strange, for Jane had asked him to come out and identify the boy. It was definitely him. Adam thought about Jane acting very strangely. Jane remembered out loud that she needed to give Adam something to do. Which one? Asked Adam, and the girl held out her hand to him. On it lay a cufflink. Adam chuckled. He assured the girl that it wasn't his cufflink, and Jane was obviously confused about something. Ah, so it's a cufflink. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known, Jane said with a silly look on her face. Ha ha, it's just a cufflink. How could you not know that? Adam marveled. Should I help pack some things? We need to get a quick start. I still have things to do, so I want to be free early. Adam hurried on. In a formidable tone, Jane stated that he wasn't leaving here anytime soon. What was she talking about? Adam looked at her puzzled. Devil Ryan Howe, show up, pronounced Jane. Hey, Jane, what are you talking about anyway? Asked Adam, smiling incredulously. Hey? Where did you get the nerve to address her as, hey? A voice suddenly sounded behind Adam's back. God, Adam's hair stood up and nearly had a heart attack from fear. The devil was standing behind him and looking at him with his red eyes. The boy began to stutter. Ignoring the frightened Adam, the devil asked Jane why she had called him. He was actually very busy doing a one-man search instead of her. Jane emphasized that there were more urgent matters. Taking one look at Adam, Devil Ryan Howe smiled slyly and asked, "Do you really want me to deal with him?" Adam backed away, screaming in horror at what they were doing. Jane asked him a counter-question. She was the one who really wanted to know what he had done. Grinning stupidly, the guy stated that he didn't know what Jane was talking about. "Help me, Ryan Howe! No matter what way, just shake the truth out of him!" Jane begged the devil. She also added that she was willing to pay any price for it. The devil's hands turned from human hands into huge paws with claws. Adam tried to run with wild yells, pushing Jane out of the way. At the sight of such a monster, his heart leaped to his heels. He didn't know that there was no escape from the devil. Devil Ryan Howe was beside Adam in a second and reached his hand through his body, taking his claws right over his heart. "Did I give you permission to leave?" he asked calmly. Adam screamed and called for help. His heart pounded in terror, thumping frantically against his temples. Jane looked at the boy without a shred of pity. She wanted Adam to pay for his sins in this room. In this very place, that will never again be filled with laughter and joyful voices. The devil Ryan Howe had gotten right to Adam's heart. He tried to reassure the screaming guy in an even tone that he wasn't going to die. The devil just needed a little lever to keep his brain under control. At the same time, in a different place, the man and woman moved as close as possible to each other for a passionate kiss. The man stopped suddenly, and before the kiss could take place, he looked his woman straight in the eye. "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" she asked. "It's okay. We'll continue," he replied, smiling quietly. Meanwhile, Devil Ryan, who was holding Adam's heart with one hand, held out his other hand to Jane with the words, "Give me your hand. I'll show you something." The girl grasped the devil's hand without a second thought. Her eyes turned red. The devil was showing her pictures from her past. Jane first saw a scene where Emily was introducing her older co-worker Adam to her. It was their first introduction. At the time, Adam thought about how Jane looked pretty good. Upon meeting her, Adam concluded that Jane would surely be hard to get, for a certain coldness was clearly read in her. Then the devil showed another picture from the past. There, Adam decided to take a closer look at Emily. He saw the girl as sympathetic to him, so he decided to start with her, thinking that she would be easy. In the next picture, the devil showed Emily urging Adam not to hide in corners because there were other couples in the company, and there was nothing wrong with that. Adam noted that they were different from other couples. He was just in the process of being promoted and didn't want the chief to find out about his relationship at a time like this. Adam was afraid that the chief would think that he wasn't looking for a promotion, but was into something else. Emily was hurt, but she silently and sympathetically accepted his position. It was raining and it was late evening. Someone knocked on Adam's apartment. The boy was surprised that someone had come so late. It was Emily. Adam was not happy to see her and rebuked the girl by saying that they had agreed to meet her only at Emily's house. The boy was annoyed that the girl had disobeyed him. Emily, in tears, showed Adam a photo on her phone. The photo was of her in the nude. She was now furious, asking if he had sent the photo to everyone. Adam calmly asked where Emily had gotten that from. The girl yelled that she had been told that it could be downloaded in one group for a fee. Emily repeated her question again. She was sure it was Adam who had sent out her picture to everyone. A voice from the apartment asked Adam who had come in so late. The boy said aloud, unashamedly, "It's a shame she's here today. It's annoying." The whole world seemed to crumble inside Emily at that moment. Adam then looked the girl straight in the eye and asked her to just get over it. He revealed that she wasn't the only one being surreptitiously filmed at the company. "Do you have to be here looking like this?" he asked, giving Emily a dismissive look. The unhappy girl had no words to express her feelings. Adam, however, calmly took her by the shoulders and told her that they needed to part ways. He added that he was very busy right now, and if Emily wanted to talk, they could do so tomorrow. Emily walked away from him confused and angry. Adam tried to catch up with her to talk things over again. However, the girl said they had nothing to talk about. She threatened that she would uncover all of their schemes and make it all public. Adam yelled that she was crazy. She had no proof, and no one would believe her. He asked if Emily knew who was behind it all. In his opinion, she could accomplish nothing but put herself in mortal danger. Emily replied that she wanted to die anyway. Adam said that Emily shouldn't blame him for this. The girl was in so much pain that she couldn't hear his words. That evening, security guard Lewis unwittingly witnessed Emily and Adam's altercation. After a while, Adam was standing in front of an unknown man who asked him to quiet Emily down a bit, to get her to shut her mouth. Adam was at a loss. But his interlocutor revealed that all it takes is the push of a button on his phone, and Emily's photo will be in every corner of this company. Adam couldn't make up his mind to take this terrible step for some time. The unknown man prodded him, saying that Adam didn't have enough courage to let go of the one he'd slept with. It worked, and Adam snatched up the phone to prove he had the courage to do the deed. The decision was made, the deed was done. The interlocutor hinted that Adam now had prospects. It meant that his anticipated promotion was not far off. Sitting in his office, Adam didn't seem to have any remorse for what he had done. In fact, he was determined to finish Emily off morally. He sent the girl a text message that said, "Die!" He was pleased with himself, a hero who trampled one innocent fate. Ryan Howe, the devil, decided it was probably safe to stop there. He let go of Adam's heart and pulled his hand out of it. "What have you done to me, demon?" With those words, Adam fell to the floor like a soft-bodied doll. "That's all, Jane." The devil turned to the girl after looking at Adam. Jane sobbed. Her eyes were red, not from the devil's charms, but from tears and rage. "Who is he?" she shouted with hatred. Adam was undeniably responsible for Emily's death. However, there were a lot of dark spots in this story. There were still those who pushed this situation with Jane's friend to such an ending. On the chair, sipping alcohol from a glass, sat the same mysterious stranger with gold earrings in both ears. "Indeed, a good fairy tale has no end," he said, smiling. It was the same thing again. Devil Ryan Howe was puzzled that he was once again unable to see that mysterious man's face. Who the hell was he? Why aren't the devil's powers acting on him? Meanwhile, Jane rushed to Adam, who was lying on the floor with her interrogations. She demanded that he immediately tell her who had encouraged him to send out Emily's pictures. Adam replied that he didn't know. "How can you not know? Tell me!" Jane shouted in a rage, rubbing the boy's jacket. Adam covered his head with his hands and admitted that all he knew was that he helped deal with leaked files from the group. He was also known for being able to straighten out any case within the company. "It's like he's our guardian angel," the boy added fearfully, looking at Jane. These words were like an electric shock to the devil's ears. His eyes turned fiery red again. "Huh?" he said, "guardian angel. How about that?" "Where can I meet him?" the devil asked, leaning over to Adam. He wasn't particularly aware of it, but he knew that the man was usually always present on the day of the annual press conference. Devil Ryan Howe touched his finger to Adam's forehead. The devil noted that the boy wasn't lying. Jane asked what it was that Ryan was doing. The devil replied that he had to erase his memories of that day, since he didn't want Adam to blab about it. After a while, Adam fell into a sound sleep. Jane said they just had to wait for the press conference and then... She couldn't finish her sentence. The devil turned and looked at the girl puzzled. Tears clattered to the floor, falling from the girl's eyes. Devil Ryan Howe approached Jane and carefully wiped away her tears. "Don't cry," he soothed the girl. The devil convinced Jane that she had done everything she could. It was Adam's fault that Emily was driven to suicide. All they had to do was figure out how to punish him. Jane was at odds with only revealing it. That chat room, all those people covered in darkness who turned women into commodities, they were all in on it. To denounce these people was Jane's main desire now, and in the time remaining, she would like to fulfill it. The devil asked if the girl was worried that she herself might die. Jane answered that she was worried, and she was certainly scared, except that she had no right to retreat. The girl leaned her head against the devil's chest. It warmed her to think that she and Emily could meet after death. Then she could finally look her friend in the eye with a clear conscience. And to say she dealt with everyone who tormented her, just as Emily had helped her once as a child. "You're tired," the devil noted quietly, leaning his hand on the girl's forehead. He wanted to give the girl some rest from everything that had been going on in her life lately. As soon as he touched her with his hand, Jane fell asleep. The devil looked slyly toward Adam lying on the floor. "As for you, prepare to take your punishment." These words were addressed to the lad. A girl with long dark hair sitting on the bed of the same mysterious man. He was sitting there just looking out the window. The girl quietly got out of bed and made her way toward the man. "What are you thinking? You woke up and didn't even say a word to me," she said, walking to the man from behind and putting her arms around his neck. At that moment, the phone rang. The man picked up his phone and, without turning to the girl, informed her that it was time to leave. The girl agreed and asked him to call if he missed her. The girl walked over to the closet to get dressed. She could hear the man telling someone that he asked them not to call him after hours. "Now that you figured it out, why call? What's up with that person?" he asked. The girl overheard that he had arranged to meet someone at the old place. The man was starting to get nervous. "How many times do I have to tell you, don't get involved? Solving problems is my concern. What makes you decide to take it all on yourself?" he said irritably, and added that there was no need to teach him any more. The girl tried to stay dressed longer so she wouldn't miss anything of their conversation. She was going to overhear everything from beginning to end. The man, however, was vigilant. He saw the girl's reflection in the facets of his glass and asked his companion to wait while he sorted something out. He wondered aloud if a naughty little man had been eavesdropping on their conversation all this time. The girl smiled and apologized, making the excuse that her dress was a little tight and it took longer to get it on. "Shall I go?" the girl asked timidly. The man loomed over her like a gloomy shadow, saying that nothing could be done, but he was too angry now. So the girl had only her tragic fate to blame. The girl's eyes suddenly widened with surprise. In the reflection of her eyes, you could see the man across the room suddenly have wings. Meanwhile, Jane was sleeping peacefully. A candle burned in a cozy yellow light on the nightstand beside the bed. The girl seemed to be having a restless dream. She was making occasional indistinct noises. Suddenly, with a cry of "No!" Jane jumped up sharply on the bed. God, I think she was having a nightmare. She looked around and was surprised to see that she was at Ryan Howe's house. When had he brought her here? "Wake up?" Ryan asked, entering the room. He was carrying a tray of food in one hand and smiled sweetly. Jane noticed that it was already dark. It looked like she had slept for a long time. The devil decided to tease the girl and said that while carrying her, he almost broke all his wings. Jane awkwardly apologized. The devil asked her to eat at least a little. With those words, he placed a tray of food on the side table. Jane couldn't think about food right now. She was very concerned about what the devil had done to Adam. The devil admitted that he'd just left him there, at Emily's house. It was not at all what the girl expected to hear. She asked the devil indignantly how he could have let him go. Ah, well, had he really just taken him and left him there? Jane cried out that Adam should at least be punished as the devil had promised. Ryan Howe tried to quiet the girl. He asked Jane to cool down and just listen to him carefully without interrupting. Ryan Howe reminded Jane that he is the devil after all. He assured me that there was no one who understood the essence of fear better than he did. Adam, for a long time after the devil had left with Jane, just lay on the floor. He was either asleep or in oblivion. Finally, he woke up. He scratched the back of his head, but Adam couldn't figure out where he was. Why is he here? The guy's eyes were desperately running around the apartment. As the devil had erased his memory, he was frightened by the fact that he didn't understand how he'd gotten to this place. And most importantly, why? Adam tried to get up. Suddenly, the lock on the front door clicked, and Emily entered the apartment. The boy screamed in terror like a madman. He was trembling with fear, and he couldn't say a word properly. Adam scurried away, reassuring himself as he went that it was all a dream and not real. As he pressed the button on the elevator, he kept consoling himself that he was just having a nightmare. It couldn't be. That girl was long dead, smashed to bits. It was definitely just a dream. He left on the elevator from the 4th floor, but arrived on the same 4th floor again. God, Adam was terrified. The elevator door opened, and Adam's face contorted in an eerie grimace. Impossible, he thought, and fell to the floor. Emily was about to enter the elevator with some guy. The boy asked Adam if everything was all right, but the girl told him not to talk to him, but to go downstairs faster. It wasn't until the elevator doors began to close that Adam saw that it wasn't Emily at all. Adam walked down the hallway, furious that Jane had found people like Emily and was now playing with him, trying to drive him crazy. He vowed out loud to kill her for these shenanigans. Then he finally stepped out of the house into the street. A woman's voice suddenly sounded behind him. It was Emily's voice. She was saying that there was no way she was going to let him leave. The next thing he knew, he felt like he was going crazy. Everywhere he looked, he saw Emily. He saw her face in every girl. It made him feel sick and creepy. A lot of people with Emily's face were harassing Adam. Some offered to help. Some noted his unhealthy complexion. And others said that Adam was strange and scary just by looking at him. In fact, Adam was scared shitless himself. He suddenly started laughing hysterically, claiming it wasn't real, that none of it was true. Adam leaned against the wall of the building and yelled for Jane to come out and stop playing with him already. There was no one on the street with a face like Emily's. All the people went about their business, and they looked at Adam like he was a lunatic who'd escaped from the asylum. The devil told Jane all this, and she apologized to him and thanked him. Ryan Howe embarrassedly pointed out that no thanks were necessary, and proudly added that he was a pro at this sort of thing. The girl unbuttoned her blouse. The devil asked what she was doing, joking that she didn't accept payback in kind. Jane gave him her hands, explaining that she too should honor the terms of their mutual agreement. For the kind of help the devil had given the girl today, she allowed him to bite herself. Devil Ryan Howe stood in indecision. The girl hurried him to bite sooner to restore Ryan's strength. Ryan Howe pulled his hand toward her and then froze. It seemed to him that the girl herself was completely exhausted. Jane wondered why he had stopped. The devil noted to himself that he had just felt sorry for Jane. Wait, but that shouldn't be the case. He'd helped Jane, and now she had to pay back. Ryan Howe had never broken the rules for anyone in this world. He thought one thing, but said aloud that this time the payment would be painful. Jane nodded readily. Devil Ryan Howe savored the tender skin on the girl's neck. Blood trickled down her neck. Jane felt pain, and the devil felt pleasure. The next day, Alan Atwood sleeps peacefully in his bed. It's that mysterious man with the gold earrings in his ears. He has a large and rather unusual tattoo on his broad, muscular back. The answering machine on the door lock sounded, "Password correct, door open." A tall, dark-haired man entered. The first thing he saw was Alan asleep. He was covered with a blanket up to his waist, and his powerful back with the mysterious tattoo was defiantly exposed to his visitor. The dark-haired man's name is Nathan, and now he's walked right up to Alan's bed. Nathan threw his shirt on Alan and asked him to get up, for he knew that he was already awake. Alan turned and stretched languidly in bed. He was in no hurry to comply with the intruder's request. "And I wonder who it is that's come. What do you want?" Alan Atwood said in a sleepy, disgruntled voice. Nathan took the TV remote in his hand. The guest said in a stern tone and clicked the remote control. "Breaking news. A case of taking a person's life has been filed. A dead body was found in a famous hotel last night." A news anchor of a popular TV channel broadcast. He added that the victim was on her knees. The woman's body was completely exsanguinated. It was also learned from the news that there were no injuries on the body, and sexual intercourse was recorded before the death. In addition, the hotel did not provide any information about the guest who was staying in the room. It proved impossible to get information from the surveillance cameras. The news ended with the anchor reporting that the police were currently checking the hotel. Nathan asked Alan without turning around, "This is your doing, isn't it?" Why ask when the answer is already known? Alan grinned and called his act a work of art, emphasizing that no one else could do it but him. "A work of art?" Nathan blurted out and threw the remote at the man. He had told Alan many times not to cross the line and take people's lives. He had told Alan many times not to cross the line and take people's lives. Alan stood up and started to dress. He ironically said that he had just overdone it a bit, and that it would be easy for the golden son of the Wang family to make it go away. He was referring to the dynasty that owned the Van Group. Nathan asked, puzzled, if Alan realized how many people and money were needed to solve this problem. Alan grimaced, rolling his eyes grudgingly. He suddenly grabbed his guest sharply by the throat. Alan was going to remind Nathan who had made him the owner of all the resources he had not been able to access before. Holding the man tightly, he emphasized that they had been given everything they wanted for generations in exchange for serving him. Nathan could barely squeeze out a word of mercy. Alan warned him that if he ever spoke like that again, he would end up like the woman from the hotel. Of course Nathan understood. Nathan stood at the door and rubbed his throat. Bloody deity, he thought. Meanwhile, Nathan's cell phone rang. Someone reported that regarding the media outlet they were talking about earlier, their reporters have already spread the rumor of Eden Wang's affair. Looks like this news was just in time. If you want to take attention away from some news, you have to cover it with other more shocking news. At this time, Ryan Howe was trying to prepare a new culinary masterpiece in the kitchen. Holding an ingredient in one hand and his phone in the other, he was reading a recipe. It said to add 1,000-year-old eggs to the porridge when it thickened. What kind of eggs were those? Switching from the recipe to the cooking itself, Ryan threw in the ingredient he held in his hand and figured it didn't make a difference whether he added more or less. The pot was bubbling with something that looked more like a witch's potion than a culinary masterpiece. Not going to get poisoned, Ryan thought, and looked at his cooking contentedly. Suddenly, Jane walked in. God, what is that man doing in the kitchen? Ryan indignantly announced that he was making her porridge, can't you see? Jane covered her nose with her hand and said that of course she had handed him her life. But that didn't mean it was necessary to take her life now and in this way. What does she even know about it? Plenty of people would only dream of tasting porridge from a celebrity like him. Ryan called Jane a stupid woman. He tried to push Jane away from the table and asked her to leave quickly, or she would only get in his way. The girl suggested that maybe it would be better to just not cook. Ryan Howe asked her not to be annoying. Jane walked toward the exit. As she passed the desk, she heard the sounds of incoming notifications on the phone that lay there. Those were messages from the number 8 members of the Van Group chat room. The chat was discussing the recent news that the identity of the man in a secret relationship with Kathleen Adderley had been revealed. He was the son of the company's owner, Eden Van. This news caused a lot of discussion among the chat participants. In addition, a photo of Eden and Kathleen was also attached to this news. It should be noted that the man's face was not visible, and the girl is definitely Kathleen Adderley, the winner of Best Actress. Some of the participants suggested that this news was purposely launched to divert attention from that hotel news. Some also suggested that Kathleen's ex-boyfriend was Ryan Howe, a spokesman for the company. Eden Van. Apparently no one from the company had actually met him. Jane thought about it, looking at all the chat messages. Jane clicked on the hashtag of the news. The girl enlarged the photo to get a closer look at the man and woman in that photo. No way to see. But somehow the man's face seemed familiar to Jane. Strangely, Jane feels like they've met him somewhere before. Is it really him? Van Group 20 years ago. Paul Wang founded the Van Group Partnership, which later became the Van Group Conglomerate. It took Paul Wang some 6 years to do the unbelievable. He built an entire trading empire. In business circles, this is considered rare good fortune. Only despite this, it's not Paul Wang that people admire the most out of the Wang family. All the glory went to his sons. Nathan Wang is the eldest son. Since childhood, he grew up in the spotlight as the heir to the corporation. Those around him nicknamed him the Pamper of Fortune, Lady Killer, the Prince with the Golden Spoon. The life of his younger brother named Eden Wang, on the other hand, was shrouded in mystery. For the sake of maximizing the protection of Eden Wang's freedom and privacy, the family has bought back every photo ever taken by the paparazzi. The breaking news is that the investigation into the hotel incident involving the woman who was robbed of her life has been completed. Nathan Wang was looking at his clipboard in a puzzled manner. There was a knock at his office. Nathan invited him in and put the tablet away in his desk drawer. "Brother, can we talk?" Eden asked when he entered. Nathan was surprised at his brother's early arrival today, but invited him in. Eden asked about that news about his affair with Kathleen, assuming that his brother was involved. Nathan got up from the table. Eden noted that his brother had organized a meeting that day with a girl he had not even met, and suddenly, he had this picture. Eden noted that Kathleen was being talked about as if she were a celebrity, and that the boy was having an affair with her. Nathan put his hands on his brother's shoulders and asked when he had ever paid attention to these useless publications about his private life. Eden stated that he doesn't care about the news, but he is concerned about why his older brother is doing this. The boy guesses that lately there are some problems in the company, which his brother doesn't tell him about. Nathan noted that there had indeed been some difficulties, but that everything had now been solved. Nathan thanked his brother and asked him not to blame him. Eden asked that if his brother needed his help next time, that he just say so and not put him in that uncomfortable position again. The boy admitted that he felt very uncomfortable. Nathan admitted that he had made a mistake and asked him not to be angry. Nathan wondered why his brother was suddenly so affected by the news about the affair. Had Eden fallen in love? The boy answered with an emphatic, "No!" However, he admitted that he definitely had a thing for one girl. Nathan fussed curiously around his younger brother. He was curious about the girl, whether she was a fellow student, a foreigner, or Uncle Bob's daughter. Eden answered briefly, "No." The boy said that he met this girl when he was interning at the company. The brother called Eden a scoundrel, emphasizing that he had sent him to the company to study, and he immediately ran to find a girl. "I'm not talking to you," Eden said indignantly. Nathan put his hand on his brother's shoulder and asked what her name was. For Eden's sake, he was ready to find out everything about her. Nathan answered that he did not want to tell her name, because if he knew it, his brother would find out everything about her, down to the third generation in her family. Besides, she didn't know who Eden really was yet. She would have to wait until he confessed to her, and then Eden would introduce them. Nathan was upset that his brother had so many secrets from him. Eden thought for a moment. He really did have secrets. However, when he bowed his head, he noted that his older brother definitely had more secrets than he did. He said this and headed for the exit, so that Nathan would not be distracted from his work. As soon as Eden was outside the door, Nathan immediately called someone. On the phone, he asked someone to help him check which of the female employees his brother had gotten the closest to when he was interning incognito. He also asked to make sure Eden didn't find out anything about it. Jane smiled sweetly. Now she was sitting in the chief's office, and he was staring intently into her eyes. The girl was about to leave, unless the chief had any questions for her. "How do you know Ryan Howe? Quickly speak up. Are you two dating?" The man suddenly blurted out. What kind of interrogation is this?" Jane replied that such talk reflected badly on the star's reputation. The chief was still curious why Ryan had given up all the experienced staff and made the girl his assistant, personally proposing her candidacy during the meeting. Jane was uncomfortable with all these questions. Trying to get away with it sooner, the girl replied that Ryan was a very nice person and probably just wanted to support her. Huh? Jane was the only one who knew that, in truth, he just wanted her life. The chief lowered his gaze indifferently and said that if she didn't want to talk, she didn't have to. He emphasized that Jane's main task was to ensure that Ryan Howe would not refuse to be the face of their company. Therefore, the annual press conference is very important to them. Did he say annual press conference? Jane tensed. The chief repeated that she hadn't overheard, and whether they could present the new face of the company depended only on her. "I see," the girl replied, thinking to herself that Ryan had really been a huge help this time. "By the way, it's a good time to ask the question that's been bothering Jane." She asked if by any chance the chief had seen Nancy Freeman, director of finance. He replied that she was on a long-term leave of absence. Jane inquired who requested a vacation in Nancy's place. However, the chief said that she had sent the letter of request herself. It was obvious that he was saddened by this fact, because the departure of the head of the finance department on vacation would hit the team's efficiency hard. Jane was certain that Nancy could not have sent the letter herself. Then who had done it? Standing in the dining room, the women discuss what they will eat for lunch. One of them preferred only coffee, explaining that she was dieting. Her friends didn't understand why she needed coffee if she wasn't fat, but the girl thought that there were 10 kilograms between not fat and slim. Suddenly, one of this female company noticed Jane sitting at one of the tables. The blonde winked that she knew Jane as that girl from the Ryan House scandal news. Ah, she's like Cinderella! Meanwhile, Jane was picking at her plate of food and thinking only of Nancy Freeman. If someone had specifically requested a vacation for her, maybe she was safe now. Jane's thoughts were interrupted by someone's female voice. The girls who had just been discussing her approached Jane. They asked why she was having lunch alone. Then they introduced themselves as employees from the cosmetics department and asked to sit at a table with her. According to them, Jane was on their floor with Ryan Howe. Jane was a little confused. Ryan Howe, all because of him. The brunette suddenly announced that Jane was now quite an influential figure in the company. Jane was very curious why, all of a sudden. The blonde asked Jane not to play dumb, since she was now Mrs. Howe. This surprised Jane even more. One of the girls stated that she, too, would like to be Ryan Howe's personal assistant. But he personally chose Jane. Wow, that's something you don't see on any show. Looks like the girls weren't going to get behind Jane so easily and started asking about how she and Ryan met. Jane realized that any word she said now would be cause for gossip and rumors. However, she decided to say that she worked at the cafe where Ryan was her boss. So Ryan Howe understands her situation well, which is why he offered her another job. Jane noted that Ryan takes care of her like an older brother takes care of his sister. The girls had a friendly admiration for Ryan Howe out loud. They also thought he was a wonderful man. Soon, the girls were already just having fun, changing the subject. Jane looked at them and remembered herself and Emily. Once upon a time, they had had fun just like this. But as time passed, the memories of it began to dissipate. And in that instant, Jane realized that death was oblivion. The girl sat for a while, immersed in her own thoughts. One of the new acquaintances suddenly patted her hand. The girl asked Jane if she'd heard that the company's second heir, Eden Wang, was interning here incognito. She meant the one who had been on the news yesterday. The blonde suggested that it was likely that Jane had interned with him at the same time, and she wondered if she had seen him. Jane tried to make a carefree appearance and replied that she hadn't seen him. Now, thinking back to that time, Jane exits the auditorium. The girl stood in front of the food vending machine to choose something to eat. "Did you sneak out too?" asked Eden Wan, standing behind. The guy smiled and asked if she'd let him through to the machine if she hadn't made up her mind herself yet. Jane didn't mind. Eden remarked aloud that he hadn't even realized that the rookie training session would last so long. Jane joked that it was because the 49-page corporate code seemed to be 49 pages long. The guy laughed. Who wrote that code in the first place? Eden laughed and couldn't stop laughing. Jane was having fun, too. She asked the boy to be quiet, though, or they might get caught. The fun subsided, and the guy introduced himself as intern Eden and bought Jane a drink. Jane also introduced herself by giving her name. She thanked Eden for the drink, he said. No need to thank him since they were both truant after all. After a while, the two were sitting on the steps eating ice cream. Eden remarked that letting go of a dream was also a kind of courage. Jane replied wryly that if you couldn't comfort, you shouldn't even start. But the boy still wanted to try again. It's worth mentioning that at the time, Jane couldn't afford the cost of advanced training and had to let go of her dream of becoming a news anchor. Jane wondered why Eden had come to this company for an internship. Eden admitted that his older brother had sent him here. Jane had thought at the time that his brother must have cared for him very much. Since then, Jane and Eden had become friends who had no secrets from each other, even if they hadn't realized it at the time. After her internship ended, Jane never met Eden again. The girl even wondered what departments the other trainees were assigned to, but no one could answer her question. Jane was distracted from her memories. At this time, her new acquaintances were actively discussing the Wang brothers, arguing about which of them was more attractive. They were talking about which of them would be more suitable for which brother. The blonde suddenly turned to Jane, wondering who she would choose. That would be a hard question to answer right away. Jane thought about it. Two images appeared in her mind, Nathan and Eden. Which one was better? Oh, of course it's the devil Ryan Howe. He's clearly the most handsome of them all. Come on, even in her mind, he's not letting her get away with it. Ryan Howe's voice rang clearly in the girl's head. He was saying that Jane could only choose him. Mentally, Jane chased the image of the devil out of her head. Luckily, the phone rang. Oh, what good timing. Wow, it's a text from Ryan. He says he found something, and it might be a lead. Ryan Howe invited Jane to come over to his house tonight. Ryan Howe greeted Jane with words about why she was taking so long. Jane explained that she'd been rushing as fast as she could after work, but he didn't have a single bus stop near his house. Ryan wryly asked Jane if she couldn't drive. Jane looked at Ryan. He was very handsome. "Straight from the red carpet?" she asked. Ryan replied that he had gotten back early and asked the girl not to be too impressed. Holding up the picture frame to her, Ryan smiled and asked, "I look good today, don't I?" Jane noticed that he smelled so much of his cologne that she couldn't think. Ryan Howe called the girl an iron lady and asked if she had any interest in men. He was outraged that he was so handsome, and Jane wasn't even embarrassed to see him. And he actually got 2 million likes on Instagram today in that outfit. Jane recalled that he'd said something about leads, and that's what she'd come here for. Ryan tossed her some kind of envelope. Jane opened the envelope, and in her hands were printouts of the latest news, which she already knew about as it was. "Is that it?" she asked disappointedly. Ryan Howe asked Jane to look more closely and pay special attention to the dates. The girl looked more closely. Jane noted that all these events happened in a short period of time, and some of them even on the same day, but she did not understand what Ryan was driving at. The man explained that after each publication about the woman's death, a sensation was sure to come out in the next 24 hours. Ryan then pulled the rest of the printouts out of the envelope and asked Jane to look at them as well. It was news from the last 10 or so years. Jane looked at it and concluded that it was all about the Van Group. Ryan pointed out that the news about the Van Group always appeared on the same day as crime stories, and their ratings were quite high. Does he mean to say that the company is purposely dragging the public's attention on purpose? Ryan said that's exactly what he meant, but Jane still couldn't figure out what their case had to do with the news. Ryan Howe stated in a serious tone that these crimes are not the work of man. God, Jane was taken aback by his words. Was there really another devil besides him? Ryan Howe replied that it was probably the work of an angel. That was very strange to hear. Jane wanted to say that if it was an angel, then it... But Ryan continued her sentence with the words, "Then he's good, right?" He then asked Jane if she thought Ryan Howe was bad. The girl thought for a moment. "If my answer was yes, I wouldn't be sitting here," she said, and gently ruffled the hair on the devil's head. Devil Ryan Howe gently removed Jane's hands, emphasizing that he'd spent 40 minutes on that style at the barbershop. Jane quipped that it was no wonder his hair was so sticky then. The man looked in the mirror and tried to arrange his hair normally again. Jane thought aloud that if he was really an angel who took people's lives, it was worth finding out how dangerous he was. Admiring his reflection, Ryan Howe uttered, "Danger? What is danger?" Jane sighed. Why was she suddenly worried about him? He didn't care. By the way, Jane said she tried to find out about Nancy Freeman today, and it turns out she sent a letter to the post office asking for a long-term leave of absence. Nancy, meanwhile, woke up in a place she didn't understand. Struggling to open her eyes, there were only 2 questions in her mind: how long she had slept, and where she was now. Nancy's mind suddenly conjured up blurry images of being carried by a man into a van, and the words that she would be transported as a VIP client. The girl desperately jerked the arm to which the IV catheter was attached. The nurse's sharp voice told Nancy not to pull it out. She warned that if you jerked it like that, you could lose blood. The girl lifted herself from the bed and began begging the nurse to save her and call the police, explaining that she had been kidnapped and brought here. She also added that her name was Nancy Freeman. The nurse was silent for a while, and Nancy speculated aloud that she was in league with those kidnappers. The girl looked around and said she didn't know what she was talking about. The nurse made it clear to her that she was only responsible for Nancy's medication. God, but Nancy knows she's not sick. What other drugs are they injecting her with here? Just sedatives. Keep your voice down, Miss Grace Adamson, the nurse replied. Grace Adamson? Interjected Nancy. But there was only silence in response. Nancy boiled up and repeated that her name was Nancy Freeman and that she was the director of the financial department of the Van Group, adding that this information could be found on the internet. The girl doesn't understand why she was brought here. Perhaps she has been mistaken for someone else, and this is a mistake. Nancy grabbed the nurse's hand and asked her to help her. Nancy was willing to give anything she asked for. However, the nurse said that the girl just needed to rest and get some sleep. Nancy asked that the girl just check her words, but the nurse already had a syringe of sleeping pills in her hands. I'll be waiting, Nancy managed to say before she passed out from the injection. Nurse Esther asked Nurse Millie if she wanted to have dinner together. Millie replied that she was not hungry and wanted to finish her report. Esther decided to go to dinner alone. Bye, see you later. Millie waved her hand. After waiting for her coworker to leave, Millie walked over to the computer and looked around anxiously. Making sure no one was around, the girl typed into the search engine, Nancy Freeman's Van Group. Millie clicked on the first result the search engine gave her. Watching the video, Millie suddenly pressed pause. It looked like that girl in the room was telling the truth, and she was really Nancy Freeman, the director of the finance department at the Van Group. The nurse opened the clinic's patient file. The card at number 39 had Nancy's picture on it. However, her chart said she was Grace Adamson, unemployed with a hereditary mental disorder. Millie was curious as to what had happened. Nancy? Nancy Freeman! Wake up! The nurse tried desperately to wake the girl. The girl only mumbled inarticulately. Nancy's blurred vision could see now only the indistinct silhouette of Nurse Millie. She asked what she would get for helping Nancy. Millie immediately warned her that she mustn't lose her job. Nancy said she could give her all her money. She also said that they had a girl named Jane working for the company and asked that Millie give her the message that Nancy was at the clinic. The nurse promised to look for this Jane tomorrow morning. Remember, you promised me, Nancy said. The door to the room was ajar, and it seemed someone else had witnessed Nancy's conversation with the nurse. A coworker approached Jane and informed her that she was being looked for at the entrance. Jane asked who was looking for her, but the girl didn't know for sure and assumed it was someone from their company. Meanwhile, Jane was waiting in the hallway for some girl. What kind of stranger wants to meet Jane? The girl really wanted to find out soon. Only Jane approached the stranger and barely had time to say hello to her before the girl took Jane's hand and led her away from people. The stranger put a note in Jane's hand and told her to come to this address in the evening. Jane wanted to read the note, but the girl squeezed her hand and told her not to look until she left. After that, the girl hurriedly left without saying a word about who she even was. Jane stood there puzzled. However, as soon as the girl was out of sight, Jane immediately opened the note. There was an address written on it and that Nancy Freeman was there. Jane quickly headed for the exit, and when she met the first colleague, she asked him to take time off from the boss for her. She explained that she had an urgent matter and could not stay. Jane left before the guy could even think about it. He asked Jane what department she was from, but she didn't hear anything. A moment later, Jane was on the phone with Ryan telling her that she was a stupid woman and that the girl should have been detained. He was outraged that Jane had gotten him involved, not knowing if he could trust the information he'd gotten. The guard told Ryan that he was being too harsh. Jane explained that she had tried to catch up with the stranger, but she had left too quickly. She still had to check it out, whether the information was accurate or not. Ryan Howe replied that he understood and promised to meet already on site. Sitting in the car, Ryan urged the driver to go faster. Soon, all three of them, Ryan Howe, the guard, and Jane, were moving briskly toward the clinic entrance. Here they were already entering the lobby. Through the glass doors of the clinic, you could see trucks departing from the building. 3 container trucks pulled away from the hospital. In each lay a girl patient, strapped tightly to the gurneys. They were all unconscious. Nancy was also on one of these gurneys. Upon entering the main hallway, the trio of heroes were very puzzled by what they saw. The building was completely empty. Only the scattered equipment and the mess around them indicated that work had recently been going on. It looked as if the building had been left in a hurry. Jane rushed to search the closet. Ryan Howe inspected all the beds in the clinic rooms. The guard looked in literally every corner. Soon, all 3 were standing together to share the results of the search with each other. But when asked if there was any evidence left, both Ryan Howe and the guard said they had found nothing. Jane turned to Ryan with a pleading tone in her voice. He understood at once and sent a guard outside to make sure no one got in. When the guard left, Jen apologized to Ryan for constantly making him use his power, but he said that words were useless now and asked her to just catch him when it was over. Ryan Howe began his transformation. His eyes turned black with bright red pupils. With his power, Devil Ryan Howe saw the men gathering and carrying all the necessary equipment out of the clinic. There were a lot of men, and they were all busy. All the men are in identical uniforms, and each man is clearly doing his job. What the hell is going on here? Some men were packing up, while others were wheeling out patients on gurneys. The devil perked up his ears. That same hour, he heard many female voices, and each one begging for help, asking to be let go, threatening, or proving their mental health. One of the girls shouted to remove the drugs. Another promised she wouldn't let them get away with it, calling them the real villains. But what the devil saw a moment later made him especially focused. This was Alan Atwood. He asked the clinic administrator to remember to hire new staff after the move, emphasizing that she needed to know what would happen if it happened again. Oh, that's him, thought the devil. Looks like Ryan Howe knew him. Suddenly, Alan stopped. The girl asked if he wanted anything else. Alan Atwood stood and seemed to be listening to something. What on earth is he doing? Ryan Howe became wary. No way, does Alan really see him now despite Ryan Howe being in the future? Alan Atwood turned to the receptionist and asked her not to linger, to act quickly, and under no circumstances to leave anything important here. The girl obeyed. "Stop!" the devil Ryan Howe uttered to Alan, who was standing with his back to him. The one didn't turn around and began to extend his hand towards Ryan, stating that he didn't like being spied on, and especially not if it was Mr. Devil. After that, Alan Atwood turned around. His eyes turned fiery golden, and a powerful stream of destructive energy flowed from his hand. This stream rushed straight at the devil, causing him inexplicable pain. The devil turned back into a man, and already in real time in the clinic, he began to fall, only managing to shout Jane's name. The girl rushed to Ryan Howe for help. Holding the man down, she tried to shout to him to wake up. Jane was very frightened. "Ryan Howe! Ryan!" Jane called out in desperation. The girl touched the devil's head and noted that he had a fever. Jane realized that something had gone wrong, because things were completely different now than the last time the devil Ryan Howe had used his power. Jane called loudly to the guard for help. Soon, Ryan Howe was taken to the intensive care unit. Doctors noted that the patient was unconscious and his breathing was shallow. They ordered a defibrillator to be prepared. The doctors did their job quickly and cohesively. Behind the glass door, a frightened Jane watched the proceedings. In her mind, she really wanted him to be all right. The guard saw the girl's worries and tried to calm her down as best he could. Jane mentally turned to Ryan Howe. The girl asked that he not leave her. At the first opportunity, the guard asked the nurse how Mr. Ryan was doing. He was told that the cause of his coma had not yet been determined. His test results are very bad, and the doctors have done everything they can. Now, we just have to wait. The guard brought Jane a bag of food and offered her a snack. but the girl replied that she couldn't even eat a bite. It was late evening, and Jane was still sitting outside the room. The doctor was surprised that she was still here and suggested that Jane drive home, promising to let Jane know when Ryan Howe regained consciousness. But Jane still wanted to wait so that Ryan would see her when he woke up. When the doctor left, Jane went to the door to Ryan's room. She stepped up to the window and peered in. The girl looked through the glass. The devil, so strong, seemingly even omnipotent, was now lying on a hospital bed and looked defenseless. Jane figured that if he just waited like that, he wouldn't wake up. And if the doctors can't save his life, maybe she can. Morning came. Ryan Howe's room was filled with the hissing sounds of medical devices. Finally, Ryan Howe opened his eyes. The guard was just standing over his boss so as not to miss the moment when he woke up. When he did, the guard immediately wailed tearfully that the gentleman had scared the hell out of him. Ryan declared that if he got the guard's tears and snot on his face, he would definitely die on the spot. Vigorously looking around, Ryan Howe immediately asked indignantly where that unscrupulous woman had gone. It's the same thing every time. The man thought that, as a superstar, he deserved to be taken care of 24 hours a day. Now he was going to write everything about her in his notebook. Ryan wondered if there was anything more important than him. The guard frowned and said that Miss Jane couldn't come to him. I wonder why that is. Ryan jumped up from his bunk. He urgently needed to know what his bodyguard meant. The guard explained that Jane was lying in the next room. Ryan whirled to the next room and, opening the door, called out loudly to Jane. When he saw that the girl didn't react, he moved closer. Ryan asked that Jane not pretend, and even tried to open one of her eyes himself. "What are you trying to do?" the doctor, who had suddenly entered, asked. Ryan jumped up and shook the doctor, asking what was wrong with Jane. The doctor barely managed to reply that she was fine. Ryan pointed out that just yesterday, this girl was beautiful and rosy-cheeked. But what about her now? Ryan emphasized that even a shriveled corpse looked better than she did now. The doctor was puzzled by this comparison. The man asked Ryan not to worry so much and to just listen. He stated that this girl was fine yesterday. Now she is dehydrated, accompanied by exhaustion. According to the doctor, the girl fainted in Ryan's room and was found by the nurse on duty. The fact that Jane fainted next to the devil explained a lot. Ryan Howe needed to test his hunch, so he asked the doctor to leave him alone with Jane. She couldn't have, could she? With those thoughts in mind, Ryan approached the headboard of the hospital bed. Carefully pulling back the collar of her shirt, Ryan found several bite-like marks on Jane's neck. The man quietly called her stupid. He didn't think there was any reason for her to take such a risk, because Ryan only needed more sleep. Ryan Howe leaned over the girl and, closing his eyes, touched his lips to her forehead. Ryan knew the girl couldn't hear him right now, but nevertheless he wished the girl a good dream and promised that he wouldn't charge this time. Wow, Jane was really dreaming something wonderful. In the dream, her longtime dream came true. She became an anchorwoman. Jane was happy and smiling. Then she dreamed she came home, and that her friend Emily lives next door, who is fine, thankfully. Holding hands, the girls enter the apartment together. There, in the dream, behind the closed door of the apartment where Emily lives, the two friends met again. In the dream, Jane was happy, because all her dreams had finally come true. In reality, tears ran from Jane's eyes. Ryan Howe knew she was definitely having a good dream. So why was she crying? In the meantime, some man had come with a confident stride to his desired destination. At the gatehouse, he was asked to show his passport. The guard looked at the document and clarified the guest's name, after which he handed over the document and thanked me for my cooperation. "I'm back," the man said proudly to himself, and looked straight ahead. A huge sign on the building read, "Van Group, 20 years in service, true to our roots." "True to our roots," the man repeated aloud. Is this some kind of joke? He smiled. Jane drinks juice while sitting relaxed on a bench. The warm spring wind rustles the leaves on the trees. It's been 3 days since the attempt to free Nancy Freeman. Looks like the chain of custody is broken. Jane's cell phone suddenly rang. I got a message from Ryan Howe. He had been forced to develop a new strategy, and now Ryan wanted to let you know that he had signed a base contract with the Van Group. Now, Ryan Howe is in charge of scouting the situation at the Van Group. A bodyguard has taken over the hotel crime case, and Jane must take care of restoring her health. One thing was certain. They wouldn't stop until they found her. Finishing her juice, Jane threw the empty packet into the trash can. The girl realized that it was necessary to get well as soon as possible, because health is the capital of the revolution. Now she would do some exercise, and her strength would return to her body. Just a little more, and all the criminals would be in trouble. Jane was approached by a girl from the medical staff of the clinic where she was being treated. Jane thought it was time for rounds, but the girl said that Jane had a visitor. Smiling embarrassedly, the girl noted that Jane's guest was so handsome. Did Ryan Howe arrive so quickly? As she left, the nurse remarked that there were a lot of good-looking guys around Jane. I wonder what she means. Jane followed the nurse, but stopped suddenly. She was haunted by the feeling that she was being watched. Or maybe Jane was just too impressionable lately. The nurse asked what was wrong, but Jane decided to pull herself together, and they went into the building. In the room, there were a bunch of different boxes and a whole basket of fruit on a table. Jane's visitor was Eden Wong, and now he was pacing back and forth in the room, rehearsing the words he might say to Jane when they met. It had been so long since they had seen each other, and now he had no idea what would be the best thing to say. Eden ran through a bunch of phrases in his head. Everything he'd thought he'd say when they met seemed so old-fashioned to him now. He patted his cheeks in frustration. Suddenly, Eden heard voices outside the door and was confused. Among the voices was Jane's familiar voice. The girl entered the room and was very surprised to see her fellow student there. Eden smiled toward Jane, noting that they hadn't seen each other in a while. In room number 309, longtime friends met. Jane learned that right after that training, Eden had gone to study abroad again. Now it was clear why she hadn't seen him again after the internship ended. Eden confessed that being overseas, he often thought back to the time they had spent together with Jane. In addition, he was very sorry for hiding his identity back then, so now he wanted to apologize to Jane. The girl wasn't quite sure what exactly he wanted to apologize for. Jane told Eden that he had nothing to apologize for, since non-disclosure of identity was his right. Besides, the guy's situation was pretty specific, too. Jane was sure that if he'd told her all that, she wouldn't have believed him, and she would have called him a liar. Eden didn't understand why he was a liar. Jane explained that if he was handsome and rich, he must be a liar, because there were no such men in nature. Eden blushed. He was embarrassed that Jane had called him handsome, but the girl relaxed, saying that she was just stating a fact, and she had tastes like any other normal person. At that moment, another visitor, Ryan Howe, came to Jane with a package in his hand. He strode confidently into the room and announced that her star courier had arrived. Seeing another man in the room, Ryan felt a sense of inexplicable anger. Who the hell is this guy next to Jane? Eden looked at the guest who had entered and thought about the fact that he had seen him on television. Ryan Howe looked at the boy, then at Jane. He was now trying to tell Jane with his mind that she had better explain why an inferior man was in her room. Ryan Howe made a whole speech in his mind, but in reality he couldn't get a word out of himself, and just mumbled. Jane couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Eden stood up, gave his name, and extending his hand to Ryan, introduced himself as Jane's friend. "Jane?" Ryan interjected irritably. Eden repeated himself and asked the man what his name was. Ryan Howe was outraged that there is still someone in this country who doesn't know the famous Ryan Howe. Is that even normal? Jane laughed and asked Ryan if it was necessary to be angry about it. The girl then turned to Eden. She apologized, explaining that it's Ryan Howe's top idol, and he's always like that, so you shouldn't pay attention. Ryan resentfully stated that he was lying down in the hospital, even though he had just gotten out of it. Jane laughed. Eden simply remained silent in bewilderment. Those words made the guy think. Oh, so that's it. So he has a rival. Ryan Howe, in his indignation, almost forgot that he had brought Jane something to eat. He puffed up resentfully and handed the girl a bag of food. A man entered Nathan Wang's office. He told him that this afternoon his brother had gone to the hospital to check on one of the company's employees, and that it was probably the girl Nathan wanted to find out about. He said this and handed the boss a package with everything he had found on the girl. As soon as the man had left, Nathan looked at everything he had brought him. Suddenly he saw something that made him tense up. In the girl's file, under Family Ties, it said that Jane's father, Jordan Blair, was listed as missing in action. How is that possible? The fact that Jane was Jordan Blair's daughter surprised and alarmed Nathan. Meanwhile, Jane slept peacefully in her room. A man named Jordan leaned over Jane's hospital bed. His eyes were full of sadness. Eden exchanged phone numbers with Jane. When he was already at home, he sent her a message saying, "I came by unannounced today. I hope I didn't interfere with your vacation." Jane replied that she was glad to meet an old friend. Oh, wow. She said she was glad. Eden thought he'd have to find a cute post-it to answer. His brother was already waiting for him at the house. Nathan's presence was unexpected. Eden confessed to his brother that he had scared him. Nathan noticed that Eden looked happy and asked if something good had happened to him. Eden waved it off, replying that he was just meeting a friend. "With Jane Blair?" inquired Nathan abruptly. Eden wondered how his brother could have known that. Was Nathan sending someone to follow him again? His brother explained that he was just worried about the friends Eden was making. The heir to the Wang dynasty must realize that there are countless eyes on their every move. "Jane Blair is taboo," Nathan told his younger brother unhesitatingly. Eden did not understand why. Nathan had said that it was all about her name and that he absolutely forbade contact with anyone named Blair. Nathan did not mind anyone, but he told him to forget about Jane. Eden wondered if he could find out the reason for this categorization, or could it no longer be talked about? Nathan thought for a long time, and Eden said nervously that if his brother did not give one reasonable reason, he would not change his plan. What was the plan? The boy admitted that he liked Jane and was going to get her this time. The next day, Jane is packing her things because her treatment has ended. Jane suddenly heard the nurse talking to a man. He said he'd stopped by to check on someone, but he had to go. Jane listened. The man's voice sounded very familiar to Jane. The girl quickly went to the nurse and asked where the man she had just talked to was. The nurse said that he had already left. Jane ran in the direction the nurse said the man had gone. The girl knew to whom that voice belonged, and she could not confuse it with any other, for it had been him then, too. Jane Blair's school years. A lot of people with colorful umbrellas are coming out of the school. It's raining heavily. From everywhere you can hear parents talking to their children. Jane listened to all this talk, and in her heart she was very much offended. She stood all alone in the crowd of people with umbrellas. Only the sound of torrents of rain hitting the sidewalk hissed everywhere. The girl could hear the words of the people walking beside her. A mother walking with her son looked back and saw Jane. The woman asked her son if it was the same girl who was in the same class with him. She also noted that Jane was the best student, even though her parents did not care about their own daughter. The boy said that Jane does not socialize with anyone and is not particularly friendly. In addition, there were a lot of problems from her, because people who were persecuting her father came to school. The boy's mother was horrified by this news and told her son not to bully his classmate. Jane was still standing outside the school. She was very sad that she was without an umbrella. The girl couldn't wait for the rain to stop. Suddenly, a strange man walked towards her. He walked right up to Jane and stopped. The man inquired whether the girl's mom didn't show up for the final parent-teacher conference. "And you are Mom's friend?" Jane asked timidly. The man didn't think that was the right wording. Without saying anything extra, he handed the girl a yellow umbrella and told her to hurry back home and remember to dress warmly. Jane clutched the umbrella to her chest and thanked the strange uncle. He just silently turned around and walked away. The girl suddenly called out to the man and asked him to stop. He did. "You're Daddy, aren't you?" asked Jane with hope in her childish, naive eyes. It was raining heavily that day. And Jane couldn't hear his answer. Now an adult Jane rushes down the hospital corridor, hoping to catch up with the man who had the same voice as the uncle who gave her the umbrella that day. Maybe he hadn't answered her at all that day, but she felt it was her father. The girl nervously pressed the elevator button and begged for the door to open faster. The door opened and Jane sank down. She realized she hadn't made it in time. Ryan Howe came out of the elevator. When he saw Jane, he assumed she had come out to meet him. He then asked where Jane's things were. The girl replied that since he had come, she would go get them now. Jane looked tired. Ryan Howe asked how she was doing, if she was hurting, or if anyone had hurt her. The girl asked him to just drive her home. Of course he would. That's why Ryan Howe was here. But the sight of the girl made him ask again if she was okay. Jane is unpacking her bag in her apartment. Ryan asked if Jane was sure she wanted to stay here and what was wrong with his apartment. Jane wanted to stay home. Ryan Howe reminded the girl that an unknown person had broken into her house not too long ago. What would happen if someone threatened her safety again? Jane noted that it is still unknown whether Nancy Freeman is alive, and they have no leads left. The girl is afraid that they will have a chance to get the kidnappers only in one case. But Jane doesn't feel fear, and she's not going to run away. She's ready to fight. Ryan Howe looked at Jane with admiration. Then he looked at the bag he'd brought with him and thought, maybe he should give it to her right now. It's about time! But suddenly the doorbell rang. And who is it? Ryan wondered. Jane didn't know. She wasn't expecting anyone. It was a courier. After confirming Jane's details, he said he had a package for her. Jane closed the door and looked at the box in puzzlement. Ryan was eager to find out what was in it. The girl noticed that she hadn't ordered anything. Jane looked at the delivery note and saw that the package was from Eden. Ryan Howe also had time to read the sender's name. He thought about what this human creep needed after all. Jane finally opened the box. Wow, what's so pretty? It looks like a weekend dress. Ryan Howe knew it was this year's top model from a famous designer. But why would Eden give it to him? Jane didn't know. The gift also came with a note asking Eden not to deny him the pleasure of accompanying Jane to the Van Group's annual press conference the following week. Ryan Howe went ballistic. He ordered Jane to send the dress back. The girl was taken aback by this reaction. Open it! Ryan Howe said as he tossed Jane his gift bag. Jane opened the bag, and there was another dress in it. Unlike the first, it was black in color. Jane pointed out that the two dresses were worth more than her salary for 6 months. I'd say 2 years, Ryan Howe emphasized. Standing behind him, the man asked what dress Jane would choose, noting that she needed to make up her mind. Ryan wondered if Eden had decided to get Jane with the dress. He thought it was ridiculous, since Jane wasn't corrupt. Jane replied in confusion that she wouldn't choose any of them. Ryan didn't immediately understand the meaning of her words. A moment later, however, there was an expression of deep surprise and indignation on his face at the same time. Jane smiled and said she had already decided what dress she was going to wear. The girl walked over to the closet. At the very bottom of the closet is that cherished Jane box. The girl remembered how Emily had once bought a sewing machine specifically to make her a dress. "Can I not wear that hackwork you're sewing?" Jane asked her friend ironically then. However, Emily assured her that Jane would definitely have to wear it. She wanted her friend to wear the dress to the wedding. The sounds of the sewing machine remain in Jane's memory to this day. Jane stated to Ryan that she already had a dress from her personal designer. 6 days until the press conference. Ryan Howe is absorbed in the filming process. 5 days before the press conference. The stylist explains to Jane what costume to use for which event. Jane must make sure to write everything down, memorize it, and not forget or miss anything. 4 days until the press conference, and Ryan Howe and Jane are getting pretty tired of all the filming and fans. 3 days before the press conference, Jane is studying the script of the event. She has been told a lot of nuances that must be taken into account, and nothing must be mixed up. 2 days before the press conference, Jane and Ryan met with the security guard to see if there was any progress on the hotel crime. He said that something happened 3 months before the incident. He was asked to be quick about it. 1 day before the press conference, the Louise X building, Ryan's car pulled up in front of the building. Ryan Howe looked in the mirror to make sure there was nothing wrong with his hair and overall appearance. After making sure everything was perfect, the man got ready to go. Jane asked if she could go with him. Ryan assured her that there was no need to worry, because it was just a private meeting, and in such a place. He believed that nothing terrible could happen. Still, Jane didn't understand why Nathan Van had invited Ryan to the meeting the day before the press conference. Ryan Howe reminded him that he was not an ordinary person. Besides, there should be a lot of influential people from the Van group at today's meeting, and it was a good chance to get more information. Ryan Howe looked at Jane with a special tenderness and smiled. He then asked that the guard get the girl home safely. That was his assignment for the day. Whereupon Ryan Howe got out of the car. Jane wanted to stop him, but Ryan said goodbye and told her to expect good news from him. Jane was very uneasy at heart. The guard tried to calm Jane, assuring her that everything would be all right and that there was nothing beyond Mr. Howe's control. True enough, Jane agreed, thinking about the fact that he was being labeled the devil after all. The guard was about to take Jane home, but she asked to be dropped off at the candy store beforehand. The girl was going to make some sweets. Ryan Howe is trying so hard, so we should make him something as a reward. Meanwhile, Ryan Howe arrived at the designated meeting place. At the entrance to the restaurant, he was greeted and invited to come through. Nathan Wang met Ryan in person and thanked him for agreeing to come to the meeting. Ryan Howe also welcomed Nathan. Nathan said that it was an honor to meet Ryan and that he had wanted to talk to him for a long time. Then Nathan added that his good friend, Mr. Alan Atwood, also wanted to meet Ryan. The name hurt Ryan's ears. Oh, what a meeting. This is something Ryan Howe certainly didn't expect. You? Was all he could say, looking at Alan's smug grin. Alan Atwood sat on a large sofa surrounded by girls. His friends sat in chairs next to each other with their companions as well. Here we meet, superstar, Alan stated wryly. Pouring wine into his glass, Ryan was complimented that he was more attractive in real life than on screen. With those words, one of the girls offered Ryan Howe a drink. Ryan Howe wondered why he had been called here. After all, there was no way Alan could have found out about his and Jane's plan. Maybe they'd been separated on purpose. He was also worried that if the skirmish was right there, it would hurt the others present as well. Alan smirked contemptuously. It was amazing to him that the devil could care about the fate of useless people. I'm going to cry, he thought ironically, reading the devil's mind. All he really had to do was snap his fingers, and everyone here would die. Alan Atwood was very cocky, and his smirk was really annoying to Ryan. He frowned in a way that made the girl sitting next to him think she'd already said something wrong. Alan Atwood remarked that since the girl had insulted the representative of their company, she should be punished. With these words, he touched her neck with his hand. With a harsh tone, the devil ordered Alan to take his hands off the girl and grabbed the man's arm tightly. Alan admonished Ryan for grabbing rather hard. His hand became as hot as fire. Ryan Howe pulled his hand back sharply, burning himself. Entering the restroom, Alan asked Ryan why his hand was red. Ryan Howe looked at his palm and was surprised to see that Alan had managed to burn his skin. How many human souls has he consumed? Ryan Howe washes his hands and thinks about whether he can defeat this creep while in his devilish guise. However, all his thoughts boiled down to only one thing, that he missed Jane madly. He was about to pull out his phone and call Jane to at least hear her voice. All for that man? That woman? Alan's voice sounded next to Ryan. I wonder what he wants. Alan wondered what was so special about that woman that she'd gotten the devil himself to serve her. Serve? Ryan interjected. Alan Atwood came up close to Ryan and said that the devil can't have feelings for a human being, can he? Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a fiery golden light. Alan smiled evilly and said that the devil didn't even have a heart. Would he suffer like a normal person, assuming something happened to his woman? The devil told Alan to shut up. Just dare to touch her and I will destroy you, Ryan Howe said threateningly, and his eyes began to redden with rage. How frightening! laughed Alan Atwood right in the devil's face. The man stated to Ryan that he shouldn't throw around loud words. After saying that, Alan soared upwards and disappeared. Ryan Howe was furious. What a bummer! In this condition, the devil will never catch up with him. Ryan Howe was mad at himself for not being in the best shape for such a confrontation. Mentally, he asked Jane to wait for him and disappeared as well. At the same time, Jane had just finished making the sweets and came out of the candy store. It was very cold outside. Jane thought only about how the meeting was going at Ryan Howe's. Immersed in her thoughts, the girl stumbled. There was an unexplainable rumbling sound, and a silhouette flashed across the night sky. Jane froze. Alan Atwood came face to face with her and looked directly into the girl's eyes, noting that she was the most ordinary-looking person in the world. Jane stood motionless, unable to say anything or move. There was only a mute question in her eyes. The box of candy fell out of her hands and hit the sidewalk. Jane coughed. Alan Atwood grabbed the girl by the throat and squeezed so hard that Jane couldn't breathe. She barely had the strength to ask to be let go. Alan asked Jane what was so special about her that she was able to attract even the devil. "What did you do to Ryan Howe?" she asked Jane, barely breathing, through the words. Alan marveled that, being in this position, this girl wasn't worried about someone else. He held Jane by the throat with one hand and ran the other over her body. "You want to worry. Worry about yourself," he said, and flashed his eyes. That hour, huge white wings grew behind his back. Wow, was this man really an angel? Contrary to all stereotypes, this angel was terrifying. Alan Atwood rustled his wings and appeared before the girl in his true form, calling it a gift from God. Jane looked at him in amazement. There was no fear in her eyes, only surprise and anxiety. Angel Alan Atwood picked up the girl and soared with her somewhere upward. A second later, he was already standing with Jane on the very edge of the roof of the Van Group building. Jane desperately fluttered her legs in the air. Angel held her by the throat on an outstretched arm, so that at any moment he could have let go, and Jane would have fallen from the height of a multi-story building. She knew what this place was. Alan confirmed her guess, saying it was the same place where her friend had crashed. Jane spat contemptuously at the angel. The man only laughed back, mockingly suggesting that the girl didn't like the view. But he had chosen this place on purpose, because he wanted both Jane and her girlfriend to die in the same place. Jane tried to call out to Ryan Howe. Alan Atwood loosened his grip a little and started the countdown with the number 5. 4. And he took 2 fingers off the girl's neck. 3. He was now holding Jane's neck with 2 fingers. He then said that Jane's savior wasn't coming, so it was time to go to Emily's girlfriend. Missing 2 and 1 in his countdown, the angel let the girl go. Jane flew down from a huge skyscraper. She fell and thought, "Is this really how it's going to end?" Jane wasn't afraid for herself even now. She was only hurt that she'd never gotten revenge for her friend. As she fell down, she mentally apologized to Emily. Tears came to Jane's eyes. But suddenly, through her tears, Jane saw a blurry but painfully familiar silhouette in the sky. Was it Ryan Howe? "Jane!" he shouted, trying to catch up to the falling girl. Jane falls and seems about to reach the ground. He flew so fast that sparks and feathers flew from his wings. Oh, Ryan Howe made it. He caught Jane on the fly and wrapped his arms around her tightly. Immediately, they flew upward. Standing on the roof of the building, Ryan Howe put his arm around Jane and whispered that she didn't have to be afraid, because he was there for her now. "You're a little late, Mr. Devil," the angel said, folding his arms, with his usual nasty grin. Devil Ryan Howe replied that it wasn't Alan's place to call him Mr. Hiding Jane behind his back, he announced that from now on it was a battle of just the 2 of them. Ryan turned his head slightly toward Jane and tried to reassure her by telling her that nothing would happen to him. "You should hurry up," Ryan Howe added. Oh no, what's he up to? Jane was worried sick. She suddenly remembered asking Ryan what would happen if he used the superpower. Then he replied that he'd never tried it before. But he can't use it right now, can he? "Ryan Howe, don't!" yelled Jane desperately, trying to stop something irreversible from happening. But Ryan Howe has already begun his creepy transformation, and now he had changed beyond recognition. He was no longer just a man with horns, red eyes, and claws, but a creature as black as night. And he was terrifying just by the sight of him. Jane once again called out the devil by name, but he could only make an eerie, inhuman sound. "Wow, so that's what you are," the angel said, pulling on his goofy smile, adding that it was the only way the devil was capable of reaching him. The devil lunged fiercely at the upstart. He hit Alan with a force he had never experienced before. The angel, spurting blood, flew back a few meters from such a blow. Shattering several concrete partitions, Alan landed with a thud near the edge of the roof. What happened? How did he get so much stronger? Alan clearly wasn't prepared for this. With incredible speed, the devil was once again right in front of the angel in a split second. Alan Atwood was about to use his power, and his hand was filled with the light of fire energy. However, the devil was not going to give him a chance to use this power, and once again delivered crushing blows. Jane clenched her fists in tension. She was very worried about Ryan Howe. In an attempt to catch up with the angel, the devil was smashing everything in his path, not even paying attention to the fact that he was causing himself damage. His might was so strong that few could match him in such a guise. Angel Alan Atwood tried in vain to escape the devil's destructive power. He realized that the devil was now completely transformed, and if the angel continued like this, there was no way he could defeat the devil. Standing on the edge of the office building, Alan let out his trademark nasty smile and said he'd probably let him and his girlfriend get away with it today. "See you soon, devil." The angel threw a farewell and left the scene of the desperate battle. Jane cautiously asked the entity remotely resembling Ryan Howe how he was. The devil's eyes burned with an eerie red light. He heard her call. Jane's eyes glazed over in horror. It seemed dangerous to even blink now. It took a fraction of a second for the devil to be at Jane's side. A clawed paw reached for Jane. "Wake up!" she screamed. Jane yelled for Ryan Howe to come to his senses immediately. The devil kept pulling his arm. Jane clutched at it with all her might. A sharp blow, and blood trickled down the powerful, black-clawed arm. Jane began to shake. She cried. But it wasn't from pain that Jane cried. The devil had never been able to hurt her. The devil Ryan Howe used his wing to protect the girl from himself. The blood on the devil's hand was his own. In an attempt to stop himself, he tore his wing to the blood. Jane reached for the devil's hand in tears, calling out his name. She told him, "I'm sorry," many times and tried to touch his bloody hand. When Jane realized what had happened, she was very frightened. What was she going to do now? The devil began to slowly reincarnate into Ryan Howe's person. And the first thing he asked Jane was if she was hurt. He jerked his arm with force and pulled it out of the wounded wing. Jane's heart pricked at the realization of the pain Ryan was feeling right now. Ryan Howe smiled and asked Jane not to cry, saying he wasn't in the least bit of pain. But Jane knew she wasn't. She felt his pain echoing throughout her body. Reincarnating almost completely, Ryan Howe leaned back. Jane stopped him from falling by grabbing his arm. "Ah, careful, Ryan Howe." The girl managed to hold Ryan's head with her hand to keep it from hitting the concrete. Ryan Howe quietly marveled that Jane had caught him again and said it was worthy of the devil's minion. Jane asked him to be quiet and promised to take Ryan home. Ryan Howe asked Jane to tell him something. The girl leaned closer and asked him what he wanted to hear. He only wanted to know that Jane wasn't afraid of him. Without waiting for an answer, Ryan closed his eyes. The teardrops from Jane's eyes fell directly onto his face. With a desperate cry, the girl hugged Ryan Howe. All she wanted now was for him to stay alive. On a wide, luxurious bed lies an injured Alan Atwood. Even in this state, the smile still remains on his face. Nathan stands next to him, wondering how the angel had allowed himself to be beaten so badly. He had warned him that the devil was no match for him. Alan told him to talk less, because the situation had changed. Instead, he asked me to bring him some girls, explaining that he was a man in trouble now. Nathan was strongly against bringing anyone here. He realized that it could get him into serious trouble. Alan Atwood was silent, his eyes closed. Nathan called the angel's name several times, but it did not respond. Nathan noticed that the angel was still breathing. It was the first time Nathan had seen him hurt so badly. He had never realized that Ryan Howe had so much strength. Stepping away from the bed, the man noticed that his entire shirt was stained with the angel's blood. This guy knows how to cause trouble, Nathan thought. I wonder if he really fainted. Nathan suddenly froze, immersed in his own thoughts. Standing in the doorway, he looked at the unconscious Alan and thought about something. While in the kitchen, Nathan Wang grabbed a kitchen knife from the table. He got that knife while standing at Alan's bedside. Or maybe the heavens themselves were giving him this chance now to finally break that damned deal with the angel. With these thoughts, Nathan raised the knife, intending to strike. Nathan's childhood. The boy stands with his father in front of the door, and the father tells his son to stand silent. At last, they were invited in. Alan Atwood had waited a long time to meet this boy. His father had hidden him away for so long, but now it was time for them to meet. The father introduced Alan to his son, calling him the Lord's favor who blesses and protects the Van group. Young Nathan did not quite understand what his father was saying. However, they tried to explain to him that Mr. Allen's word is law, and from now on he will be obliged to obey him. One day, young Nathan witnessed a very creepy scene. When he heard a cry for help from Alan's office, he decided to see what was going on. Alan sat on top of the bloody girl who was lying on the floor barely alive. She was covered with blood, as was Mr. Allen's mouth. Nathan saw all this, but Alan also noticed him. "You saw. That's good. You would have had to find out sooner or later," he told the boy. Terrified, Nathan ran screaming down the corridor away from this picture. He ran to the phone and dialed the police number. Nathan reported the crime and asked them to come as soon as possible while the woman was still alive. The guy was only asked to give the address, but he didn't have time to do so, for at that moment his father came over and pressed the button to reset the call. Nathan did not understand why his father did this. However, when the phone call was interrupted, the world of the boy named Nathan changed completely. The father brought his shocked son to the clinic and showed him the room with the girls. He explained that all these people would soon recover because Mr. Atwood did not need their souls, but only their life energy and blood to replenish his own strength. Paul Van promised to make sure that all these people recovered and could leave as soon as they were better. Looking into the room through the glass, Nathan thought it looked more like a prison than a hospital. His father explained that he and his younger brother were different and that he trusted Nathan more. That day, the boy learned about the deal with the angel and that the success of the company's business depended only on Mr. Atwood. His father didn't even give the kid a choice, deciding everything for him. The frightened Nathan had no choice but to obey his father and comply with his demands. Present tense. Nathan Wang never dared to carry out his plan. He is now searching for reliable people to take Mr. Alan Atwood to the hospital. The man looked at Alan, but he was still unconscious. Nathan sincerely regretted that he had not been finished off by the devil. This Alan seemed to be a lucky man. 20 minutes later, a white van pulled into an underground parking garage. Alan Atwood is wheeled in on a gurney from the van. Mr. Nathan Wang told the uniformed men to take Mr. Atwood upstairs. I think there's someone else in one of the cars in this parking lot. Jordan Blair watched the scene from his car. Strange. The press conference is supposed to be tomorrow. But what is Nathan Wang doing here in the middle of the night? The guard brought Jane a large box and a sack. They contained the candy she had asked to buy. The man had dutifully bought everything in the nearest stores. He wanted to bring them in, but Jane told him to leave them under the door. From outside the door, the guard heard some strange moans. The man forced himself as hard as he could not to eavesdrop. In the room where the moans could be heard, Jane was bandaging Ryan Howe. He was the one making those wild moans and screams. Almost all of his upper body was already bandaged. Jane told him not to fidget. She wasn't a professional. While the girl is dressing Ryan, he's munching on sweet milk candies. The only sounds he can hear are the unintelligible slurping and growling noises. Jane looked at his back with pain in her soul. The abrasions were huge, and it seemed that even a light touch could hurt the man. Just now, she could see his scarred back. But Ryan Howe suffered to protect Jane. Gently touching the abrasions on the man's body, Jane apologized several times. She felt very guilty about what had happened to Ryan. Ryan told her not to talk nonsense because he almost killed her. He sadly stated to Jane that she was stupid and almost died because of her own stupidity. Jane reminded him that her life already belonged to him, so she wasn't afraid to die in Ryan Howe's arms. Jane didn't want to watch Ryan bleed out. She was scared to see him vulnerable and human, scared that the devil could die too. But what she feared most of all was that Ryan would be consumed by a thirst for revenge. Jane confessed that Ryan Howe was very dear to her. Ryan Howe turned sharply to Jane, smiled, and stated that he had one way. He suddenly plucked the feather from his wing. Jane didn't understand why he did it. Ryan saw no reason to be nervous. Ryan Howe then pressed his palm against his chest wound. Jane thought for a moment that he had lost his mind. She really asked him not to put pressure on the wound. What's he doing after all? Ryan Howe said to be patient, and soon Jane will know everything. Ryan Howe warned that it would hurt a little, and for the girl to be a little patient. With a feather from his wing, soaked in his own blood, Ryan Howe touched it to Jane in the area of her heart. What did he just do, and why? Ryan Howe asked Jane to look at his chest. When Ryan saw that Jane had covered her breasts with her hand, he slapped his forehead, cursing himself for such tactless words. The girl didn't understand what was going on, or what kind of show Mr. Howe was putting on. Jane lowered the collar of her sweater and saw the tattoo of a feather on her chest just below her collarbone. Devil Howe noted that as long as this mark was on Jane, then he wouldn't be able to harm her even if he lost control of himself. Wow, that's really cool. Jane thought that now she was even more indebted to him. The girl suddenly jumped out of bed and ran to the closet. She searched for something for a while. It turned out she just needed a marker. When Jane found it, she immediately ran over to Ryan and asked him to give her his hand. Ryan Howe didn't understand what Jane wanted to do. I have to give you something in return. Here's my mark, Jane declared proudly, and drew a drawing on the bandages over Ryan Howe's palm. A duck? He asked. But Jane said it was a crane. The girl also added that if the day ever comes and she doesn't recognize him, Ryan should just show her that. Ryan Howe called her drawing childish, joking that he was allergic to ducks. Jane ignored his words and insisted that he get some rest as soon as possible. Tomorrow was a press conference, and there was no telling if he'd have time to recover. Alan Atwood was already lying in a hospital room under the professional care of doctors. You're awake. Feeling better? Nathan asked as soon as his master regained consciousness. Alan asked if Nathan could not see how he had been trashed. He did not have to ask. Nathan clucked his tongue in displeasure. Still, he had to ask Alan not to get so angry. He was puzzled why the two deities couldn't solve their problems peacefully. It seemed that all this time, Alan hadn't even suspected that the devil existed. However, the angel stated that as long as the devil was around that woman, nothing would be resolved peacefully. What woman? Alan said her name was Jane Blair. He supposed that Nathan was probably not concerned, but that her father was not a favorite subject in the Van family. Jane Blair, Nathan repeated in amazement. One day, Nathan asked his father why their company was called Van Group. His father told him that he had founded the company with a friend, but he was not a man who liked to share with others, and believed that being soft-hearted would not help him succeed. Alan Atwood explained to the boy then that his father, contrary to what he said, was just Jordan Blair's henchman. He just has more vices, and he's more conniving and greedy. That was why the angel, who loved such dirty people, had chosen Nathan's father. Nathan Wong always remembered the angel's words that his whole family were thieves, and he was the son of thieves. Nathan became nervous. Did Jane really want to take the company away for her father? Angel laughed and said that Nathan overestimates her because the girl still doesn't know about the situation. The only thing she does is to dig into the VIP group's case. Nathan Van did not understand what Jane had to do with this, and Alan reminded him of the girl from the company who had killed herself. When Nathan remembered, The angel explained that the girl had been a close friend of Jane Blair. Is that what this is all about? Nathan was willing to pay whatever it took just to make it stop, and for Jane to stop prying into their affairs. Alan emphasized that Jane had given her soul to the devil, and if she was to pay, it would have to be with the money of the dead. Nathan suggested that they could just try to talk to her, in case she decided to give up her revenge. And if I don't? Alan asked with a sly smile. He was almost 100% sure that Jane would not even listen to Nathan. As he left, Nathan replied that Jane would be completely at his disposal in that case. Alan Atwood licked his lips dreamily, anticipating the girl's negative response to Nathan's proposal. He would be looking forward to it. This is the day of the press conference. They solemnly announced the beginning of the event that everyone had been waiting for so long. There were a lot of guests in the big hall. There were lively conversations at every table. At one such table, they were actively discussing the news that it was said that last night there had been a rumble like an explosion on the top floor of Van Group. They also touched upon the topic of an employee who had recently jumped from the roof of the company. One of the participants of the conversation suggested that Ryan Howe was made the face of the company to get positive ratings and stay afloat, while covering the black spots on the reputation of Van Group. It's not just the young people who love Howe, but the older generation too. A man asked if anyone had heard about Ryan Howe having a personal assistant. He said that according to a reliable source, she was the reason Ryan Howe signed with the Van Group. The man was rebuffed, noting that you shouldn't believe everything. Some thought it was all just for the money. A random witness to this conversation was Jordan Blair, who also came to this press conference. Meanwhile, Ryan Howe, the company's global spokesperson, was announced. Under the camera flashes and many enthusiastic cheers, the handsome Ryan Howe came out. Jordan Blair stared at the guy in a frenzy. He couldn't believe that Ryan Howe was the devil. Jordan had dealt with this creature once before. Once upon a time, he granted him and his wife a wish. Ryan Howe gave the young couple the gift of becoming parents and having the much-anticipated fruit of their love. Oh, how happy and delighted Jordan's young wife was. Stupefied with happiness, they could not believe that their wish could come true so easily. Remembering footage from his past, Jordan was sweating and a little stunned, forgetting to do his job as a waiter. It bothered him. Why the devil himself was here? The host of the event openly praised Ryan Howe on stage, emphasizing that he was even more handsome than he looked on TV. Jane and a co-worker were also sitting at one of the tables. Melanie picked up on the fact that the host and Ryan Howe were so right for each other and asked what Jane thought about it. "Uh-huh," Jane mechanically replied. Melanie declared that she was jealous of the anchorwoman because Ryan was so handsome. Jane, on the other hand, was troubled by something else entirely. It had only been 15 minutes since the show had started, though Ryan seemed fine now. She was worried that Ryan Howe wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. What would she do if that bastard Alan Atwood showed up again? The girl realized that the angel might use her again to hurt Ryan Howe. What could Jane do when the time came? But one thing she knew for sure was that Ryan Howe could not be allowed to be in danger again. Suddenly, someone called out to Jane. "Oh, it's Eden Wan!" He approached the girl and offered her a walk. Stepping away from the table, Jane thanked Eden for his gift. She explained that she couldn't wear the dress because it was too high-end for her standards. The girl then confessed that she had never received such an expensive gift, so she decided to return the dress to Eden. Eden noticed that the dress also suited Jane's face. There was silence for a second. Then Eden said that, though it would be unexpected, there was one question that had been on his mind for a long time. "In my dreams, I imagined you standing there in the dress I gave you, and I ask you, do you have someone you like? If not, I hope you will respond to my confession." Eden blurted out in one breath. Jane stared at the boy in confusion, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, the girl shifted her attention from Eden to the scene where Ryan Howe was being asked to put his hand on the counter to sign the contract. And so the countdown began. As the time counted down, Ryan's eyes searched the crowd for Jane, wondering where she could have gone at a time like this. Jane, on the other hand, stood across from Eden and knew for sure that there was only one who held a place in her heart. And that's Ryan Howe. When the countdown was over, huge balloons opened under the high ceiling in the hall. And from these balloons, a lot of origami birds flew into the hall to the guests. Wow, that's really beautiful. Guests cheered the show and raised their hands in the air to catch the paper birds with delight. And Jane tried to catch one bird. Eden called out to the girl, still expecting to hear her answer to his question. Jane apologized to the guy, explaining that from the moment she met him, Eden was a friend for her to pour her heart out to. Jane also added that she was honored to be liked by such a successful man like him. But both before and now, she is not thinking about a relationship. Eden wondered if he still had a chance. He said that just one word from Jane was enough. The girl replied that she already had someone she cared about. It was a man with whom their fates were closely intertwined. So that's how it is. I've got it all figured out. If you need a friend, let me know, Eden asked frustratedly. Jane walked away, leaving the guy alone with his unrequited feelings. Jordan, meanwhile, was doing his job as a waiter, keeping a parallel eye on everything that was happening on stage and in the audience. Suddenly, he handed the tray to a colleague and, taking off his work apron, rushed after someone in pursuit. On the second floor from the balcony above, Nathan was watching the guests. Something was clearly bothering him. He set down his wine glass and headed off in a hurry. At the same time, Jane decided that she needed to go backstage quickly. She was going to check her costume because Ryan Howe still had an exclusive interview to do. Looks like someone's following Jane. Oh, Ryan Howe startled Jane by suddenly appearing and putting his arm around her shoulder. When she asked him what he was doing here, Ryan replied, "What am I doing here? Do you have the conscience to ask?" "Of course I'm waiting for you. Where have you been? Didn't I tell you to stay put and wait?" Jane was silent about Ryan Howe looked around worriedly. He inquired if Jane had ever seen paper cranes. The girl answered no, and he resented that. How could she? He had prepared them on purpose, hadn't he? Rain called Jane a heartless woman and remarked that the paper cranes were a lot of work. The girl asked the devil not to swear too much and asked how his wound was today and if it hurt. Jane told Ryan that he didn't need to pretend to be invulnerable in front of her. Proudly pounding his chest with his fist, Ryan Howe reminded himself that he was the one who had defeated the villain. Of course, there was nothing wrong with him. So they walked down the hallway, chatting sweetly and smiling. But it looked like someone else was secretly watching them. Oh yes, it was Jordan who had overheard their conversation. He still couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed impossible to him. Why were they together? Had Jane made a deal with the devil too? When they reached the door, Ryan suggested that Jane go to the interview together. She replied that the company executives would be there, and if she went, it might reflect badly on his reputation. Jane promised to wait for Ryan outside. The man asked her not to go anywhere. Ryan still didn't want to leave and told Jane to obediently wait for him outside the door. But the girl told Ryan Howe not to make them wait for him and pushed the man inside. And Mr. Ryan Howe really isn't as arrogant as typical celebrities. A voice suddenly sounded behind Jane's back. The girl became wary. Who the hell is that? Jane turned around and saw that Nathan Wang, the director himself, was talking to her. He said hello, noting that he had finally met her in person. Nathan sat down on the sofa and asked if Jane would like something to drink. Jane said no and asked if Director Wang was busy. Jane said that the director was the highlight of tonight's program and that he must have a lot to do. Nathan grinned and replied that it was also his responsibility to worry about his subordinates. Jane wondered. After all, he was the one who had invited Ryan Howe to that private meeting yesterday. According to Ryan's story, Nathan Van and Alan Atwood are pretty close. Maybe he sent him? I wonder if he knows Alan's not human. That's a lot of questions. Looking at the man, Jane realized only one thing. She definitely knew that this man was the enemy. Unexpectedly, Nathan told her that he had recently learned from his secretary that Jane and the dead Emily had been friends. The young woman confirmed this and wondered mentally why he had mentioned that name. Nathan suddenly began to reason that no one would have thought that such a thing would happen to a young girl. He quipped that if his friend had been in her shoes, he wouldn't have been able to let go either. He then revealed that the management had already investigated and found whoever had distributed those photos. "It's Adam. I believe you know him?" he asked. Nathan stated that the company would not stand idly by, and a lawyer was already preparing a lawsuit against him. He also noted that Adam had mental health issues and was on medication. The director asked Jane not to worry, promising that Adam would definitely pay for everything. Jane asked, "What does he mean by that?" "I hope you can get rid of the unpleasant memories completely. Why don't you take a vacation? We just have 3 places for advanced training in Shanghai," the director suggested. But Jane replied that it was not necessary. She pointed out that she was only an intern and asked the boss to give the position to a more experienced employee. It seemed that she had decided to annoy Nathan a little. She added that she believed that not only Adam should answer to the law, but also those who'd been covering for the perpetrator. Jane emphasized that those people might be lurking in the principal's circles, and she warned that he should be careful. Nathan struggled to put a smile on his face. Jane thanked the director for the conversation and said she wouldn't bother him anymore. And besides, she pointed out, she still had work to do. The girl then left, leaving Nathan alone with his thoughts. Barely had Jane left before the man immediately sent a text message to someone. "Take action," it said. Message delivered and read. Jordan heard the conversation between Jane and Nathan. He had been standing behind the wall the whole time. What the 2 men were talking about made him wonder. Leaving the principal's office, Jane headed for the women's restroom. A suspicious-looking man in a cap appeared in the hallway. He proceeded to the restroom and followed Jane. This man acted quietly so that no one would notice him. He opened one stall. It was empty. Jane was just getting ready to come out. The girl pushed open the door. He opened the doors of each stall in turn, looking for Jane. The girl came out and stopped, looking at him. She asked the man if she was the one he was looking for. Before he realized it, Jane had swung her hand quickly, and with a powerful stun gun blow to his neck, she knocked the stranger dead. He collapsed to the floor, and Jane caught him by the collar of his shirt. "Didn't your mom teach you? No men allowed in the women's restroom," she said sternly. The shocked stranger twitched convulsively from the powerful current discharge. Calling him a pervert, Jane slammed her fist into his face. Hitting with a fist is pretty painful." Jane pulled her hand away. She then deftly hid the stun gun in the folds of her dress. Once upon a time, when Emily had first made her that dress, Jane had been surprised to notice that it had pockets. Emily smiled. She knew that Jane didn't wear dresses because they didn't have pockets. So Emily had sewn them on purpose and noticed that she could hide a gas canister in there. Oh, how thoughtful her friend was. Thanks to Emily's care and the fact that Jane had decided to wear this dress today, she managed to get out of this dangerous situation. Jane pulled out her cell phone and dialed the number to call. Jordan was already getting very nervous outside the door. He was worried that Jane hadn't come out yet. He couldn't just stand there and do nothing. He decided to go and check what was going on. Just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly heard someone's footsteps. Jordan hid behind the men's restroom door and saw a tall, bald man enter the women's restroom with a rope in his hands. "Miss Jane, I'm coming in." He apologetically warned and opened the door. Jordan recognized the man as Ryan Howe's bodyguard. What's this all about?" My daughter's all grown up," the man said quietly with a sigh. Having already entered Jane's room, they proceeded to tie up the caped villain. The guard tried to convince Jane that he could do it alone, but the girl replied that the 2 of them would be quicker, and this one might come to his senses. "We can't let this man escape. We still need to find out who is behind him and why he attacked Jane." "Oh," the girl looked up. Something was clearly troubling her. Jane stood up abruptly and headed for the exit. The guard called the girl in surprise, but she asked him to follow the bound man and ran away. She seemed to have caught sight of Jordan. And now Jane was running down the stairs again, trying to catch up with him, asking the man to stop. She raced barefoot down the cold steps and suddenly cried out, "Wait, father!" The man stopped. "Isn't that you, Daddy?" asked Jane with hope and desperation in her voice. "You can never!" Jordan snapped back. Jane questioned what exactly couldn't be done, and the man replied that one should never make a deal with the devil. These words struck Jane in the heart. She rounded her eyes in surprise and stared at the man in a stupor. At the same second, many questions raced through her mind. What did he mean by the words, "You can't make a deal with the devil"? I wonder how Dad even knows the devil exists. Or did he make a wish, too? Jane's concern was, why isn't he looking her in the eye? He doesn't seem to want to meet her gaze. But if he made a deal, what did he give the devil in return? Snippets of Jane's life flashed through her mind like pictures from the past. She couldn't forget the feeling of loneliness that had overwhelmed her as a child, and also the joy with which her friend Emily was able to fill the all-consuming emptiness in Jane's soul. Jane's eyes looked at her father and wondered if there was anything else he wanted to tell her. Jane cried out to her father in despair. Does he not even want to look at her? She also wondered why he ran away as soon as she met him. Jordan quietly admitted that he couldn't look her in the eye. After apologizing, the man started down the stairs. "What does that mean? Wait!" Jane shouted. At that moment, her bodyguard, Ryan Howe, had just arrived at Jane's scream. He looked at the girl with sympathy. When Ryan Howe came out, he immediately asked the bodyguard what happened and asked where Jane was. The guard said that the girl had been sitting on the stairs the whole time, and he didn't have the courage to disturb her. Ryan Howe slowly made his way down the stairs to the spot the guard had indicated. Downstairs, he spotted Jane. She was sitting with her head down, unresponsive. The first thing Ryan decided to do was to use his powers and see what was up. He took a quick look through Jane's memories of the last hour. Oh, looks like Ryan Howe saw something that made him wince. When he saw Jordan, the only question on Ryan's mind was, had he really come back? Apparently he just couldn't hide, radiating the incredible energy of goodness that only a devil could be capable of. Ryan Howe walked up to Jane and leaned over and declared that a woman who belonged to the devil could not cry. The girl sighed bitterly. She looked at Ryan in despair and wondered if her father had made a deal with him too. She asked, what did he give him in return for it? Ryan remained silent, and Jane speculated, had her father only avoided her for years because he'd paid for the deal with his own daughter? No, Dad didn't trade you for a wish. On the contrary, his first wish was for you. Ryan smiled and put his arm around Jane. Ryan Howe revealed that Jordan Blair has actually called on him on multiple occasions. The first time was when Jane's parents couldn't conceive a child. They longed for a child, the fruit of their love. The second time, Jordan asked for a chance to start a new life when he found himself at a dead end because a friend had gotten them into trouble. And for the second time, the devil wanted to take baby Jordan as payment. Jordan Blair said no. He gave up his desire for little Jane. "So I was only born because of you?" Jane asked in surprise. It certainly sounded pretty strange, but Ryan Howe replied that it seemed that way. Ryan was finding this conversation extremely difficult. He realized that if Jane found out that the price of her birth was the reason her parents had split up, she would blame herself. He didn't know what to do in this situation. Distracted from her thoughts, Jane asked Ryan if he knew any details about her father's friend's betrayal. He couldn't say anything specific about it, and after all, Jordan had backed out of the deal. Jane sighed sadly. Stroking the girl's head, Ryan told her not to get upset. He reassured her that she just needed to wait until her father was over all of this and would definitely come back to her. Jane agreed with that. And besides, she had her own unfinished business. Jane jumped up abruptly, saying there was no more time to shed tears. She called Paradise to her, noting that she needed to be sure of something. She seemed to realize that Nathan Van was the one who was trying to hurt her. Before leaving, Ryan clarified that Jane was okay and emphasized that she shouldn't force herself. The girl replied that it was fine. She realized that there were more important things to do right now than dealing with her father. Now she wanted those who needed to see that she was alive. Okay, we've got the camera lens in place. Now we just have to wait for the enemy to reveal himself. On the big screen, guests at the press conference could see Ryan Howe in all his glory along with his assistant Jane. Oh, how Jane longed to see the bewildered face of Nathan Van at that moment. Yes, there was a confused face among those present. Nathan looked at the screen in a daze, not understanding what was going on. He sent a message to his mercenary asking why Jane was still here when he should have already followed Nathan's orders and dealt with her. When Nathan saw that the message had been read but there was no reply, he decided to dial the guy. Meanwhile, in the basement of the warehouse, Ryan's bodyguard took a call on someone else's phone and waited to see what they would tell him. The man Jane knocked out with the stun gun was sitting tied to a chair. Ryan Howe closed his eyes and waited for the right moment. To confirm Nathan Wong's involvement in all this, they only had to wait for him to speak up. But Nathan remained stubbornly silent. The bodyguard waited, and Ryan Howe listened tensely. Oh damn, Nathan Van dropped the call! The man suspected something wrong. He angrily and with a swing threw the phone into a fountain that was nearby. Jane asked Ryan hopefully if Nathan had said anything to confirm his involvement. Ryan began to berate himself for not having checked Nathan's memories. Jane realized that in his condition, he couldn't use force right now. And besides, they still don't know exactly how Nathan is related to Alan Atwood. What if they're in the same relationship as Jane and Ryan? Then that's a game changer. In that case, Jane thought there was a chance they could find a way to overpower the angel. At this time, Eden Wan was thinking about the fact that his brother had been strange lately. He wondered what Nathan was doing after all. As he passed the fountain, Eden suddenly noticed Nathan's spare cell phone. He took it out and wondered, why had he thrown it away? Eden then hid his brother's phone in his pocket, with the hope that he could learn all of his secrets from it. 6 years ago, Eden came home with a gift box in his hands. At the entrance, the guard warned him not to come in now because Principal Wang was in a tizzy. Eden wondered if his brother was being scolded again. The man confirmed Eden's assumptions and said that he should go straight to his room. Eden and Nathan's father was the director of Van Group. Eden was at a loss because today was his brother's birthday. At that time, there was shouting from his father's study. Nathan apologized to his father, but he yelled that he did not need an apology. His father reproached Nathan for not taking him to the meeting to embarrass him. He was ashamed that his son could not say a sentence without stuttering. After his father had reprimanded him, Nathan returned to his room without any mood. There was a knock at the door. It was late at night, and Nathan was researching on the internet about the frequent disappearance of girls. The news search engines were full of articles on the subject. When Nathan heard a knock, he asked who was there. It was the younger brother. Nathan turned off the computer and invited Eden to come in. Eden came in with a cake, and from the doorstep began to wish his brother a happy birthday by singing a song. Nathan smiled and remarked aloud that Eden sang disgustingly. Then the older brother noticed that it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and his birthday had been yesterday. Eden apologized for being late and asked if Nathan wanted to make a wish. A wish? Okay, I'll make one. My brother smiled. Holding a cake with a bunch of lighted candles, Eden asked what Nathan had wished for. The boy replied that more than anything he would like to switch places with his younger brother. In his opinion, everything would be much better then. Eden was a little confused by these words. Somewhere subconsciously, he'd always realized that he had his brother to thank for his carefree life, the one who'd borne all the hardships. Now, 6 years later, Eden was forced to lock himself in one of the rooms. The guy suffered and was racked with guilt for going through his own brother's phone. So sneaky. Of course, Eden realized that the phone could be a Pandora's box, but it was the only way he could find out everything about his brother. Eden hesitated to look at the contents of his phone. He blamed himself for thinking only of himself while his brother had to work up a sweat. Now he was afraid that the truth might come out that Eden would not be able to bear. Suddenly, a text message arrived on Nathan's phone. Oh, what's that? The message stated that the subscription of a Food of the Gods VIP user for a threesome in a conference room with coercion has been updated. The user was also asked to log into the email to view the updates. Eden looked at all these words with great bewilderment. What was all this? The boy was literally thrown into a fever by what he read. What does that mean? It also said that this message would be deleted automatically after viewing. It would be worth looking at the information on this phone more carefully. Digging through the various folders, Eden concluded that it was too clean. Even though it was a backup phone, it didn't have a single picture on it, not even any calls. Just the message that had already self-destructed. Eden pointed out that there is one geolocation died, local cab service. The guy opened his travel history and found one address. It's good to have something. Eden wanted to dial the driver, but he changed his mind. The driver could tell his brother where Eden had gone. Pondering the best course of action, the boy left the room. 18 hours ago, the night before the conference. The hospital is loud and noisy. Nancy Freeman got out of bed and headed for the door with thoughts of why it was so noisy outside. Could someone else have been brought in? The girl looked through the bars in the door, trying to get some clarity. From the moment she was moved to the new clinic, Nancy was locked in solitary confinement. She was closely monitored, which made it harder to prepare for an escape. But there was one advantage. The girl was no longer injected with tranquilizers, which helped her keep her mind sober. Looking through the door grate, Nancy saw doctors and nursing staff rushing down the hallway. They were asking if the operating room was ready for Mr. Atwood. Oh, did Nancy hear them talking about Alan Atwood? God, what Nancy saw the next moment shocked her. Alan Atwood was being carried on a gurney, bloodied. Nathan Van was walking beside him. The girl crouched by the door with her hands clasping her mouth in shock. It was the same guy she'd seen the day she'd been looking for the flash drive. Only then he had huge white wings behind his back and a sinister expression on his face. When Nancy saw him for the first time, she was literally paralyzed. She couldn't move or make a sound out of her horror. It was probably the unknown strength of the man with the wings that kept her from moving. He asked Nancy not to resist. Alan took her find from Nancy, expressing his admiration for the girl for having worked for the company for so long, despite the humiliation she had endured. Only it wasn't clear to him why such a smart girl had decided to oppose so stupidly, choosing the weak side. He shoved the flash drive with the evidence in Nancy's face and asked if she suddenly wanted justice. The girl clenched her teeth in anger and helplessness. Alan Atwood, on the other hand, simply clutched the little thing of dirt in his hand and crushed it like it was a cookie. Then he did something that made Nancy start to faint. But before she completely blacked out, she heard Atwood's words about how no matter how many people there were like Ryan Howe, no one could defeat him. What would it all mean? Oh, the girl suddenly had an epiphany! She realized everything, and the puzzle in her head finally came together. The girl picked up her medical history and a pencil. Nathan Wang showing up at the clinic explains what's going on here. So he knows about the women who are being held here in total incapacitation. Then there's a good chance he's the owner. But why would he show that the girls are being harmed? Maybe he's protecting the devil. What if they're partners or something? Maybe they're working together for mutual benefit. If you added up what he'd said that day and Atwood's condition now, he and Ryan Howe were enemies. Reflecting on what she saw, it seemed to Nancy that those wounds were definitely not inflicted on Alan by a human. Maybe Ryan Howe has superpowers too? So all Nancy's thoughts turned to the trio of Jane, Ryan Howe, and his bodyguard. If Ryan Howe was responsible for Alan Atwood's wounds, then it makes sense why the three of them are together. Quite an odd trio. An idol, an intern, and a mobster. Nancy grinned. Come to think of it, that intern Jane was no longer so hopeless in her eyes. They didn't seem to have given up either. Nancy had two feelings about her guesses and inferences. Excitement was replaced by excitement. The girl must tune in and act with more determination than ever. Because today is the day Nancy is finally going to carry out her dangerous plan. And the first thing Nancy did was to reach under the bed and reach with one hand for the medical syringe, which she had purposely hidden by sticking it in an inconspicuous place. Earlier, when the girl was first brought to the clinic, Nancy had managed to steal the syringe with the anesthetic without the nurses seeing it. They wondered where the anesthetic had gone, but attributed the loss to the inattention of one of the nurses. Nancy stood with syringe in hand and mentally set herself up for escape, waiting for the right moment. Oh, I think Nancy had an idea. She called the nurse and said she needed to go to the restroom right away because her stomach was acting up. The nurse asked her to be patient, saying that she had no time to attend to Nancy. Nancy looked out from behind the door and noticed that her stomach really did hurt. She then stated that in that case, she could do all her chores right in the room. Those words worked. The girl jumped up irritably and beckoned to her new colleague. She asked the young nurse to take Nancy to the restroom, noting that everyone else was now heading for the operating room. Oh, moments later, a young new nurse was sitting in the restroom, passed out and dressed as a patient. Nancy had used her shot and was now changing into her nurse's uniform. "Good thing this clinic isn't that cold. You won't get sick. I'll borrow your uniform." Nancy excused herself as she looked at the girl who had to be sedated. Nancy had barely left the restroom when she was accosted by a doctor walking down the hall. Oh, what a shame. Nancy had indeed been mistaken for a nurse, and after saying that the OR was short-handed, was asked to hurry up and plug in everyone. The doctor then inquired as to what she was even doing here. For a moment, Nancy stood hesitating. The nurse's uniform suited her, but the shoes were too big. After a little thought, Nancy turned and replied that she would be right over. Oh, I almost got caught! Exhaling, Nancy followed the doctor. On the way to the operating room, the girl was very nervous and tried to even out her breathing to bring down the degree of excitement. In front of the door to the operating room, Nancy stopped in a stupor. Behind that glass, she saw the kind of picture that can haunt a person after a lifetime. There were about 6 gurneys in the operating room with girls who were patients of this clinic. All of them were unconscious, and a blood transfusion system was connected to each of them. The blood from all the girls went to one separate gurney, the one that Alan Atwood was on. Then Nancy said firmly to herself, "If I don't run away now, I'll be on the other side of the glass myself. But if we make an escape now, we could scare the gang away, and then everyone in the clinic to another location. By then, there's no hope of rescue for these victims. But if Nancy is left behind, what can she do alone? She can't do it alone." The girl was tormented by doubts. She glanced around once more and looked at the exit sign. What do we do? Run! Her brain was screaming at her. Run! Run! Nancy's legs felt like cotton. The girl coaxed herself to move and act. Exhaling, Nancy headed for the exit with thoughts that she really had lost her mind. Nancy was already thinking maybe that devil with wings was right. And by choosing the weak side, she had done a great foolishness. But after so many years of humiliation, it wasn't too late to do an act of justice. With these thoughts in mind, Nancy reached into Nurse Lily's locker. You may have to give up your life for all that. But never had Nancy felt so alive as she did at this moment. The girl pulled someone else's cell phone out of her locker and rushed over. After a little while, she was already near the work computers. The girl decides she needs to stay and get the evidence of these people's crime, and then save all the girls. Everything she found on the computer, Nancy tried to carefully photograph and not miss the slightest detail. Suddenly, along the corridor, the girl heard the voices of the nurses talking about the fact that their colleague had not been seen for a long time. They were already beginning to worry that the girl couldn't have gone to the bathroom for so long. Nancy realized that she wasn't going to make it in time. So first, she decided to go back and wake up that new girl. Nancy shut down the computer. In the restroom, she started to wake the nurse. She woke up and asked in confusion how she had fallen asleep. Nancy replied that she seemed to be anemic. She lied to the nurse that she had suddenly fainted. Anxious-looking Nancy asked the girl how she was feeling now. The nurse couldn't think of anything. Nancy asked the girl not to worry and to cool her head first, and she could help her up in the meantime. The nurse thanked Nancy, not suspecting anything. "I won't let you down this time, Emily," Nancy promised. Sometime later, a new nurse named Lily was looking for her phone in her locker and couldn't find it. A colleague suggested that Lily might have left it at the front desk and asked why she was not in the operating room. Lily admitted that she wasn't feeling well and asked not to tell anyone about it for fear of getting in trouble with the manager. The coworker promised to keep it a secret. She also told Lily that the operation had been horrible. The girl then offered to call Lily's cell phone to find him faster. She dialed Lily's number. Nancy, meanwhile, was already in her room. She was lying in her hospital bed as if nothing had happened. "Go to bed quick!" cried the caretaker, peering through the door grate and seeing Nancy lying with her eyes open. Nancy turned away to the window. The stranger's phone had been thoughtfully turned off by Nancy and taped to the bed in the same place where the syringe used to be. The girls, meanwhile, couldn't get through to Lily's number because it was unavailable. The caretaker, walking down the corridor, decided that today's incident should be reported to the manager. In this clinic, the loss of personal belongings was no small thing. The day of the press conference, 2 hours before the start. Nathan Wan noticed the female employees of the clinic talking about something in the corridor. I wonder what happened. Nurse Lily was frustrated, explaining herself to the manager. It was hard to hear what they were saying, but it was clear that the manager was clearly unhappy. Manager Rhea Macaulay turned her back on the nurse, and as she left, angrily told the girl to get out of here. Nathan asked Rye what the problem was. She replied that there was nothing unusual and asked the director not to worry. Nathan reminded her that there was an important patient in the clinic, so there would be no slip-ups. He also emphasized that the property manager should also be careful. Nathan stated that any woman in the clinic was potential prey for Alan Atwood. Rhea nodded silently and stepped out of the elevator. Now the superintendent had an important case to deal with. The woman made her way to a room where she could watch the patients eating lunch in the clinic's dining room. Rhea was told that the security cameras had been checked, but all the footage from that week had been erased. The girl assumed that it had probably happened during Mr. Atwood's surgery. The manager asked if all the rooms had been checked. The girl replied that all the searches had failed and asked if it would be a good idea to make a personal search of everyone. Rhea Macaulay told the nurse to do it at night and very quietly, so as not to make any noise, because Mr. Atwood had been admitted to the clinic. Rhea was mentally indignant. However, she reassured herself that a single phone would do nothing to help such a small insect trapped in the clinic. Among the other patients, Nancy Freeman ate her lunch as if nothing had happened, trying not to stand out from the rest. She could only think. Fortunately, her thoughts were not under the watchful eye of the omnipresent staff. Nancy guessed that they hadn't found anything yet. But it's understandable. Nancy's gone to a lot of trouble to make sure she wasn't exposed. The phone was in one of the trash cans. Every night at 12 o'clock is garbage time, and all Nancy has to do is wait for that time. The girl ate her lunch carefully, wondering how she could pull it off like that. Evening came. Eden arrived at the address he found on his brother's cell phone. The boy stopped in front of the door in a stupor when he saw the name of the clinic his father had once invested in. Strange. Eden had never heard that there was a branch of it on this street, too. Or maybe it was a private diagnostics department? The boy was curious why his brother had gone to the clinic yesterday. Maybe he was sick. Meanwhile, through the glass door, Eden was spotted by a nurse. The boy asked her if it was a hospital. The girl apologetically replied that they were a VIP ward and only accepted VIP card holders. "I'm Eden Wang of the Van Group," the guy said loudly. The girl stared at Eden in bewilderment. She asked him to wait, explaining that she needed to talk to her boss. Eden was left waiting by the door. What was going on here that was so secret? The thought troubled him, but he hoped he'd find out soon. Suddenly his phone rang. Eden pulled out his phone, but it wasn't him. "Oh, that's my brother's cell phone!" What's that number?" Eden dropped the call. At that moment, the receptionist came up, and apologizing for keeping him waiting, kindly invited Mr. Wang to come into the clinic. It's the job of the receptionist to confirm the identity of customers, so you weren't allowed to enter right away. "I hope you, Mr. Wang, don't have anything against it." Raya asked, excusing herself. The guy asked if this was really a branch of the van clinic. Raya answered that it was, but they only worked with a small group of VIP clients and not many people knew about them. That was why, in her opinion, it wasn't unusual that Eden didn't know about it either. The guy headed down the hall behind the manageress. Okay, so it's VIP. It's too quiet in here, Eden thought. As he looked around, he noted mentally that the doors didn't look like hospital doors either. It was more like a prison. Raya looked around and noticed with what interest Eden was looking around. The girl quickly started typing a message to someone. Eden asked if his brother had come here yesterday. Raya replied that he often came to check on the work. After writing the message, Raya quickly hit the send button. The girl then turned to Eden and with a smile offered to give him a tour of the clinic's recreation area. Barely had they begun walking down the hallway when his brother's cell phone buzzed again in Eden's pocket. Eden pulled out his phone and saw the message. Oh, what Eden saw shocked him. Message text. Your brother is in the clinic ward. I'll give him a tour of the public areas to dispel any doubts. Raya turned around and Eden deftly put the phone away. What is it, Mr. Wang? The manageress inquired. Eden replied that everything was fine. At that time, he received a new message on his brother's number. Don't worry, he won't know about our secret, it wrote. Soon, Raya led Eden to the recreation area. She told him that this was where their clients could spend time if they got bored in the ward. Eden, however, was thinking about the secrets of the place. He couldn't figure out what the connection between his brother and this clinic was. Deciding to probe the ground, the guy asked if he could see the rooms of the VIP clients. Raya replied that she was sorry, but their clinic had a rule: no disturbing patients after 10 o'clock at night. She suggested that Eden come back another day. That's right. So next time then, the boy replied calmly, thinking that if he kept asking, she would suspect something wrong. Eden decided it would be best for him to leave today. A visitor to the sick? Someone's male voice asked suddenly. Both Eden and Raya became alert at the same time. They each had their own reasons. Ah, you! Exclaimed Eden, seeing Alan Atwood. Ha, you know me? Marveled Atwood. Apologizing for forgetting to introduce himself, the boy gave his name. He explained to Atwood that he had seen him in a general photo of the company's employees and asked how he could be addressed. Smiling, the man replied that his name was Alan Atwood. The smile on Alan's face gave the appearance of well-being. In fact, although he was feeling much better, he was still not in full shape. He still needed blood. And the IV that stood beside Alan, hidden around the corner, was doing a fine job of replenishing his blood supply. Raya turned to Mr. Atwood, reminding him that he needed to rest, not hang around as his wound had not yet healed. She then turned to Eden and said that she would see him out, thus signaling that it was time for him to leave. Bye-bye, Alan said to Eden with a smile as he walked past him. Eden, on the other hand, thought about the fact that it seemed to him as if the manageress was afraid of the man. Now Eden's thoughts on all of this were even more intense. He turned around again and was surprised to see that Alan Atwood had already disappeared. Where had he gone? I apologize for such a cold reception, Mr. Wang. Raya bowed apologetically. Eden replied that it was fine, and the manageress asked that he better come with his brother next time. Eden looked at the manageress in bewilderment. The girl hurriedly said goodbye, explaining that it was time for her to go back. Once outside, Eden decided to call his classmate. Despite the lateness of the hour, he answered the phone. Eden asked if his friend could put him in touch with a good private detective he had once talked about. He explained to a classmate that he was going to use a detective to check something very important. Meanwhile, it was time for evening hygiene procedures at the clinic. The nurse took turns letting the girls into the shower room. She noted that they had 10 minutes to shower, after which they would have to return to the wards on their own. As Nancy walked past the nurse, the girl noted that she smelled an awful, foul odor. The nurse asked Nancy to wash herself better. The girls stepped into the shower and went to their own stall. The water trickled across the shower floor, and there was steam and splashing everywhere. Water was pouring into Nancy's stall, too. But the girl was in no hurry to undress. She slowly began to unbutton her shirt. Her cell phone was taped to her stomach. I had managed to get it out of the trash after all. It would finally be possible to send the information. Nancy hoped it would help Jane. She picked up the phone, mentally asking intern Jane Blair not to let her down. Press conference. Everyone went to their seats and Jane sat down at her table, thinking that she could eat an elephant right now. "Jane Blair, is that you?" Someone's male voice behind her suddenly addressed the girl. Jane nearly choked on her food. The girl turned and saw an old acquaintance of hers there named Evan Becker. "Long time no see." Jane eyed him suspiciously. The man replied that he had just seen Jane on the screen and didn't recognize her at all. In a not very satisfied tone, the man remarked that Jane seemed to be doing well. The girl didn't quite understand what he was getting at. Evan remarked that the girl was in a nice dress, next to a celebrity, and now everyone was talking about her. From what he said, Evan was concerned about what was happening to Jane after Emily's death. He adjusted his glasses, and looking at Jane, he asked in an indignant tone if she could go on with her life with peace of mind after what had happened. Jane didn't even know what to say in surprise. Oh, that's when Ryan Howe showed up out of nowhere. He realized Jane needed support. Leaning over to Evan, Ryan stated that if he were him, he would have gotten the hell out of here by now. He threatened that if Evan didn't listen, he would get a lot of hate from Howe's fans. Evan turned to Ryan indignantly and asked if he'd thought of scaring him with the internet. Evan admitted that he was pissed off by the likes of Howe, the smarmy pretty boys who got everything for pretty eyes. "What? Is there some kind of problem?" marveled Ryan. A conflict was brewing. Meanwhile, Jane had gotten some kind of message. Ryan Howe was beginning to boil with anger toward Evan. He grabbed the insolent man by the collar of his shirt and was about to punch him. Suddenly, Jane hurriedly called out to Ryan, interrupting the argument. Ryan Howe tried to object, but Jane sharply told him to let Evan go and ignore what he was saying. The girl said that there were bigger problems. "Get out of here, or I'll cut your legs off, rip your heart out, feed it to a stray dog, and then throw you in a ditch," Ryan said to Evan in a furious tone as he let him go. He hurried away, calling Ryan a deranged lunatic. When Evan left, Ryan exhaled and wondered if Jane would get angry after saying something like that. He pouted his lips resentfully and asked the girl not to act like the heroine of the dorama. It seemed like Jane was not listening to his words at all. Not taking her eyes off the screen of her phone, Jane motioned for Ryan Howe to take a look at it too. She pulled him closer, and now both Jane and Ryan's eyes widened at what they saw. Though Ryan at this point only had thoughts of Jane being so close right now. "Doesn't she realize what she's doing at all?" he thought. Ryan pulled himself out of his thoughts, though, and glanced at his phone. Oh, he saw Nancy Freeman there! "Ha! So she's alive! Well, that's great news!" Now the horn of change has sounded. Oh, suddenly Ryan Howe's bodyguard appeared. Jane and Ryan stared at the man in surprise. Covered in blood, he wiped the blood from his hands. With a twinkle in his eye, the guard said that his prisoner had cracked. He added that it had come out that it was Nathan Wang who had ordered the guy to grab Jane. Jane thought admiringly that Mr. Guard is so handsome. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, I see what's in your head! Dangerous thoughts, you know!" Ryan exclaimed, looking at Jane suspiciously. The girl coughed and asked to stay out of her head without permission. Noticing that it was a bit of a passing yard, Jane suggested they step back to take a good look at everything Miss Nancy Freeman had sent. Ryan suggested they go to his presidential suite, which the company had given to its precious international representative. "Great job," said Jane ironically. Ryan was in complete agreement with her. A little while later, they were already sitting in Ryan's presidential suite. Jane opened her laptop to read the email from Nancy. In her letter, the girl wrote about being temporarily safe. She also stated that she wanted to gather more evidence to eliminate the dark forces at the root. She then went on to summarize everything she had learned in the meantime. At the end, Nancy asked not to call the number from which she had sent the message and promised that she would get in touch herself if necessary. That letter was like a breath of fresh air to Jane. At least that's what she thought until she opened the folder with the attached documents. And the first thing Jane saw in that folder was the chart of a patient named Alan Atwood. Then there was another chart of a patient named John Bowen, and another one with the same exact photo, but he had a different name, age, and employment. There were many such cards. "Are these all the identities Alan Atwood has used so far?" the bodyguard asked. The next photo was blurry, and Jane assumed that Nancy must have taken the picture in a hurry. Ryan suggested starting with Alan Atwood's papers. Jane noticed another file of some sort. I think it's a table. Then they found a photo with a map of Nancy herself. Only her name was different. Ryan wondered why Nancy had taken a picture of her own profile. Jane had some thoughts on the matter. She speculated aloud that the number in the chart might correspond to the patient's number. Would that mean there was a person behind each number? Since there were only 210 rooms, there were also the same number of people. Laziness guessed that the time in this table meant how many days the person had spent in the hospital. But what could these crosses and ticks mean? Ryan noted that across from that, Nancy Freeman has a check mark. All three of them suddenly had a kind of shock of conjecture on their faces. They realized that probably the cross in the plaque meant death. The guard turned to Jane, suggesting that since Nathan Wan was deliberately trying to hurt her, it meant that he wanted to send her to the clinic as well. It was obvious to Ryan that Nathan Wan was doing his best for Alan Atwood. Except Alan needs people to prolong his life. Jane agreed with that thought of his. But she did not understand why. Nathan was not short of money, and he had a position. Why would he do such a thing for Alan Atwood? It was also unclear to Jane what food of the gods had to do with it. It seemed to her that Alan and Nathan could not be the founders of the group, and that it didn't make sense. There seemed to be a little clarity in the case, but Jane was overcome with despair. She wondered when it would finally be possible to get closer to the truth. Ryan called out to the girl and asked what she was thinking about. The girl was looking at the package Eden had given her. It seemed to her that she had remembered the man just in time. Jane suddenly declared that she knew someone who could side with them. Ryan Howe asked skeptically, "Who was it?" 30 minutes later, there was a persistent knock at Ryan's room. He walked irritably to the door, noting that he could hear everything, and asked him to stop knocking. "You came?" Ryan stretched out disappointedly as he looked at his guest. It didn't take long for Eden to show up. The boy explained that he was only here because Jane said he was needed. Ever since Eden had shown up at the house, Ryan's resentment had only grown. He was annoyed at how long it was taking Jane to talk to him. Oh, and they got the wine. Why, all of a sudden? The bodyguard took a seat next to Ryan. In his opinion, Mr. Wong was a rather strange figure. After all, even if he is a fair person, the family connection might have made him hesitate. There was a high probability that he would refuse to seem to help them. Of course, Ryan was well aware of all of this himself, but all Jane needed right now was his help. If this guy agreed to help them, it would only be a good thing. Ryan Howe grabbed his head, mentally chiding himself for his gratuitous anger. That night, Jane told Eden a long story. She told everything except how his older brother had tried to destroy her. Jane withheld some of the truth. She chose to lay Emily and the group's history and her plan for revenge on the table. Warm feelings of friendship for this man prevented her from telling the whole truth. She didn't want to hurt him. She didn't want to ruin his relationship with his brother. Jane hoped that Eden would help them find out who was behind the group. After hearing the girl's story, Eden asked what he could do for her. Jane stated that she wanted to become a member of the group and asked if he could help her with that. After a moment's thought, Eden replied that he understood. Since time was running out, the boy suggested starting today. Eden said that last time, the day after the press conference, his brother was having a corporate party with a lot of people from the company, so he thought it was the best place to find out. Guy noted that Jane should get some sleep. He promised to call tonight after he'd checked the leads. Jane thanked Eden heartily for agreeing to help and take her side. The guy smilingly replied that he was just doing what he had to do and asked Jane not to take it personally. Jane only asked him to be careful. Ryan Howe simply became enraged when he saw Eden touch his hand to Jane's hair. Does he have enough to live for? He indignantly tried to tear towards Eden, but the bodyguard stopped Ryan. warning him not to do what he was about to do. While the guard was restraining Ryan Howe's urges, Eden was just leaving. Jane only looked anxiously after her friend. Ryan Howe approached the girl from behind, and with the palm of his hand over her eyes, he warned her that if she was still sad about him leaving, Ryan himself would become a threat to Eden's life. If he had changed his face for a moment tonight, or refused to help me, I would have no qualms about it. But he agreed without a second thought, Jane replied. Ryan tapped Jane lightly on the top of her head and wondered if her sleep deprivation had made her crazy. He added that the bad thing wasn't that Eden had contacted her, but that the unknowns had committed countless crimes. Ryan's intuition told him that this guy understood everything perfectly. With those thoughts, he stroked Jane's head. Walking out of Ryan's room, Eden was desperate. Now he began to realize what the message on his brother's phone meant. It appeared that the group existed inside the company with his tacit approval. He was angry at Nathan, mentally calling him a damn indifferent observer. It was hard on the soul when the closest person could turn into a stranger in an instant. "Brother, is this the real you?" Raz scrolled through Eden's mind. As soon as he got home, Eden immediately inquired where his brother was. In the study, talking on the phone, it was also learned that he had woken up very early and had been waiting for him all this time. Meanwhile, Nathan was in the room, talking to Raya on the phone. "You say he was at the clinic last night?" he asked anxiously. Raya answered that she had sent him a message on the spare phone and asked if Nathan had seen him. Something unexpected had happened, and he had to throw the phone away. Raya asked if his brother had seen anything unnecessary. Nathan answered that she could rest assured. He wondered how Eden had gotten the address of the clinic. Then his younger brother's voice came from outside the door. Eden looked into the room and asked permission to enter. Nathan stared at his brother, trying to read his mood on his face. "Bro," Eden said with a pleading tone in his voice. Nathan sighed and allowed his younger brother to enter. Looking at Eden, Nathan noted that it was the first time his brother had not slept at home since his return to the country. He also added that he would not let it go unless his brother had a good reason. Eden silently placed his older brother's spare cell phone on the table. He literally froze in bewilderment. Now Nathan understood how he had gotten the address of the clinic. Eden asked if there was anything his brother wanted to tell him. Nathan cautiously inquired what exactly he should tell him. There was a short silence. Nathan began to suspect that Eden might have learned something. "Are you sick?" Eden asked suddenly. Nathan had not expected such a question. "Don't try to fool me. I know you are often at the clinic," the younger brother added. Eden admitted that the manager had told him that Nathan was running the clinic, but the boy believed that she had deceived him. He said that he had read the message she had sent to his phone and asked Nathan not to hide the truth. "We're brothers! You can tell me everything! And your father must be informed about your illness!" Eden said in a concerned voice. Nathan was at a loss. He did not know whether he should believe his younger brother or not. He asked Eden how his phone got to him. His brother answered that he had found it only yesterday. He swore that he wanted to give it to Nathan right away. "How interesting. So you got into my phone without permission?" Nathan asked sternly. Eden began to apologize to his brother, justifying himself by saying that he was worried about him. He rebuked Nathan for being so anxious every day and for definitely not telling him something. Eden made the most worried face possible, and even his eyes glistened as if he was ready to cry. Nathan stroked his little brother's head and reassured him that he only had an upset stomach and nothing serious. "Really?" Eden asked. Nathan answered that of course it was true. He could not lie to his own brother. "As long as you're okay, I'm calm," Eden declared. He admitted that yesterday he had already thought that Nathan had a fatal illness and had had a little too much to drink. After that, he got up and said that he would go and wash and change his clothes. After this conversation, both brothers had definite thoughts. Nathan thought for a moment. Eden came back suddenly and asked if there was going to be a corporate party tonight. He offered to go with his brother, noting that he couldn't drink too much with a bad stomach. Okay, I get it." Nathan brushed it off. He told his brother in a calm voice that he was fed up with him. Nathan smiled and sent Eden to bed and to wash up. Eden left the room and breathed a sigh of relief. As far as he knew, Nathan shouldn't have suspected anything. Nathan, on the other hand, was in the room thinking. He was definitely disturbed by the recent events. Nathan and his younger brother Eden joined the guests in the hall where the party was being held. The people were buzzing with excitement. Someone said that since Mr. Wong was here, they could begin. Everyone was actively discussing who it was next to the director. People had never seen Eden before. After all, the youngest son of the Wang family had been carefully concealed before. Now his appearance was a sensation. Everyone discussed the event, surprised and admired Nathan's younger brother. Nathan took his brother encouragingly by the shoulder and suggested that he go and introduce him officially to everyone. Eden looked around in confusion. "Oh, I think he saw someone!" Standing among the crowd was Ryan Howe. Eden wondered why he was here. No sooner had Eden and his older brother approached the guests than he suddenly told Nathan, embarrassed, that he had to go to the bathroom. He asked his brother to wait. Eden left, leaving Nathan in the crowd of admiring guests. He walked over to Ryan and sat down next to him on the couch, wondering why he needed sunglasses in a room that was already dark. "Can you even see the glass?" he asked Eden ironically. Ryan replied that it was none of his business to worry about pretty boys. After getting a fair answer to his question, Eden wondered what Ryan was doing here, after all. Ryan reminded him that he was the face of the company, which was why he'd come. Besides, he wasn't going to let Eden show off to Jane alone. But Eden guessed that Jane was worried about him getting in trouble, so she sent Ryan to keep an eye on him. "What kind of man are you? I'm exhausted," Ryan sighed. Eden patted Ryan Howe's arm and pointed out that he shouldn't act out of spite. He also emphasized that Jane had already made up her mind. Ryan asked what he was talking about. He then lowered his glasses and wondered how Eden was going to find suspects among so many people. Eden stated that he didn't need to do anything for that. The guy emphasized that he was attracted to anyone with a taste for power. "I am, after all, the second heir to the Van Group," he added smugly. Ryan Howe looked at Eden with disdain. Mentally, he was annoyed with this guy. After all, only Ryan Howe could be the one and only superstar in the universe here. When Eden returned to his brother, Nathan tapped his glass, demanding attention from those present. After thanking everyone who had come today, Nathan decided to introduce his younger brother, Eden Wang. Ryan Howe also moved closer to the crowd and listened to the conversations. People saw Eden's appearance as a hint of a change in priorities. Some were beginning to suspect that the company's administration wasn't doing a good job and that a reshuffle was coming. Some noted that Eden was nothing like his scumbag brother. Others hoped for a rapprochement with the younger heir, thinking that this friendship would allow them to live without worries. Eden considered the people present. Among the guests, he recognized one gentleman. This man, Robert Leroy, is the responsible person of the company in cooperation for many years, and he is also known for his lustfulness. Eden remembered him. Seeing the guy's gaze, Robert greeted him by raising his glass. Eden approached Robert Leroy's table and offered him a drink. The man rudely asked the two women sitting next to him to move over and make room for Mr. Wang, and already Eden was sitting in this unusual company. Robert decided to start a conversation. He confessed that at first he did not believe it when he heard that Nathan was coming today with his brother. Eden said that he had been studying abroad, and so there had not been a good opportunity to socialize with everyone until now. He pointed out that he had only recently returned and immediately decided to go out. The guy offered Robert a drink. After a drink, Eden noted that it was a bit boring, although he thought that the program would be more fun. Robert, in his turn, emphasized that there could be nothing special at such events, only booze and girls. "Which one do you like? Pick one and she's yours for tonight," he said with a smirk, pushing one of the girls roughly in Eden's direction. Eden hugged both girls with a smile and asked how about he took and posted a picture of them on Food of the Gods. He wondered if Robert would mind. The man asked in surprise, what was this other Food of the Gods? By this reaction, the boy realized that Robert didn't know anything about it. So Eden stood up and promised to find Robert later, remembering that he still had a friend to greet. Robert was surprised that the guy decided to leave so quickly and asked him to take his time. But Eden did walk away with the thoughts that, from the looks of it wasn't going to be so easy to get evidence here either. "Interested in a special program?" Someone's male voice suddenly sounded behind him. Eden froze in surprise. He turned and stared in surprise at the man who had approached him. The man noticed that they had not met before, but he said that he knew Nathan quite well. He introduced himself as Bruce McWill and admitted that he was in charge of a domestic car company that was part of a well-known conglomerate. Eden, in turn, also introduced himself and recalled that Bruce had said something about a special program. "If you're interested, follow me," the man offered with a smile. Eden followed Bruce. He was excited and anxious in his heart, knowing that he might be about to uncover the secret veil of a criminal lair. Entering the elevator, the guy was very surprised when Bruce pressed the minus button for the second floor. The elevator stopped, and they stepped out into a hallway with marble tile floor and walls. Bruce asked Eden not to worry, noting that his brother was busy with the guests for now, but he would join the auction later. Those words puzzled the boy. What other auction was he talking about? Eden wondered if this wouldn't be his brother's first time. Bruce only grinned and explained that it was the Wang family banquet, after all. This was all starting to bother Eden a lot, but there was no turning back. At the entrance, the guy was asked to wear a mask. Both Bruce and Eden donned their masks and entered a separate room. There were already people there. 2 men were sitting on a couch, and one of them held up a sign that meant he had placed a bet. The countdown began. In the middle of the room, a girl in a short, thin dress that looked like a nightgown sat on a snow-white armchair. Her eyes were blindfolded. The countdown is over, which means that the bid of one of the participants played and he won his lot. The auctioneer banged his gavel loudly. This meant that no one could outbid the last bid. "Sold!" the auctioneer announced loudly, and Eden just froze in place at what he saw. Ryan, having lost sight of Eden, mentally noted that the boy had been gone for quite some time. He decided to go looking for him. The first thing he did was go to the elevators. Ryan Howe had a keen sense of smell and could smell anyone. Thanks to that, he also went down to the -2nd floor and smelled that Eden should be in the room at the end of the hallway. The guard blocked Ryan's path and stated that only VIP guests were allowed in here. Devil Ryan Howe instantly turned on his skill. With a flash of his eyes that turned fiery red, Ryan Howe declared to the guard that he was the much-revered VIP. "I think you should open the door and escort me inside," he said ominously. The guard's eyes also turned scarlet. He was now under the influence of the devil, so he asked Ryan Howe to put on the mask and follow him. In the hall, Ryan Howe was guided to an empty seat and offered a seat, prompting him to take a seat, noting that the next round of the auction was about to begin. Ryan Howe looked around puzzled. He didn't understand why it was so dark here. Contrary to all stereotypes, the devil was afraid of the dark, too. "Oh, I think the devil spotted someone." At the other end of the room, a masked Eden sat on a chair next to Bruce. One of the auction and service staff brought up signs on a tray for Ryan to bid on. All of this surprised even the devil. Meanwhile, lot number 3 was announced, and 2 men in suits led a blonde girl in a short dress and blindfolded into the hall. Looking at the girl who had been named number 3, Eden asked Bruce if these girls were participating in this voluntarily. Bruce replied that they were usually here because they were in debt. After all, what kind of person would do this willingly? He also emphasized that they are honored because he became an auction item. The girls would be able to pay for it. Bruce then asked what Eden thought the goods were worthy of being in front of them, and he answered his own question, saying that every item should be of high quality, without blemish, from head to toe. Bruce also added that each of the girls should be thoroughly vetted. Yes. And besides, he said, the bargain price tonight could be much more than what this girl could earn in half a lifetime. With a grin, the man explained that their money was also hard-earned, so it was worth it to get what they were entitled to. Eden, with difficulty, forced himself to smile back at the psycho. The boy crossed his arms over his chest, as if subconsciously defending himself. He was nervous, but he tried his best not to show it. Still smiling, Eden asked, "Isn't there more merchandise in the food of the gods?" "Besides," he added, "you don't have to spend money there as you don't have to spend money at the auction." "You're a member of the group too?" Bruce wondered. Ha! He said two! Eden had finally found the one he wanted. The boy turned to Bruce and admitted that he hadn't had the opportunity to join yet. Eden remarked that he had heard about the group by chance. The man stated that he could help with this. He did, however, point out that everyone entering has to upload a personal photo and video, even if they have a guarantor. Bruce then asked if Eden had the appropriate photos on his phone. According to him, it would be faster that way. The guy admitted that he wasn't really used to this kind of photo and emphasized that there was too much attention on him after all. Eden pretended as if he was worried that the company's reputation would suffer if something like this became public. "Very thoughtful. You and your brother are alike in that," Bruce replied, patting the boy on the shoulder. The man then held up a sign with the number 8 on it and told Eden that he would give him a gift today for the guy to have some fun. The host announced that bidder number 7 had bid $800,000. It was only now that Eden was beginning to realize what kind of shit he'd really gotten himself into. That's how Eden ended up with the girl, who was the third item in the same room after the auction. All shrunken and embarrassed, the girl asked if she could remove the blindfold. Hearing no answer, the girl asked fearfully, "Master?" "No, don't take it off," replied Eden worriedly, standing at the door, not knowing how to get out of this whole thing now. He was simply desperate. Eden didn't know what to do now. The boy bit his lip nervously, wondering how to get out of it. Bruce promised to wait for him in the next room. He asked the boy to bring him the pictures as soon as he was done. That's disgusting! Eden's situation seemed desperate to him now. He couldn't really take those pictures. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Eden bounced sharply away from the door. When he opened the doors, he saw Ryan standing in front of him. Even though Eden had asked him what he was doing here, he was happier than ever to see him. The boy asked how Ryan knew he was in the room. But he put his finger to his lips and said he'd come to show Eden tricks. Seeing Ryan Howe trying to enter the room with the girl, Eden tried to hold him back. But Ryan replied that he knew everything. He entered the room and immediately walked over to the girl who was sitting on the bed. Leaning right up to her ear, the devil told her to go to sleep. And the girl instantly flopped down on the bed, falling into a carefree sleep. Eden flashed over to the bed, trying to ask the girl what was wrong with her. Unable to understand what was going on here, the boy repeated the question. Only it was addressed to Ryan. Den looked at Ryan Howe confused and frightened, and wondered who he was after all. Ryan grinned and stated that he was pleased to see that look on Eden's face. "You want to know who I am?" he asked. "I'm your savior angel with her today," said the devil Ryan Howe, baring his fangs in a smile. "Angel?" Eden asked, eyes rounded in amazement. "Except you don't have to bat your eyes," Ryan asked, smiling. He stated that today, for Eden's sake, he would make an exception and turn into a beautiful deviless. The guy was starting to think he was going crazy. He didn't know what the man or whoever was talking about. And Ryan Howe didn't keep the kid waiting for long. He started his transformation. Eden gingerly inquired what Ryan Howe was doing. "Can't you see?" Ryan asked with irony in his voice. Eden watched Ryan's transformation dumbfounded, wondering how it was possible that he was suddenly so feminine. Ryan Howe looks like he's literally become a woman! Oh my gosh! The devil turned into a girl with the help of his power. He looked at Eden and assumed that he was frightened. Then this newfound deviless shocked the guy even more. Hovering over the guy right on the bed, this femme fatale beauty with Ryan Howe eyes asked Eden who was prettier after all, the sleeping girl or the deviless. The boy looked at the girl sleeping next to him in amazement, trying to make sure he wasn't imagining things. It seemed impossible to Eden. He then shifted his gaze to the deviless and asked in horror, What are you anyway?" "Well, that's disrespectful. Call me a devil," the girl said and squeezed the boy's cheeks. Then she told Eden to close his eyes. and the guy didn't even realize how he had fallen into unconsciousness like that. "That's good, how obedient you are, Eden Van," the Deviless said in a wimpy voice and clicked the camera on her phone. Eden woke up to Ryan's voice, who was pleased to note that his prank had succeeded. He couldn't believe that Ryan was a man again. Ryan Howe was thrashing around Eden and taking pictures of him from every angle. "Jane, you have to see this. He's freaking out. You've never seen him with a face like that before," he was saying. Eden indignantly asked who Ryan even was, and Ryan Howe proudly replied that he was the one and only main character. Ryan then laughingly tossed the guy the phone with the words that he could, of course, just give him the fake photos, but it was curious to see his terrified face. He added that Eden could report back to Bruce and make sure he stayed satisfied. Eden opened the gallery on his phone and wondered what was wrong with all those files. Ryan Howe tried to explain as succinctly as possible that all those photo files were just an illusion. Eden stated that he would deal with it. The guy also added that he doesn't care what such a thing is in front of him right now. All he cares about is that Ryan is on Jane's side. "But if you're not human, I don't want Jane with you," he suddenly wailed. Ryan only gave the guy an indifferent look. As he left, Eden stated that they would talk more about Jane. Exhaling after the stress he had endured, Eden got ready to enter Bruce's room. Upon seeing the guy, Bruce remarked that Eden had come back too quickly. But the guy explained that he just wanted to try other women as soon as possible. Oh, Eden was getting sick of his own words at that point. Bruce invited him in. A few minutes later, Bruce handed him the phone with the words that everything was done, and now all that was left was to wait for a response. Eden asked how long he had to wait for confirmation. Bruce was surprised by his haste. He assumed that the guy was afraid that those photos and videos wouldn't be enough to get him into the band. Eden replied that those files were worth $800,000 after all. Eager to satisfy such curiosity, the man allowed me to watch everything on his phone. Handing over the phone, he explained that the app could be downloaded after becoming a member of the group and then deleted once a week. This was done to protect private secrets. Eden was surprised that there was already an app as well. Bruce replied that they always have to improve the way they interact. What kind of interaction did he have in mind? Eden looked at the application's interface and noted that it was quite simple. Bruce explained that members can make buy and sell transactions right on the app, but it's worth realizing that photos and videos are worth pennies. But for every one of them, there's an amateur for every one of them, and it raises your self-esteem, he added. Bruce believed that only men could rely on each other in such matters. Definitely crazy. Eden didn't seem surprised by anything anymore. They went on to discuss the need for chat in the app. Eden then asked why there was a search button. And Bruce answered that through this button, you can find the name of a female employee of a company that a member of the group is interested in. He pointed out that if there are already photos or videos in the group, they will show up right away. And if there aren't, that means they will be soon. Boy, Bruce sure got that crazy look in his eyes. He suggested we look at who is currently at the top for search terms. Eden tensed. And then Bruce called out the name Eden was most afraid to hear. Jane Blair had been at the top of the search results lately. Bruce wondered if it was the girl who worked with the company representative. The man squinted his ugly gaze dreamily and expressed aloud his desire to take care of this girl himself. Eden clenched his fists. Oh, luckily the phone rang. An email alert came through confirming that Eden was now a member of the group as well. Bruce, watching Eden study the group on his phone, suddenly laughed out loud. He asked if it wasn't true that food tastemaker, hunting, sounded pretty funny. Bruce also remarked that this number one was a total jerk. Eden didn't quite know what he was talking about, and Bruce explained that when the group had first appeared, Nathan had immediately recognized who the number one was. According to him, it was a second-class, unremarkable employee. Second class is one of the levels in the influence system of the Van group. Number one, such a nickname, and he's arrogant, the man remarked, and asked if Eden knew how much Eden made from the band. Without waiting for an answer, Bruce remarked that no one is interested in who the guy really is. After all he had to do was keep the band updated. By supporting the group, the number one thus contributes to the group. Bruce laughingly remarked that he'd met the guy once. According to him, he was always talking back and trying to do favors. Eden smiled, too, and said that he should probably go back to his room. Back in the room, Eden asked Ryan Howe what would happen to the girl now. The guy was worried that the photos and videos of her had already been sent out, which meant that the girl's life was now in jeopardy. Ryan Howe asked if he looked like someone who could use an innocent girl to accomplish his goals. Yes, Eden replied briefly. Ryan explained that these photos and videos are fake. He also pointed out that no matter who downloads them, the materials will not open on any device, and no one will be able to view them. Then, nodding his head toward the girl, Ryan stated that his bodyguard would take care of her and take her to a safe place. The man guaranteed that these men would no longer be able to control her. That answer satisfied Eden. Bowing his head tiredly, he thanked Ryan. "Pull yourself together," Ryan Howe asked the boy. He reminded Eden that his older brother was quite the fox, and with that look on his face, Nathan couldn't be fooled. Eden asked Ryan not to teach him. The boy indignantly emphasized that he would work things out with his brother himself, based on the circumstances. "Yeah, and who needs you?" Ryan Howe snarled resentfully. Eden was puzzled by his thoughts about the conversation with Bruce. He couldn't get out of his head what he had said about Nathan. Eden could not believe that his brother had been involved in all this from the beginning. Meanwhile, Nathan was chatting with the guests at the party. He was waiting for news from his assistant about where his brother had gone. Oh, the assistant had finally returned. Nathan wondered if he had found Eden. The assistant reported that Bruce McWill had taken Eden with him to the auction. He also reported that he had spent $800,000 on the goods that Nathan had reserved. That news seemed to give Nathan Wang something to think about. Eden bought her back himself? Nathan asked, puzzled. The assistant replied that he knew that the girl had been bought by Bruce McWill and given to the young master. A sycophant, Nathan thought. Nathan Wang asked where Eden was now, and the assistant replied that the gentleman with the merchandise had been in the VIP room for some time. The principal told the assistant to come down. Only the man wanted to carry out the order when Nathan called out to him, asking him to stop. He motioned for an aide to give Bruce a word or two from him. Soon, there was a knock at Bruce McWill's door. The man wondered in surprise who was there. "Please excuse me, Mr. Bruce McWill, for disturbing you while you are resting, but please leave the VIP room," Nathan Wang's assistant announced as soon as Bruce opened the door for him. Bruce wondered in surprise what was going on. "Please leave," the aide repeated calmly once more. Calling the guy an idiot, Bruce tried to slam the door shut, but the aide knew his business and with a strong hand deftly held it open. Bruce asked if the guy worked here, and after asking what his name was, threatened to complain. The man in the black suit just kept quiet. The aide then nodded and beckoned to the two burly men standing behind him. Two tough guys broke into Bruce's room. McWill shouted indignantly, asking if they knew who he was. "Oh!" The guys twisted Bruce around and dragged him out of the room despite his screams. As he passed the aide, Bruce grabbed his tie and asked him whose orders he was following. The man just looked nonchalant, which pissed Bruce off. The assistant finally replied that Director Wang had asked to give something to Bruce. "Nathan Van? What did he say?" Bruce tried to find out with a frightened expression on his face. And the assistant quoted Nathan, "You broke the agreement. If you don't want your manhood cut off and thrown into the river, get out now and never come back." Looking dumbfounded at the stranger, Bruce asked, "For what?" Bruce McWill was utterly bewildered. He did not understand why he was being treated like this, or what he had done. The assistant quoted Nathan again. "Dirty bastard, this is for you for daring to mess with my brother." At this time, Nathan himself was among the guests, trying to hide his inner turmoil behind a smile. He raised his glass and offered to drink to the top. "Oh, I think someone's on the phone." Nathan pulled out his phone and looked at the screen with irritation. Alan Atwood was calling. God, what did he even want? Nathan picked up the phone and asked if he had not paid enough attention to Alan at the clinic that he had decided to call him. Alan answered that he was calling because he had good news. A second pause hung in the phone conversation, clearly not boding well. "I'm back!" declared Alan Atwood in a confident tone. The fallen angel looked up at the moon and turned to the void. "Where are you, my dear Mr. Devil?" And Mr. Devil had just returned home. Jane asked from the doorway what news she'd gotten. Ryan Howe replied that he had a lot of news and added that it was all his own doing and that Eden had nothing to do with it. Soon Jane was scrutinizing the phone. There was silence in the room. The girl stared and couldn't figure out what was wrong. She tried to put together a puzzle in her head from what she had just seen. "There's my name here," Jane said, puzzled. Ryan asked not to worry, emphasizing that he wouldn't let Jane's photos end up on that ill-fated app. However, Jane stated that the opposite is exactly what needs to be done. The girl suggested that you can use her photo to get the attention of number one. "What? Pictures? I'll kill you! I'll bite you to death, I swear!" Ryan Howe wailed as if out of his mind, trying to snatch the phone from Jane. The girl tried to explain that it wasn't what he thought and asked him to listen to her first. Pointing to a section labeled Group Chat, Jane noticed that number one could be contacted through this chat room. The description for this section stated that this chat welcomed discussion of buying and selling, quality and operation of the product. Hay-sensitive topics are prohibited. In order to leave feedback on the offer, it was suggested to message number one. This is exactly what Jane pointed out. Wasting no time, the girl immediately pressed the button labeled Admin Number 1. Jane got a reply back to leave feedback so that they could improve this app. And Jane quickly typed her message. She tried to write it in such a way that it was not clear that it was a girl. "I have a video of the top Jane Blair request. It's my treasure, haha. Except I'm not going to upload that video on the app and sell it to any of the band members because I'm not short of money. But to you, as the founder of this group, I'm very grateful. Number one, would you like to see my stash?" This message to Jane again received the same response. "Leave feedback so we can improve our app." Ryan Howe wondered if Jane was sure that number one would even respond to something like that. Of course, Jane wasn't sure. But if Bruce's words were true, then he was just a rank-and-file member of the Van Group who had recruited the elite and proclaimed himself number one. Jane noticed that the tone of his reply was also rather arrogant. That meant that his vanity could be exploited. Jane suddenly asked if number one gave an answer. Would Ryan be able to find out where he was? Ryan Howe said smugly that if that guy would just send a message, he'd get him from under the ground. Jane and Ryan had waited so long for an answer from the mysterious number one that they were beginning to fall asleep. Ryan dozed off first, and Jane leaned her head on his shoulder. The girl's eyes were closing as well. Once again, she glanced sleepily at the phone screen and noted disappointedly that there was still no answer. Ah, well, the only thing left to do was to wait. A new day has dawned. In the dressing room, a girl asked Ryan Howe what he was drinking. The man replied that it was water with sugar. He explained that such water helps to relieve swelling. At the same time, Ryan texted Jay asking if there was any news. She answered him that there was nothing yet. "Don't spend all your time waiting for a message and don't forget to eat." He wrote the text of the message and hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should send it. They announced the start of filming and called Ryan Howe to the set. He put his phone down and said he'd be right there. Jane was all focused on her work at this time. A busy day at work had passed, and Ryan Howe returned home tired and exhausted. He found Jane sitting on the couch. She was once again looking at the phone, waiting for a reply to her message. Ryan sighed worriedly. He was definitely worried about this girl. "Ah, you must be hungry?" He snickered and asked Jane if there was any food at home. Ah, it seemed like it was only at that moment that the girl finally noticed Ryan was back. He also affectionately called Jane a fool and asked if Jane knew that a man could die if he didn't eat. Jane quietly replied that she wasn't hungry. But the loud rumbling in her stomach said otherwise. Well, Jane had to admit that Ryan was right after all, and she was a little hungry. A little embarrassed by Ryan's stare, Jane asked what it was that he was looking at her like that for. Ryan Howe smiled and said he was a little curious about what Jane had been like before she decided to seek revenge. Jane looked into Ryan's eyes and sort of froze. "Oh, but what's going on?" In an instant, Jane's eyes changed color and instantly time seemed to slow down. The clock suddenly stopped. It looked like Ryan was about to look into Jane's past. He sat across from the girl who was completely under the influence of his power. Ryan Howe touched his finger to Jane's forehead. She didn't react to the touch. The clock started counting down. Wow, that's skill. That's power. Ryan found himself in Jane's past. The girl stood in front of the candy counter and asked for a chestnut cream cake to wrap up. So the devil Ryan Howe, who could do many things, was now standing next to Jane in her past. Ah, how good it was that he could see the events of the past, and yet he himself could remain unnoticed. Looks like Jane used to like to dress up. The next moment, Ryan saw Jane in a clothing store. The girl was walking past the racks and looking at the assortment. Oh, Jane looked at the price tag and wondered. Buy it! It's only $200, not several thousand. Why are you pretending to be a beggar? He muttered indignantly, standing behind the girl's back. She couldn't hear or see him anyway. Jane never bought that thing that time, no matter how much she wanted to, and no matter how much an indignant Ryan Howe yelled behind her. When the sun went down, Jane found herself on the roof of a house. She sat down and turned on the music on her phone and began to watch the sky. Oh, so that's the kind of music Jane likes to listen to. Ryan couldn't figure out why she was staring up at the sky. Was she waiting for a shooting star? Ryan Howe mused aloud that there was no point in making wishes on a shooting star because they wouldn't come true anyway. He called Jane stupid. Oh, indeed. Suddenly a long, bright trail of shooting starlight appeared in the sky. Jane shouted excitedly. Closing her eyes, she mentally wished that in the next 10 years she could buy her own apartment in this city, next door to Emily, so that they could always be together. Ryan looked at her with a puzzled expression. He looked at Jane and couldn't look away. He couldn't understand what it was that attracted him to this girl, but it was a feeling he'd never known until now. "Jane, I'm here!" Someone's voice suddenly sounded nearby. Jane noticed that her friend was late and had also missed a shooting star. Meanwhile, Emily asked if Jane had only bought one can of beer. Jane laughingly reminded her that Emily wasn't allowed right now, so she'd just have to watch her friend drink. Ryan Howe suddenly realized that he didn't need to be here. He made sure that Jane's past turned out to be more than happy, and her future shattered. Jane woke up and was surprised to see that Ryan Howe wasn't there. She couldn't understand what had happened. Right in front of her on the table was some kind of package and 2 pieces of cake. What the hell was that? Opening the bag, Jane found a t-shirt in it. The same t-shirt she hadn't had enough money for in the past. Oh my God, there's a new message on my email! Jane opened the message and saw that 2 minutes ago, number 1 had sent her a text that said, "Send." Jane showed this message to Ryan Howe, and he replied that he already knew about it. Oh, what on earth was he up to already? Devil Ryan Howe made a sign to Jane to be quiet. He had some kind of sharp object in his hand. Looks like he's already got some kind of plan. So now the devil had the phone in one hand and something resembling a knife in the other. Jane couldn't understand what was happening because a second ago she still had the phone. She stared at Ryan in bewilderment, not sure what to do. Oh, the devil only flicked his black hand lightly, and a sharp object pierced through the phone in an instant. A cracking sound echoed throughout the room. Jane stood stunned, staring at Ryan's action and trying to figure out why he'd done it. "Come, it will lead us to number 1," the devil said suddenly, and after those words, Jane finally understood everything. Wow, so he was the one who made such a compass. And the phone, making incomprehensible noises, went flying, showing Ryan and Jane in which direction they needed to go. Soon they were standing at some kind of door. Now Jane could see with her own eyes what kind of place number 1 lived in. Conditions weren't the best, except that Jane didn't have an ounce of sympathy for the man. The girl knocked loudly on the door. "Is that a delivery?" just now deigning to arrive." A disgruntled voice at the door muttered. Oh, I think Jane was getting really nervous. Jane mentally noted that the voice behind the door sounded familiar. When Ryan saw the girl's dazed face, he called out to her. The door opened. Oh my God, unsuspecting. Wondering where they'd been for so long, the door was opened by Evan Becker. Jane was startled out of her thoughts. The number one could have been anyone, but it was hard to believe it was Evan. Evan was also surprised by the arrival of such guests. Ryan Howe abruptly ripped open the door, confusing a bewildered Evan. Jane felt like she'd been doused with cold water. Really? Could this man have had anything to do with what happened to Emily and the other girls? Evan asked in a shaky voice. What they wanted from him and how they got his home address. Meanwhile, the compass phone was pointing to the guy's computer. Jane, who had been gathering her thoughts until then, suddenly became furious and slapped Evan's face. The guy's glasses fell to the floor. Jane asked if he was number one. What? Questioned Evan in confusion. He looked very confused. You are number one, repeated Jane in exasperation, grabbing the guy by his shirt with one hand and digging into his face with the other. The apartment was filled with a heart-rending scream. Jane was so furious that it seemed the devil himself could not have stopped her. Ryan didn't interfere. For now, he preferred to observe. But that scream could definitely draw unnecessary attention. Ryan Howe made a deliberate move toward the door. He turned the knob, and now everything that happened outside the door of this apartment was going to stay here. Evan's eerie screams and cries for help could be heard down the hallway. Ryan Howe realized that in the matter of this misunderstanding, Jane didn't need any help. So he stood with his head down and waited for this show to end. Yeah, Jane gave Evan a hell of a beating. Did this guy, who even dares to hit me back, really found the food of the gods? While Ryan Howe was thinking about it, the girl wasn't going to stop and kept trying to get the answer to her question out of Evan. That's enough. Your hand is bloody. Ryan walked over and grabbed Jane's arm, stopping her from throwing another punch. However, Jane screamed that it wasn't enough for her. She had only one desire now, to destroy the bastard. The boy, curled up on the floor, mumbled that it hadn't been on purpose and that he hadn't meant to take Emily's life. Evan admitted that he liked Emily better than anyone, more than anyone. All he could think about was how Jane knew all this. In his mind, he cursed the girl and wished her dead, calling her the most obscene words. But he was wrong to even think about it. He didn't know there was someone in his apartment who could read minds easily. Such disgusting and vile thoughts towards Jane Ryan Howe was definitely not going to tolerate. He waved his hand toward Evan, releasing a powerful stream of force. The guy was thrown to the back of the room and he just curled up in pain. Ryan Howe grabbed Evan by the neck and squeezed his fingers. He struggled to breathe and begged for mercy. Jane called out to Ryan, but there was no stopping him. Looking the cowardly underling in the eye, Ryan Howe interjected as he just called Jane. It seems like something irreversible is about to happen. Ryan Howe's eyes turned black. The devil Ryan Howe decided to use force. He wished Evan to burn in hell. Passed. Emily suggested that Jane should go to the roof, but she replied that the wind was too strong and suggested that instead of the roof, it would be better to go to the dining room. The girls walked down the corridor. There was some noise from behind one of the doors. Outside that very door, two men were mocking Evan Becker. "Staring at me, you miserable worm!" One of them insulted Evan, asking the guy if he had only fat instead of brains. He told Evan to smile, and he had to follow the order willy-nilly. When Emily heard that, she headed for that door, outraged that this was happening in the office in broad daylight. Jane tried to stop her friend. She told her not to come in. Emily thought for a moment. However, the girl decided that she couldn't stay away and opened the door to that ill-fated room. Emily's boldness had not diminished since her childhood. That day, the girl entered the room where the screams were coming from and, turning to the older man, said that his supervisor was looking for him. The latter did not understand why. Emily lied, explaining that it was probably about the expense report and needed to go right away. But then what's different? Could it be that it's all about confused human feelings? Or is it the fact that this world rejects justice with contempt? Then Emily saved Evan's life by doing the same thing. They left, telling the bespectacled boy to behave himself. Emily lifted the guy's glasses. She handed Evan his glasses, remarking that it was a good thing they hadn't broken. The boy thanked her. That afternoon, Jane just waited for her friend at the door. At lunch, Jane asked Emily not to interfere in such situations anymore. She pointed out that it would be costly to cross those elders. Jane also added that Evan had hands and feet and could fend for himself. Emily just made excuses that she hadn't done anything wrong. "Remember, no grown man needs a girl's help." "No, no, no, no," Emily admonished Jane. But Emily simply replied that if she were in Evan's shoes herself, of course she would want someone to help her. She then tried to reassure her friend, assuring her that the elders wouldn't do anything to a cutie like her. "Cute, lest you piss me off," Jane replied. Ah, how Jane wished all those memories were not true. Now, Evan's image was causing Jane some contradictions. It wasn't clear how he could now say that he liked Emily, while at the press conference he had blamed Jane for her friend's death. The two images magically appeared in Jane's mind. Ryan Howe continued to have a dead grip on the boy's throat. "The only one," Jane said suddenly. Ryan turned around and stared at Jane in surprise. "Emily is the only one who stood up for you," the girl shouted as if out of breath. In some unmemorable frenzy, Jane took up the knife. "How the hell do you sleep at night?" repeated Jane as if delirious, heading toward Evan. The girl stated that she would only calm down when she took him with her. When Evan saw the knife point in front of him, he was sweating profusely. Crying tears and looking at Jane in a daze, he begged Jane to let him go. Evan tried to justify himself by saying that he hadn't done it on purpose. He explained that he was just updating the app. "I know I'm wrong. I really do. Don't kill me," pleaded Evan, grabbing Ryan's arm. The boy also pointed out that he could go to jail for murder, and he wasn't worth it. Ryan Howe irritably asked Evan to disengage and pulled his arm out. Then Ryan waved his hand, and Evan passed out. Jane looked first at Evan and then at Ryan Howe in a stupor. She wondered if the guy was dead, but Ryan replied that he'd just knocked him out. He then walked over to Jane and, putting his arm around her shoulder, asked what she was doing and if she was really going to stab him. "And why not?" the girl replied coldly, noting that she was ultimately going to die anyway after all. Those words hurt Ryan Howe. He, taking Jane's hand, asked her to come to her senses and not to stoop to the level of these criminals. The girl snuggled into Ryan's chest and admitted that she was so tired. "Do you have to be a good person?" "Ryan Howe, I think being a good person is very tiring," Jane whispered in an exhausted voice. Ryan Howe stroked Jane's head and touched his lips to the hair on the top of her head. In that instant, there was nothing around, only the embrace of the devil that gave Jane a sense of incomparable calm. After a while, Evan woke up with his mouth gagged and bound. Ryan Howe asked if he'd thought it through. The frightened boy mumbled something in tears that meant yes. "Hey, you!" Jane addressed Evan dismissively. He tensed up, his eyes bulging fearfully. Jane said they needed him to do something for them, something that would interfere with the affairs of this crime ring. Walking away from Evan, Ryan Howe pointed out to Jane how beautiful the moon was today. "And so many stars," he added. Jane didn't seem to care at all. The girl was weighed down by her thoughts about everything that had been going on around her lately. All this material must have shaken them up. But if something goes wrong tomorrow, she said anxiously. Ryan staggered forward a little and pulled Jane by the arm. He wondered if Jane wasn't in the mood and didn't even want to look up at the sky. Suddenly Jane hugged Ryan Howe tightly, much to his consternation. "What are you doing? We're in the street. If anyone sees this, it'll be in the papers," he said, blushing. Jane mentally noted that Ryan was colder than usual, like an icebox. Out loud, however, Jane said she was so warm. But her voice trembled. Ryan Howe called Jane a liar. Although Jane didn't actually lie to him, Ryan Howe indignantly asked Jane to immediately unclasp her hands and let her go. Except Jane wasn't going to listen to him. "I won't let go." Jane said quietly, looking Ryan in the eye. Of course she wasn't lying to him, but she wasn't telling him the whole truth either. Like the fact that in all that world, she could only feel the warmth that Ryan gave her, and no other. Releasing him from her embrace at last, Jane pointed out that Ryan Howe was pretty exhausted today and needed to recuperate. With those words, she opened his shirt, hinting to Ryan that she could help with that. But the man replied with an emphatic no. He said he had no appetite and asked Jane to just sit for a while. Wow, it really is such a beautiful full moon tonight. Wow, how soundly asleep Ryan had fallen asleep. Jane admired the sleeping man and wondered why he was only trying to show how strong he was. While Ryan Howe dozed off, Jane reflected on the fact that he hasn't asked for her life force to recover for some time now. He only agrees when Jane offers it to him. I wonder, and just how his body copes. Jane turned to a sleeping Ryan with a promise that when it was over, she would be sure to do what she had to do and give her life. She promised that she wouldn't run away. In return, Jane asked him to choose some man next time. The girl admitted that she might be jealous if he suddenly agreed to fulfill another girl's wish. Sleeping like a dead man, Jane thought. Then Jane remembered that there was still one more person to meet tonight. So the evening arrived. Jane was supposed to meet at a cafe. Jane met with Eden. Looking at the papers, the boy wondered if the documents would become public tomorrow. Jane confirmed his speculation. "You're good," Eden praised her and smiled. He thanked Jane for warning him about this in advance. After all, now he would be able to mentally prepare himself. Jane lowered her gaze and told Eden that if he wanted to, he could blame her instead of pretending not to care. Frankly, if it weren't for your help, it's unlikely that the identity of the creator would have been revealed, she added. Jane then pointed out that this evidence could hurt Eden's family. The guy asked her not to talk nonsense and asked why. As soon as Jane did the right thing, she apologized time after time. Eden emphasized that she'd done the right thing, and that was all she needed to remember. "But if you're really ashamed of me, you can help me with something," he added. Just when Jane asked what he needed help with, Eden handed the girl some sort of piece of paper folded several times. The boy explained that this was the address of a private clinic registered in his brother's name. Eden said that he had already sent a man to check it out. According to him, there are a lot of patients there, and given what's going on in the company right now, that clears things up. Looks like Jane finally realized where Nancy Freeman was being held. The girl asked what was required of her. Eden asked that Jane make the information public. He wanted the girl to state it as well, along with what she had already gathered. Eden admitted with bitterness in his voice that he wanted to do it himself, only he couldn't raise his hand against his brother. After all, even though he was the worst person in the world, Nathan was still Eden's brother. Jane nodded silently. It was hard for her to imagine what Eden was feeling at that moment, and how hard it was for him to do such a thing, even with her help. "We ordered so much stuff. It would be too wasteful not to eat anything. Dig in!" Eden put in and asked Jane what she liked more, spicy or sweet. The girl replied that she liked spicy, and in turn inquired what Eden liked. The guy replied that he also liked spicy food, and suddenly asked who Jane would choose between him and Ryan Howe. Jane was taken aback by such a question, and Eden laughingly admitted that he was just kidding. There would be no more simple moments like this starting tomorrow, and they both knew it now. "Shall I walk you out?" Eden asked as they left the cafe. But Jane replied that she didn't need to because Ryan Howe was already waiting for her in the car parked on the next street. Eden jokingly wondered if Ryan had been so anxious to see him and Jane have dinner together. Jane smiled broadly. She knew there was some truth to what Eden had said. "I will not back down," Eden stated. Jane interjected what he had said, and Eden, reiterating his previous phrase, suddenly hugged the girl gently. Eden pointed out that compared to Ryan Howe, he still has more merit because he is a human being. As he left, the guy promised that when it was over, he and Jane would definitely meet again. "Yes," the girl replied. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Jane realized that this was most likely not going to happen. Eden left full of hope for a bright future, despite everything that is going on in his life right now. And Jane walked away, mentally apologizing to Eden for the fact that she probably wouldn't be able to wait for their next meeting. The next day, an officer entered the police station with an envelope in his hands. One of his colleagues took out the exact same envelope and remarked that he had found it under the door. The man who entered noticed that he had found his envelope on the seat of the police car. "There are documents inside, I checked, like personal information and transaction details, and a flash drive," one of them gushed. The other replied that he had the same. Oh, the duty officer, having spoken to someone on the phone, stated to his colleagues that other departments had received such envelopes too. Looks like an interesting show is about to begin. As it turns out, there was a recording on the flash drive, and on it was a heartfelt confession from Evan Becker, an employee of the Van Group. By turning himself in, he wanted to protect his own safety. If the case was prosecuted, the guy promised to show up in person. "What I'm about to reveal, I swear it's all true," Evan began his confession. And the guy started telling me that with the tacit consent of the company's top people, he created an app with illegal media content, for which he received $3 million in illegal income. Evan explained that those documents in the hands of the police are a detailed description of all the revenues he received during the period of the app's operation since its inception, including the transfers of all VIP customers. But that wasn't all he wanted to talk about either. Evan Becker also admitted that there are currently about 70 hidden video cameras still hidden in the Van Group, filming about 300 women. Oh, this confession dumbfounded the entire police force that viewed the video. No one at first could believe that this was even possible. But if this guy is telling the truth, it looks like a high-profile case is coming up in this town. Let's go back to when this video of Evan was taken. The guy was reading off a piece of paper that Ryan Howe had given him. At one point, he asked if he should read the rest. Ryan told the boy to read word for word and not to leave out the slightest detail. The frightened Evan was already ready to do whatever he was told. "The bloody bodies are his work," Evan read out. Then the concept and purpose of the criminal group was explained. The newly created group immediately found a lot of men willing to join. Women were treated as commodities. People who were users fell into several categories. Some came here driven by lust, while others, on the contrary, believed that since it was a commodity for which money was paid, it was possible to choose what they wanted according to their personal criteria and standards. Women were blackmailed with intimate photos in exchange for a night out. Each of those hiding in the dark corners is an executioner. But their deadly weapon is not a sharp blade. Their weapons are criminal eyes and vicious hearts. For these men, every woman's death is a performance to which they give continuous applause. But we must not forget that every act has an end. Back to the police station. In the video, Evan stated that it was the right time to put an end to this absurd spectacle. There was a heated discussion among the police officers. It didn't seem like a prank. Some of them offered to confirm the authenticity of the documents sent. Some, on the contrary, suggested to find Evan and interrogate him first. But one of the police officers advised his colleagues to stop bickering and to think hard. Could the Van Group have anything to do with such a thing? In his opinion, the investigation should have been started quietly. "How about testimony?" Someone's female voice suddenly called out. "Oh, it's Nancy Freeman herself." The girl walked into the police station, and Jane Blair came in with her. "Last night." Nancy stared worriedly into the screen of the phone, hiding under the blanket. "Oh crap, my cell phone's dead." Suddenly, Nancy heard footsteps coming down the hall. The door to her room creaked open. God, who could that be? Nancy lurks under the blanket, trying not even to move. She heard someone enter her room and approached her bedside with slow steps. Nancy shrank back and squeezed her eyes shut. She was horrified to think that she might be discovered. Oh God, had it really happened? Suddenly, a familiar female voice told her it was time to go home. It was Jane. When she heard Jane Blair's voice, she cried with happiness. She couldn't believe that there was finally a chance to escape from this nightmare. Nancy was very surprised to see the intern in front of her. Jane apologized for being a little late. Despite her haggard and tired appearance, Nancy's eyes were full of happiness and hope. While Jane went to pick up Nancy at the clinic, Ryan Howe was waiting for her in the auto with his bodyguard. He kept grumbling. Where are they? And how long can they wait? The driver pointed out that it had only been 10 minutes since Jane had left, but it still seemed like a long time to Ryan. The girls were about to leave the hospital when suddenly Nancy stopped. That she couldn't just walk away. Nighty realized that if the nurses found her gone tomorrow morning, there would be no hope of rescue for the others being held here. Therefore, she could not leave. Gritting her teeth, Nancy said she'd rather wait here. Jane mentally noted that this girl had changed. Taking Nancy's hand, Jane wondered if she could leave them. Jane guaranteed that all these girls would be free as early as tomorrow. Jane then stated that Nancy should level the place herself. And now Nancy is sitting in a police station giving a statement. The investigator took the statements and shared them with his colleague, noting that they were nightmarish. Nancy's testimony was consistent with what Evan Becker had said. They were soon joined by several other co-workers, and one of them claimed that the video of Evan was leaked online. As it turns out, there weren't many views at first, but that was only until Ryan Howe, a famous idol, spoke up in support. And now this situation was on everyone's lips. Ryan Howe has publicly announced his unilateral termination of his contract with Van Group. He publicly expressed his strong condemnation of the company's actions. By the company's actions, he meant selling personal information belonging to women and retaining them. Ryan Howe expressed his belief that the law will bring justice. Ryan Howe's video appeal gained many millions of likes, reposts, and discussions. The news spread like a virus across the web. Now the police had no choice but to act as quickly as possible. A special police unit was dispatched to the Van Group building. The scene on the landing was familiar to these walls. A man was pushing a young girl against the wall, and she was trying to get away, asking him to stop. The man rudely reminded her of his promise to post naked pictures of her in the elevator if she refused again. The girl clenched her teeth and squeezed her eyes shut, still trying to resist the persistent type. The girl clenched her teeth and squeezed her eyes shut, still trying to resist him. But he smirked smugly, threatening that soon everyone in the company would know how easy she was. The man kept glancing at his watch. It was time for him to leave. He dismissively shoved the girl away from him like a useless thing and told her to come out 5 minutes after him. The bastard was worried that if anyone saw him, he'd be in trouble. The door slammed shut behind him, and the girl was left sitting on the floor in tears, unable to even pull herself together to get up. All her thoughts were that it would be easier for her to die than to endure such humiliation all the time. Oh, she looked at the open window that led from the landing to the street. It seemed to her that her freedom was so close. All she had to do was be brave enough to jump. The phone rang. It was her mom. It was as if she sensed that at this moment, her daughter was one step away from death. The girl picked up the phone. "Baby, it's on the news about what's going on at your company. Are you all right?" the mother inquired, and the girl cried. That call was just in time, and it saved her life. Her mother asked what was wrong with her daughter's voice. Without waiting for an answer, but suspecting something wrong, she promised to come on the first train after lunch. Mom asked only not to be afraid and to wait for her. The girl ended the call and sat down by the window. She had almost said goodbye to her life, leaving the dearest person in the world to suffer. Now that the news about Van Group had spread throughout the city, everyone in the company looked at each other suspiciously. Even former friends were distrustful of each other. The women began to react angrily and suspiciously to any casual touching by the men, reproaching them with perversion. An alarming atmosphere in the company began to grow. It even got to the point that female employees of the company became panic-stricken, even just to go to the bathroom in their work building, and went to the mall across the street. Girls suspected their boyfriends if they worked for the Van Group of sending personal photos. And any arguments of the opposite sex to the contrary were subjected to severe doubts and checks. When the police arrived in the building, panic further gripped the female staff of the company. The girls were worried that they might have already been photographed and posted online. In that case, many of them would have to go to the police station to testify. Now everyone looks suspicious. Men were also worried, especially those who were not involved in those crimes. In a situation like this, it does not matter who the perpetrator is. Everyone is under suspicion. Men were suspicious of each other, and tensions rose both within the women's collective and between men. One of the cops found a hidden camera right in the women's restroom. Soon another one was found in one of the offices. As it turned out during the search, there were many such hidden cameras in a variety of places. They were under the tables, in the most inconspicuous places, and placed so as to be taken from the most favorable angle for the criminals. There were cameras in literally every corner. Soon, one of the office desks was just strewn with covert filming devices. Some employees were already quietly going to quit and go to other companies, but only now everyone wanted to hide the fact that they worked for Van Group. Many did not understand why they should be detained at all, even though they were members of Food of the Gods. One such member felt that it was the creators of the app, not the users, who should be detained. Some weren't afraid at all, counting on not being uncovered thanks to that app's good defenses. The printer in the office was working. Some document was being printed. One girl took the document in her hands and froze in bewilderment. The rest of the female co-workers circled the girl, wanting to see what could be so interesting in that document to react like that. The girl with the sheet in her hands called out to the police officer in a trembling voice. And as soon as he approached with a question, the girl screamed in panic that she was holding the very list. It was a list with members of the criminal group. Many of the people on the list were present at their workplaces. Some of them were not even thought to be involved in such a thing. And yet the list made a huge impression on everyone, causing a scandal. Some of the participants were outraged, some were repulsed, and some made excuses that they had registered out of curiosity and had never used that app. In the general panic and commotion, one of the girls took a picture of her colleague with her phone. The coworker fearfully asked what she was doing. The girl, looking at him with a crazy look, declared that she was going to leak the photo to the internet. "Don't you like watching others? Now let them watch you!" she shouted. Here she was already quickly creating a post with a loud headline and with a picture of an employee, despite all the man's pleas and cries not to post. Looking at all this and the chaos around, one of the policemen remarked that there seemed to be many more people who needed to be brought to the station and questioned than there were policemen sent. The other agreed that the case was a mess. It seemed that the assistant, aka Nathan Wong's bodyguard, had also decided to run away in disgrace. He tried to get away unnoticed through all the commotion. Soon the assistant appeared before the principal and suggested that he call the board as soon as possible. Strange. For some reason, Principal Wang turned to the window and didn't react at all to the words of the guy who entered. He called out to the principal again. Yes, Nathan had his own worries. Now he was listening to his father on the phone. Van Sr. reproached Nathan for having given his son the company, and he had brought it to this point. Calling his son a useless piece of shit, his father said he was about to leave. He threatened to give Nathan a real beating when he arrived. After his father hung up the phone, Nathan took a drink from his glass and thought about it. He was used to this attitude. Nathan had never known any other kind of fatherly love. He's not even interested in his eldest son. All he cares about is the company and its reputation. Nathan wondered if his father's attention would have been drawn to him if the Van Group had not existed. Nathan laughed to himself. Then he asked the bodyguard to leave, noting that he wanted to be quiet. There was a call from the club manager. Nathan picked up the phone and was told that somehow information about the auctions had leaked out, and they were now sealed. God, this news finally hit Van. But what made him even more upset was that the one who had turned them into the police was his younger brother, Eden Van. Nathan didn't want to believe it. However, all the things that had been happening lately made the principal still believe in the words of the manager. "I think my little brother has grown up," Nathan said with a smile as he hung up the phone. It was quite lively outside the Van Group's building. Police cars were still parked nearby. Jordan Blair showed up at the company on a day that rocked the Van Group like a beehive. After making his way through the bustling crowds of ubiquitous staff and police, Jordan came to see Nathan Wang. For the time being, the director sat in his office, not expecting anyone. It seemed to him that the limit of unexpected news and problems was exhausted for today. But he was wrong. There was a knock on the door. The door was opened quietly, without waiting for an invitation to enter. Without even turning around, Nathan reminded him that he had asked not to be disturbed. "Not even I'm allowed?" a familiar male voice asked Nathan. This was certainly not the man Nathan had expected to see. The director turned around. Jordan Blair's appearance shocked Nathan. He stared fearfully at the man. "Ha! You're just in time," Nathan said, regaining his composure. He wondered if Jordan had decided to kill him just when things were getting worse. Nathan then assumed that the man had come to get his own and said that it was not going to happen. "Everything that's here, it's all yours! And you decided to hide. You didn't dare to meet your daughter. Even you refused to give up your own name." Nathan, with a glass in his hand, tried to reproach Jordan, calling him a coward and a loser. Then he said that if Jordan wanted company, he might as well not dream of it. Jordan wondered aloud that even though everything belonged to Nathan, he was playing the victim. I think those words hit a nerve with the principal. He suddenly picked up a bottle of leftover liquor from the table and slammed it sharply on the table. With a sharp piece of glass in his hand, Nathan lunged at Jordan, accusing him of being the cause of all this. He threw the man to the floor and held the broken glass to his throat. "I live every day with guilt, with the feeling that I am a thief," Nathan cried out in despair. All this was stolen from you," he continued. Nathan did not understand why his life had to be like this. At the height of his emotions, Nathan was no longer in control of himself. The edge of the sharp glass from the broken bottle in his hand was already scratching the skin on Jordan's neck. Nathan's voice was soaked with pain and despair. Now he felt like a caged animal. The man bowed his head and admitted that he had never wanted what had happened to him. In him still sat that little boy, the son who was afraid to disobey and upset his father. Oh, how many things he had done out of stupidity and fear. Only now did Nathan begin to realize how many things had happened because he had been blind and had chased after his father's attention, which he had never received. Jordan suddenly spoke up. He said that his daughter didn't want to be without her parents either. The man tried to reassure Nathan that at least his childhood had not been so lonely. He remembered how much time he had spent at the construction site, forgetting his family. Bringing back Van Group, his brainchild, has always been Jordan Blair's desire. The opportunity to be near Jane and make up for what she had lost motivated the man. He always imagined his whole family living in happiness and prosperity. However, in pursuit of his own goals, Jordan ignored his daughter's desires. He never once put himself in her shoes or thought about what she wanted. God, how painful it was for Jordan to remember those painful, tearful, and desperate eyes, and the little girl's voice begging him not to leave. Only now did Jordan realize that he'd been a worthless father if he'd decided to turn a blind eye. Today's news about how Jane and a coworker weren't afraid to go up against an entire company, becoming victims in a high-profile case, sobered Jordan. It wasn't until he saw Jane on the morning news that the man realized something important, something he hadn't realized until now. Jordan realized that reclaiming his place at the head of the company was just his stubborn desire, whereas Jane never needed the buildings or the life of a major. Nathan furrowed his eyebrows and asked what his daughter really wanted. Jordan smilingly replied that Jane wanted justice, wanted to live where she could laugh in peace, where nothing would mar her existence. Nathan wondered if Jordan would now be willing to give up his thoughts. The man replied that he only wanted his daughter's wish to come true. These words struck Nathan in the heart. The resentment he had felt for his father was now turning into anger toward Jordan Blair. The director asked him to stop throwing around loud words and called Jordan an irresponsible man who had never loved his own child. After all, Nathan thought that he and Jane were the same victims of their fathers. Jordan tried to stop Nathan from doing something rash, telling him that he was not like his father. He asked the boy not to do anything if he felt any shame. "What?" Nathan asked angrily. Jordan stated that he realizes the power of whoever is behind him. He also implied that there is still a chance to turn things around. The man added that sooner or later they will be able to lead the company to success again, and this city still needs them. But Jordan also emphasized that his daughter put her life on the line to get justice for her fallen friend. "Just don't do anything. Don't try to stop her or shut her down. Then we can put an end to our feud. But if you decide to act otherwise, I will haunt your family like a ghost that you won't be able to sleep a wink anymore," Jordan pleaded with Blair. Nathan Wang let the man go. He plopped tiredly on the floor and sighed heavily. Jordan Blair rubbed his stiff neck. A real miracle to get through to this guy. Maybe all was not yet lost. The man stood up silently and headed for the exit. "Don't you want to go back?" Nathan asked suddenly. Jordan replied that he had already made the wrong choice once and failed as a father, so he couldn't afford to be wrong again. As he left, the man looked around those familiar walls once more with sadness. Memories suddenly came flooding back to him. Images from the past came back to him as if it were yesterday. He was painfully reminded of his old friend, Paul Van, the man with whom Jordan had started his journey. It was Jordan who once gave his friend the hope that he and his friend would open a business center here together. All these memories were now painfully tearing at the man's soul. He suddenly remembered what hurt the most. One day, Jordan made a decision. He offered his sister Laura money. She was puzzled and asked why. Young Jordan Blair claimed all the cash he had and asked the girl to look after his daughter Jane, feed her, and look after her. The girl tried to stop the young father, but he made sure to leave quickly so he wouldn't change his mind. His sister shouted that even though Jordan was having a hard time, he shouldn't abandon his family. She added that he was at an age where he could forget his father, and he would regret it for the rest of his life. But that day, Jordan decided he would not regret it. He made a decision and chose his path, which seemed right to him at the time. Today, as he walked out of the Van Group building, Jordan fell to his knees and held his head in despair. The day had come when he regretted his actions of many years ago, but he couldn't turn back the clock. Passersby looked at the man with regret, thinking that he was the father of one of the victims. Jordan howled with the heartache that was tearing him from the inside out. More than anything, he wanted to see his little girl again. Live on the Justice System channel with host Ramina and expert Bob. Dear viewers, welcome to our studio where we continue our conversation with Mr. Bob Ronald, who has become the voice of the victims in light of recent events, the host began. Bob Ranald made the point that the influence of Ryan Howe, whose speech brought a lot of attention to the issue of workplace bullying, could not be denied in this case. On the other hand, however, the man felt that Howe had caused anxiety and jeopardized many working women. The anchorwoman, for her part, confidently stated that if it weren't for the intervention of a powerful man like Ryan, the women would have remained in greater danger. Bob stated that he hadn't said everything yet, and the host asked him to do a better job of telling everyone about the progress of the case as well. Meanwhile, many suspects were already being led out of the Van Group building. It remained to find one more participant. A small van suddenly braked sharply in front of the building, dumbfounding everyone nearby at that moment. The policemen stood there with their mouths hanging open, and from the surprise, they were not even able to realize what was going on and react immediately. Suddenly the van door opened abruptly and out popped Evan Becker. He was tied up and had his mouth closed. So that's Ryan's bodyguard. He fixed his glasses in a businesslike manner and said he was leaving this guy to the cops. Wow, he's like James Bond. The policemen were stunned by this spectacular appearance. One of them, however, quickly came to his senses and started asking questions about who the stranger was and what his name was. The policeman said that a report should be made and the man should stay. But Ryan's bodyguard replied that he was just a concerned citizen and quickly drove away in his car. The police guys just looked at him. Finally, the crime clinic was brought to light. The police, thanks to Nancy's testimony, got there too. The entire medical staff, including the manager, Raya McCauley, was tied up and detained until all the circumstances were clarified. The unfortunate girl patients of that ill-fated clinic were transported by multiple ambulances to normal hospitals for proper medical care. Nancy, sitting in one of the police cars, watched anxiously. She could not believe that she had escaped from that hell and that the other girls would be saved now. The policewoman sitting next to her reassured Nancy that everyone in there was sure to be rescued. She then told the driver to go to the station for a report and remarked that it was a busy day. 2 days later, a group of women protesters gathered outside the Van Group building. They demanded a safe working environment and spoke out against bullying and violation of workers' private boundaries. They all wanted a thorough investigation into the sensational case. The police said that Nathan Wang seemed to have escaped. They suspected he'd gone underground. Soon a photo of a smiling Emily was all over the news as the heroine who saved Evan Becker from workplace bullying at the cost of her life. Jane walked over to Nancy. Both girls had come to memorialize Jane, the girl who had finally been heard of and through whom many other innocent souls had been saved. "We've come to visit you." Nancy addressed Emily's portrait in a quiet voice. In her hands was a bouquet of roses. Nancy apologized to the deceased for the fact that after all this time, she was only now coming here. Jane observed that Emily wouldn't blame Nancy, but rather was glad to see her coming. Nancy thanked Jane. She then asked what Jane's future plans were. Jane wondered and got sad. Her plans were to meet up with an old friend. With those words, Jane looked at Emily's portrait. Oh, how she missed her support right now. Jenny, in turn, asked about Nancy's plans. She said that she had always thought of going to study abroad as an exchange student, but it had never worked out, so now she had decided to give it a try. Nancy admitted that she had lived with the weight of all these secrets on her shoulders for so long. Now, however, she longed to let it all go. The girl invited Jane to come, to unwind, as soon as Nancy herself was settled abroad. Jane promised. He came. Nancy was surprised to note that Ryan Howe had not been seen for the past 2 days. She wondered where he'd gone. Sighing, Jane admitted that he was avoiding her. The intercom buzzed in Ryan Howe's apartment. The bodyguard picked up the phone. It was Jane, and she needed Ryan Howe. Except that Ryan Howe himself put his finger to his lips and signaled the guard to say he wasn't home. "Mr. Howe says he's not home," the guard replied, which made Ryan incredibly angry. Jumping up from the couch, he wondered if the bodyguard wanted to die. Jane said she was at the door and asked him to open the door. As soon as the door opened, an angry Jane appeared in front of Ryan Howe. "Avoiding me?" she asked. Ryan Howe denied the obvious, but Jane didn't need to answer. She understood it all herself. "Let your fangs out and bite me now!" Jane yelled at Ryan and pulled his cheeks in different directions, trying to open his mouth. He resisted and said he wouldn't do it. Jane kept trying, asking him to open his mouth like a child asking a child to eat porridge. But Ryan Howe turned away stubbornly and clenched his teeth and said he wouldn't bite her. "What on earth are you afraid of? You're the devil after all, and you should eat me!" Jane shouted. But Ryan Howe asked the girl to let him go and swept him up in the fact that he didn't eat anything. That's how they fought it out. She pleaded with him unsuccessfully. He tried to get her off his back. After trying every method, Jane jumped on top of Ryan, wrapping her legs around him and grasping him with her arms. "Bite me quick," she asked in an orderly tone. Trying to unhook Jane from him, Ryan didn't keep his balance, and they both fell to the floor. For a moment, there was silence in the room. Jane lay face up on the floor, eyes wide open. She just froze in the moment. Ryan Howe held her hands by the palms of her hands, pinning her to the floor. He loomed right over the girl in obscene proximity. For a few seconds, they stared into each other's eyes in silence. "Jane Blair, in such a hurry to die, are you?" asked Ryan Howe suddenly. Jane was ready for anything around this man. She looked him straight in the eye again. Ryan Howe couldn't stand that look. He recoiled from the girl and jumped up, turning away. "Then I'll finish you off," said Ryan Howe in a suddenly cold voice. It seemed that Jane had been ready for this long ago, but at this moment she was somehow alarmed by his tone. The devil Rayan Hao released his fangs and made hissing noises as he approached Jane. He took the girl by the neck and pulled her to him. Jane let go completely of all fears, closed her eyes, and with a smile awaited her fate. Devil Ryan Howe tried to turn on the emotion of anger, but he was having great difficulty doing so. He put his arm around Jane and lowered his head on her shoulder. Ah, how hard it is. The hardest struggle is the struggle with oneself. There was silence in the room. Ryan Howe seemed to be trying to tune in. He bared his white, sharp fangs again and hovered near Jane's neck. The girl opened her eyes and looked at Ryan questioningly. Her whole look seemed to ask him, "What's the problem? What are you waiting for?" Ryan, as if reading the question in Jane's eyes, answered that he didn't have the strength. The man turned and walked away. Jane tried to stop him, but he didn't listen to her words. She called out for the devil Ryan Howe again, but he had disappeared somewhere. Jane was alone with her thoughts and feelings. As she continued to sit on the floor, she exhaled. It was a good thing he'd disappeared, though, because Jane wouldn't have been able to say what she wanted to say to his face. But she knew Ryan Howe could hear her. In her mind, she thanked the devil for these 2.5 months and for taking care of her. She thanked him from the bottom of her heart for the fulfillment of her wish and for changing the fates of several girls. Devil Ryan Howe, hanging his feet off the edge of the skyscraper, heard all of Jane's thoughts. The girl thought he was a narcissistic and complicated person who sometimes acted like a child. Hearing such things about himself, Ryan smiled involuntarily. And then she said something Ryan certainly didn't expect to hear. Jane called him the most luminous, warm, and gentle deity to herself. Jane continued to think, realizing that all her thoughts would definitely be heard. She realized that this whole story had started because of her, and it had to end with her. Once you've thought it over, come find me. You can always do that, right? Jane addressed Ryan in her thoughts. Devil Ryan Howe, sitting on the roof, quietly and affectionately called Jane a fool. Meanwhile, Nathan Wang's room was in chaos. The man had been drinking, and empty bottles were everywhere in the room. The best way to numb his grief was to fall into unconsciousness. Eden rang the doorbell. "Brother, are you there? Open the door, please," he begged. Standing in front of the door, Eden thought about how his brother should definitely be here. Nathan's bodyguard had searched every possible place, but Nathan had disappeared. The man asked Eden if his brother could have fled abroad for fear of his father's punishment. The boy was certain that it could not have happened. He knew his brother. After some thought, Eden told the guard to go to the apartment where their father had lived before he had gotten rich. Somehow, he thought Nathan might be there. And now he's standing in front of the door of that very apartment, asking his older brother for forgiveness. Eden stated that he is only apologizing because his last name is Wang and because he is Nathan's younger brother. But in terms of reasoning who's right and who's wrong, you're definitely in the second category. I had nothing to do with it, Eden continued. Nathan heard his brother's words perfectly. Eden suddenly said that he had not come to blame him, but to tell him that he would be there for his older brother no matter what happened, and that he would help him to overcome his difficulties. He promised to do to Nathan what he had done to Eden as a child, protecting him. These words lifted Nathan off the couch. Nathan Van walked to the door and stopped. Eden was just leaving and said he would wait for his brother to contact him. Nathan wished he could answer him now. Oh, suddenly Nathan heard another voice. It was close by and told him to open the door as soon as possible. Nathan froze in horror. He turned and saw Alan Atwood in front of him. He grinned and suggested that Nathan should open the door and let Nathan see himself as a pathetic man. "Put on another show. Pretend to be a good brother," Alan asked in a sarcastic tone. The fallen angel thought Eden was bound to get sympathetic from something like this. Nathan asked where Alan Atwood had been for 2 days and why he had not come to help him. Angel replied that he was just getting a snack. "You again? This has nothing to do with you. I've already decided to give up and let it go," Nathan said. Oh, Alan Atwood was suddenly right beside Nathan, and putting his hand on his shoulder reminded him that he had already asked him to watch his tone when talking to the angel. He then asked Nathan not to take on too much. He also added that it was just about him, but not about the Wang family. Angel pointed out that there was a personal grudge between him and Ryan Howe. Looking at Alan with a frightened look, Nathan asked what he was going to do. Laughing evilly, Alan Atwood declared that he was certainly going to give Ryan Howe his comeuppance. OO Hospital for the Mentally Ill. Jane came to visit someone, but was told that he had not been feeling well lately, so they could not let her into the ward. However, she was allowed to try to communicate through the glass. This option suited Jane. And already Jane was standing in a special room behind the glass that led to the ward to which the patient was to be brought. The girl warily awaited his appearance. They'd finally brought him in. The guy in the long straitjacket sat in the wheelchair and stared blankly at the floor. "Adam?" Jane called out to him. In this strange man, one could barely recognize the cocky guy who'd contributed to Emily's death. Oh, hearing Jane's voice, Adam seemed to turn on. He looked up at the glass with a blank, crazed look in his eyes and shouted as hard as he could. There was something inhuman about his scream. Deprived of life, deprived of life, deprived of life, deprived of life. Adam repeated like a robot. "Took your life, took Emily's life," the guy yelled, banging his head on the glass. He banged his head against the glass over and over again as if he felt no pain at all. Jane only watched these frantic convulsions, and Adam never thought of stopping. The girl thought for a moment. What she saw did not evoke absolutely no sympathy. It was more like a pitiful sight. "Live. Make sure you live a long life, Adam," Jane said, and those words sounded like a curse. Although that was probably the message they were sending. Jane smiled. She knew perfectly well that after a long life, Adam would eventually face a reckoning in his own hell. At the reception desk, the girl gave Jane her bank card, noting that she had deposited so much money at once for Mr. Adam. She asked if Jane was leaving the country. Jane replied that something like that and said that she wouldn't have time to come over again. So Jane asked her to take good care of Adam. The girl smiled and assured Jane not to worry about that. "You are so good to Mr. Adam," she added. "Good, haha, except that I'm his enemy," Jane replied calmly. Then she left, and the girl at the front desk looked at her with bewilderment. As she stepped outside, Jane noted how beautiful the sunset was today. She stretched her arms up toward the setting sun, enjoying it. It is so beautiful to admire what one sometimes neglects to look at in the midst of one's cares. Jane decided to take one last walk to the pastry shop. Oh, suddenly a male voice behind me remarked that the sunset was really beautiful. Oh my God, it was Alan Atwood! Jane flinched in surprise. "Smiling because revenge succeeded, eh, Jane?" he asked. He wondered if Jane was frightened. Oh, she did look frightened. She was trembling all over. Alan suggested calling Ryan Howe, since she was so scared. He added that he was looking forward to meeting him. "You want to meet him? Dream on!" Jane shouted, pulling herself together. Alan smirked and noted that Jane was now keeping her mouth shut. The girl at the front desk suddenly noticed that Jane had forgotten her card. She went outside to return Jane's card, but she wasn't there. Weird. She was just here. Jane was already on the very rooftop where the memory of her deceased Emily was now being honored by laying flowers at her picture. God, Jane cried out in pain, and her purse fell to the floor, spilling the contents. Alan tried to get the girl to call Ryan Howe. The fallen angel threw punches at Jane, noting aloud that she was putting up a good fight. "And if so?" he asked with a haughty expression on his face, and used already more brute force. From such a blow from him, Jane flew away in the opposite direction like a piece of fluff. He hit Jane so hard that she hit the concrete wall. The girl fell to the ground without strength. She was covered in abrasions. Her body ached and burned from Alan's blows. Alan Atwood walked over to Jane and grabbed her by the hair and lifted her up and looked her straight in the eyes. He asked if she wasn't in any pain and wouldn't even cry. Then the fallen angel added that Jane had earned respect in his eyes. With a haughty smile, he wondered aloud how he could get Jane to talk. Then he turned his attention to Emily's picture. He knew the man was Jane's sore spot. Alan waved his hand toward Emily's picture. Oh, and in an instant the picture of the girl in front of her eyes lit up. I think she has a grandmother left. Should we burn her alive? Alan Atwood asked. Jane looked at the monster with hatred and didn't understand where it got so much evil in it. Alan stated that the games were over, and he didn't want to waste any more time. The fallen angel told Jane to summon Ryan Howe immediately. Jane replied that she wouldn't let him do that. Look at you. Are you really sick of living? Said Atwood, rolling his eyes. Jane suddenly realized that no one had ever loved Alan. He stared at the girl in surprise. Oh, she seemed to have found his sore spot, too. Jane also noted that despite his handsome human appearance, his needlepoint clothes, and his incalculable wealth, Alan had never felt love. Jane asked if she was wrong. An angel? What kind of angel are you? The girl continued. Alan told Jane to bite her tongue, but she didn't think to obey, especially since she had nothing to lose anyway. Jane continued to speak. For hundreds of years you have lived alone. People fear you and reject you. It's gotten to the point where every smile in your life is fake, just to butter you up. Jane called Alan the most pathetic creature in this world, unlike Ryan Howe, who is loved by everyone despite being the devil. You lost a long time ago, Jane finally added, and the fallen angel whipped her face around with a swing. Oh, there it was, the angel's sore spot that Jane had skillfully pressed. He angrily told her to shut her mouth. At the same time, the flames from Emily's photo spread to the flowers placed nearby and began to blaze more and more, illuminating everything around them. The fire dropped its fiery glare, reflecting in Jane's eyes. In her delirious state, the girl could still see Emily's portrait not fully burned. Jane pulled her hand into the fire, unafraid of getting burned. Alan only watched with bewilderment and hatred as the love in Jane's soul overcame the fear of pain and death. The girl tried to reach her friend with her last strength. Alan Atwood, on the other hand, could not control his overpowering anger. When he reached the peak of his patience, he couldn't stand it any longer and kicked Jane in the ribs with all his might. Then he stepped on her with both of his feet, and the girl gave a muffled shriek. Her breath caught in her throat. God, Alan Atwood incarnated in his true fire and gold, scary as hell for an angel, guys. His hands turned into paws with huge, sharp claws. With one swing, Jane soared into the air, hanging like a doll. What? No more strength to talk? Alan asked with a sneer. He stated that he was giving Jane one last chance to summon Ryan, and then he would let her live. He touched Jane and suddenly realized that a normal person's heart would have already turned to ash from his touch. But Jane was alive to his great surprise. That's good, she said with a smile. The fallen angel couldn't understand why it was like this, why this person was still breathing. He looked at Jane with wonder and apprehension. Don't even think about hurting Ryan Howe with my help, yelled Jane like a madwoman. Oh God, what happened next was a nightmare. Jane didn't realize how she'd ended up in front of a pool of blood. Her sneakers were also stained. She tried to rub off her shoes. Oh, what's that sound? It was like some creepy dream. Jane saw someone's dark silhouette and tried to go that way. She's already in the restroom by the sink washing her white sneakers. Jane is trembling. It had been a nightmare from the start. Jane woke up and fell somewhere else again. As if in a delirium, she asked someone for her phone back. Then she apologized to Emily. Once again, falling into some unknown darkness, Jane felt as if she were wading through a thick fog. In that fog, she called out for her friend. But there was silence everywhere. Jane was endlessly going somewhere and couldn't find her way out. She realized she was going to die. Oh, suddenly such a familiar voice called out to her. Ah, there was Ryan Howe, like a ray of light and hope in this endless darkness. He was the one who'd dispelled the fog and called Jane with him. Jane froze in indecision. Ryan asked what she was looking at and beckoned her to follow him. Jane pressed her lips together. She looked like she wanted to cry, but there were no tears. Ryan Howe turned around, beckoning Jane to follow him. Oh, and then suddenly Nancy Freeman and a bodyguard appeared beside him. "Come on, trainee," Nancy called out. "So, how much longer are you going to make a superstar?" Ryan asked in his own style. "Miss Blair." The bodyguard connected as well. "Coming," Jane said, and tears ran down her cheeks. It wasn't a nightmare. It wasn't anymore. And Jane was back in a nightmarish reality. All this time, Jane was still in the air in Alan Atwood's hands. She had withstood everything he was going to destroy her with. Jane wasn't going to let him hurt Ryan Howe. Some inner voice whispered to her, "It's okay, Jane. Don't be afraid." Not knowing where her strength came from, Jane grasped the angel's clawed paw. "Don't be afraid." The voice in her head sounded. Alan Atwood looked at Jane in surprise. He didn't understand what she wanted to do. Through the tears running down her bloody cheeks, Jane suddenly said that her soul had to go to the devil, Ryan Howe, and there was no other way. With those words, she pulled the angel's hand toward her. "No!" yelled Alan. What Jane had decided to do was in no way part of his plans. Pulling Alan's hand toward her with all her might, Jane plunged it straight into her heart. Ah, Jane thought. It was all her greed, but she promised it was the very last thing she wanted. Blood trickled and dripped from Jane's shoes, forming a puddle. "Why?" yelled Alan Atwood like an exasperated man. He didn't understand how anyone could be so loyal to the devil. In a frantic voice, the angel asked what the devil could have done to deserve such a thing. Jane hung on his arm. The life was slowly leaving that tortured body. "Ryan Howe," she said with the last of her strength. The feather that the devil had once left as a drawing on Jane's chest suddenly began to shimmer. At the candy store, Ryan's bodyguard had just picked up his order of freshly baked chestnut cake. Just as he started to tell his boss about it, he froze in surprise. "Whoa, what was that?" The guard shook his head around in confusion, not realizing where Ryan Howe had gone. He had just been here. At this time, the people outside the candy shop looked up in surprise. They had witnessed a man flying up in front of them. Meanwhile, Alan Atwood, still holding Jane's bloody body on his arm, marveled that she was even willing to die for the devil. "Oh, I think someone mentioned the devil in vain." Alan Atwood grinned smugly. It was clear to him now that Jane had bound herself to the devil's pen by being in his charge. Ah, what excessive care. What's going on? Where did Jane disappear to all of a sudden? Angel stared confusedly at the pool of blood that only remained where Jane had just been. Looking at his severed arm, Alan Atwood howled angrily. "I'll finish you, Ryan Howe!" he shouted somewhere in the sky. The fire continued to burn at the scene of the fight. Ryan Howe carried Jane away from the bloodthirsty Atwood and flew far away with her. God, all bleeding. The girl was in his arms and seemed to be on the verge of life and death. Why did things turn out so sadly? The devil sighed. "You look awful. No, definitely, my Jane Blair is always beautiful," he said softly and stroked the girl's cheek. "Oh, that hurts." I don't think Ryan had ever known what real pain was until now. Terror and despair settled in his heart. Suddenly, Jane coughed. Like a madman, Ryan Howe pressed the girl against him. He begged her to answer, just to talk to her. But suddenly, Jane disappeared from his hands. All that was left was the feather he had given her. The feather was picked up by the currents of air, carrying it into the sky. Ryan Howe reached out helplessly for him. "Don't go," he pleaded. The devil tried to reach the feather with his hand, but it flew higher and higher. Oh, suddenly a strong wind rumbled. There was a whipping sound like someone flying. It really was the angel Alan Atwood. He flew into Ryan Howe at breakneck speed, hitting him. My God, this clash promised to be fatal and spectacular. The angel, sparing no effort, attacked the devil again and again. But the devil didn't even seem to want to resist. His soul was so empty without Jane that there was nothing he could do to fill it. What might have been called the devil's life was now meaningless. Angel whipped Ryan Howe with powerful blows, tossing him from side to side, slamming him against the walls. The devil was like a soulless rag doll. Alan Atwood, laughing wildly, asked why the devil would get so hard to kill over an ordinary man. The devil, once again thrown back by the angel, tried to look for the one thing that was still holding him here. Where? He mentally searched for the feather, and he couldn't find it. Oh, Alan Atwood, like an insidious ghost, hovered everywhere Ryan Howe looked. The devil seemed to be flying into the abyss. Angel tried to catch up with him every now and then. He wanted to prolong the pleasure and torture the devil as long as possible. Everything was happening in slow motion. The seconds seemed to drag on for hours, and the houses around them seemed to sink into darkness, with only occasional glimpses of windows. Oh, there it is. There it was, that little single happiness that the devil had tried so hard to cling to. Ryan Howe finally found what he was looking for. The feather was still floating weightlessly in the distance, and the devil suddenly had the strength to go after it. Angel was puzzled by what was happening. He didn't understand what was going on. "Ha!" he suddenly asked the devil, wondering if he had decided to run away from him. Ryan Howe didn't hear those words. He saw a goal, and he had to achieve it. A restless Alan Atwood reappeared right in front of the devil, and mockingly wondered if Ryan Howe didn't have the strength to run far away. But the devil ignored Atwood and flashed him around, continuing on and on behind the pen. As if under hypnosis, Ryan Howe flew without noticing anyone or anything around him. This behavior enraged the angel greatly. "I appeal to you!" he yelled loudly to the devil. Suddenly, Alan Atwood realized what had distracted his opponent so much. He was furious that Ryan Howe was shining a light on his weaknesses without giving him any credit at all. Ryan Howe is this close to the target. He'll be able to reach it in a heartbeat. The devil soared upward, leaving the night city somewhere below. Just a little more. Just a little bit left! Wow, here's Ryan Howe finally being able to touch the pen with his fingertip. Oh no! The enraged angel caught up with Ryan Howe and threw him away with a powerful punch. This is the goodness in the flesh called an angel. Here he is, the one who is praised and called upon when help is needed. Only Alan Atwood was not just an angel. He is a fallen angel, for whom the concepts of love and compassion are alien. And at this moment, he wanted only one thing: to completely destroy his opponent, to trample, to hurt. Ryan Howe was falling, hit by an angelic kick, and saw Alan Atwood rushing towards him. Oh, what the hell? Alan Atwood seems to be at a complete loss. Where did the devil go? Angel looked around. His enemy was nowhere to be seen. Oh, but here at last, the angel saw what had distracted the devil so much from the battle. He realized what Ryan Howe had been chasing after so much, allowing himself to ignore the angel. The feather. The devil was flying after the feather. "Ryan Howe!" called out Alan Atwood ominously, eyes flashing like lights. In an instant, the angel soared upwards, standing in the devil's path to his weightless goal. "Ignore me? Ignore me, you bastard!" he yelled. With a deft movement, Alan Atwood grasped the feather and clenched it in his fist. Angel wondered if the devil had gotten so bold over some woman that he wouldn't even dignify him with a word. With those words, he descended to the ground again, so fast that he pounded the concrete floor with his feet. "You dare ignore me?" the angel asked. And then the devil came down to him. He was finally ready to fight. For now there was something to fight for. In his devil form, Ryan Howe moved slowly toward the angel. "Give it back," he asked. "Finally noticed me, Ryan Howe," said Atwood with a sneer, and beckoned Ryan with a feather. Angel declared that he wasn't going to give anything back to the devil, but just the opposite. Atwood mocked the devil by repeating his request. Then he picked up the quill and looked down at it. "You pulled my arm off. I owe you one," he uttered and opened his mouth to swallow the feather. "Oh, I don't think anyone thinks what they're doing." The hour of reckoning had arrived, and the devil Ryan Howe was determined to give this lousy guy a proper beating. One blow from the devil made Atwood crouch in pain. Spitting blood, he wondered how this was even possible. The angel considered himself more powerful than the devil because he devoured many souls. "You can't ignore me forever! Come on, turn around! I command you! Look at me!" The angel tried to shout to Ryan Howe, but everything was already darkening in his eyes. Ryan Howe snatched his jewel from Atwood. He held the small feather carefully in his powerful hands like a treasure. It was his treasure, something he felt a love-like feeling for the first time in his entire existence. Alan Atwood collapsed without feeling. The devil Ryan Howe dropped his wings and lowered his head exhaustedly. Leaving the appearance of a devil, Ryan Howe looked up into the sky. Looking into the endless sky, he cried out in pain and despair. Ryan Howe was out of it too. Angel Alan Atwood, under the warm light of the rising sun, lay in a pool of his own blood. Devil Ryan Howe lay nearby. The year 1912. In one dark alley, something terrible was happening. One angel with white wings was leaning over a second angel who was bloody and already dead. A living angel with blood-stained hands sat beside the body and looked at it puzzled. He savored the beautiful young face of the dead man. Ah, that face was hard to look away from. And that's a face I really wanted to borrow. That's how Alan Atwood was born. Are you going to slaughter your entire clan? Someone asked suddenly. Angel turned at the voice. Here in the human world, one angel is enough. The rarer the species, the more valuable it is, isn't it? The angel Atwood observed. Seeing the boy in the alley, the angel wondered if his new face wasn't beautiful now. Except it's not yours, the boy remarked. He also added that everything stolen is short-lived, and sooner or later it is bound to return to the owner. The boy also added that the more you take away, the more you lose. Angel mused aloud that from the looks of it, the boy was pretty powerful. He thought he could get more powerful by eating the boy. Angel tried to use his power. That didn't seem to work on the boy. He stood still and asked what kind of power the angel aspired to, and whether he cared only for brute strength. "Get over here!" The angel boomed and tore toward the boy. The boy found himself on one of the rooftops and realized that it didn't matter how many angels killed their fellows and consumed human souls. He would not become an all-powerful deity. Oh, the angel disagreed and said that in that case he would devour more souls. The boy looked at the angel with a piercing gaze. He emphasized that being bloodthirsty would only make the angel lonely. Alan Atwood, though he had a different name at the time, didn't really take his word for it. He considered himself an all-powerful deity. He thought that every eager mortal for the fulfillment of his desires must, like a parasite, depend on him. Angel didn't know the meaning of the word loneliness. And how could he be lonely? Can God be lonely? And now the body of Alan Atwood, the self-confident angel, lay in a bloody puddle among the concrete shards. Oh, is the devil crying? Angel saw those tears. He felt that burning moisture on his face and smiled. Alan Atwood at this moment considered himself victorious, for the devil was now so insignificant, thanks to him, an angel. Now Angel was at ease because there was no longer a woman bound to the devil by a contract. "How cold it is," Atwood said quietly. He pondered if the devil would suffer the same fate as him. He wondered if he would be alone. "So I won," Atwood wheezed in a weary voice. He saw Ryan Howe sitting nearby with his back to him. It started to rain. Yes, the devil was really crying. His tears were pouring out of his eyes like thunder. There was so much pain he wanted to let out now. A real storm broke out over the Van Group building. Thunderclaps were deafening, and flashes of lightning illuminated everything around. A whole crowd of gawkers with phones gathered in the street. People were shocked and took pictures of the amazing and eerie sight. Everyone was amazed that the raindrops did not fall to the ground, but flew into the sky. The sky that evening was just blood red. Jordan tried to break through the crowd. He thought only of his daughter and tried to push away thoughts of the worst. In his heart, though, he felt that the worst had already happened. Jordan ran toward the building. People tried to stop him, asking him not to go there. But the man was unstoppable. In a blurred state of consciousness, Jordan ran into the building. Thoughts of his daughter chased him up the stairs. "Jane, Jane!" he called out. But the steps were precipitous, as if in a nightmare they just melted away before my eyes. Jordan clung desperately, digging his claws into the wood. He mentally tried to shout to Jane that he was near. At last, Jordan Blair reached the light opening he had been struggling to reach. Climbing out, Jordan saw Ryan Howe crouched down and crying. "Jane, Where is she? The man asked in a trembling voice. Ryan Howe stared at the feather in his palm. He couldn't say anything to Jane's father. Jordan Blair headed toward Ryan. Daddy, wait, he heard a child's voice say suddenly. Jordan froze. Wait for me, Daddy, the little girl asked. It was little Jane. Transparent, like a distant memory, she ran past Jordan. The man turned around behind her in a stupor. Little Jane was running away. One moment, and she would disappear in the fire. Daughter, the father said in horror, and tears rolled from his eyes. Jordan Blair asked Ryan Howe to let him make one wish. I still have my life, the man stated firmly. Ryan Howe turned and looked at Jordan in surprise. He suddenly remembered moments from his recent past with Jane. Her lips and her eyes, even her breath. Ryan Howe remembered every detail and wished madly that he could have her back. However, he replied that he couldn't fulfill Jordan's wish. Grabbing Ryan by the shirt, the man shouted in frustration. Why is that? I'm not asking for something supernatural. Take my life in exchange. Jordan asked for one reason for the rejection. He didn't understand what the problem was, because Ryan Howe was the devil. Is it impossible for him? The man desperately demanded an answer. Why couldn't the devil save her? And Ryan Howe replied that he couldn't bring back life, much less when that stupid woman was avenging her friend at such a cost. Jordan fell to his knees. It seemed that now he had lost his last hope. He let Ryan go. Delaying her own end by taking her own father's life? She wouldn't do that. The devil stated suddenly. Oh, what happened? Time suddenly stopped. How fascinating, said someone's voice suddenly. Ryan Howe looked around in surprise. The silhouette of a boy appeared in front of him. You didn't stand a chance against him, he said to the devil. After regaining the appearance of the dead angel, the boy suddenly announced that Ryan had succeeded in destroying him after all. Ryan Howe couldn't figure out what was going on. He stared at the boy as if he were a miracle. There was surprise and fear in his eyes at the same time. You're very strong, the kid said enthusiastically with a smile. Ryan Howe swung, attempting to strike the boy, but the boy stopped his fist with a slight motion, noting that such a blow wouldn't swat a fly. Who are you? Asked Ryan Howe, dumbfounded. And the boy calmed Ryan down, assuring him that he was not the dead man's assistant. Throwing the last of your energies into saving your pen? He asked, glancing at Ryan Howe's bloody hands. Bringing the feather closer to her face, Ryan noticed that the scent of her soul still lingered on it. He also added that it was all he had left. The boy declared that Ryan Howe was indeed the most special person he had ever met, and he allowed himself to ask if a human girl alone was worth it. And Ryan Howe replied with a smile that no ordinary person deserved to be treated like that. But she's Jane Blair. Very interesting. I can't resist helping you out, the boy said and waved his hand over Ryan Howe's head. In an instant, the feather was in the boy's hands. Ryan Howe desperately begged to give it back, but the boy took the feather and leaned it against the man's forehead with the words, using this power in the right place at the right time. And Ryan Howe, after he said that, it was as if he had fallen somewhere. He was flying into an abyss with images from the recent past flashing past him. Oh, what's going on? It was sunset in the city. Emily's picture still stood on the roof of the Van Group building, amidst the bouquets placed atop it. Didn't it burn down? Oh, there's the fire! What's going on? God, is this really the past? Alan Atwood uses his power to keep Jane in the air and asks her to summon Ryan Howe. God, is there still a chance to make things right? Not looking for me? The devil asked. Alan Atwood turned in surprise at the voice. Jane couldn't believe he was here. With eyes burning with hatred, the devil approached the angel. There was only one thing he wanted now. Devil Howe wanted to destroy Atwood over and over again. Ryan pounced on Alan Atwood and ripped his arm off. With the deed done, Ryan Howe took Jane and disappeared. He carried her through the fire to a safer place. Jane surprisingly started asking Ryan how he was. The girl was sure she hadn't called him. Don't look! I'm really mad at you! Ryan said angrily. Ryan Howe, Jane whispered softly and looked him straight in the eye. Oh, how could anyone be mad at her? Ryan Howe couldn't believe Jane was alive. He was looking at her now, and he wanted to touch her to make sure. How painful it was to even remember the last moments when he held her bloody in his arms. Ryan Howe touched Jane's cheek. He couldn't let go of her anymore. With all the feelings he'd kept still inside him, Ryan Howe pulled Jane close and kissed her. Jane suddenly noticed that Ryan Howe was so warm. Ryan Howe turned away. Jane didn't understand why he was suddenly warm. Looking at Ryan, she tried to figure out when he had managed to get all those wounds. Oh, I think Ryan Howe is turning into the devil again! Suddenly from somewhere came the approaching shout of Alan Atwood asking for his arm back. It looked like there was going to be a serious fight. The angel and the devil raced toward each other, furious. Ryan Howe declared to Jane before the battle that he would never be late again. Jane was terrified and tried to stop Ryan, but he couldn't hear her. With powerful blows, the devil whipped the fallen angel, heartily giving him all that he deserved. But Alan suddenly realized that it didn't hurt at all. He mentally noted that each of his new blows was weaker than the last. How could that be? Ryan Howe, where did you lose all your strength? Asked Alan Atwood gloatingly. He was already anticipating his victory over the devil. Ryan Howe suddenly disappeared. Angel thought it was so childish that the devil had decided to play hide-and-seek with him. Alan Atwood quickly took off after the devil. The angel caught up with the devil in an instant. Grabbing Ryan Howe by the neck, the angel pinned him to the edge of the roof, noting that it looked like ripping his arm off was the best he could do. The devil told him to get his filthy paws off of him. You know how many times I've envisioned this picture, and now I'll finally be able to behold with my own eyes the death of the devil, Atwood hissed angrily. Ryan Howe glimpsed a glimpse of Jane. Regretting the breakup? The angel asked wryly, and gave the human brat a sneaky look that the human brat couldn't save him. No, the devil replied with a smile. Looking the fallen angel straight in the eye, Ryan Howe declared that humans are stronger than both the devil and the angel. Jane covered her mouth with her hands in horror, unable to even move from her seat. And suddenly it hit her! I think Jane's having déjà vu. I think she's seen this before. Countless souls once consumed by deities. Wow, what's going on? These souls, they're helping Ryan Howe. Alan Atwood, feel the human power on you, said Ryan Howe with a smile. Ha! Looks like the fallen angel can't move now. The women's souls had literally braided all over him, restraining all his movements. What are these tricks? Asked Atwood dazedly, not realizing what was the matter. The devil wished he would just die. After saying those words, Ryan Howe pounced on the fallen angel with all his might. An incredible power appeared in him. With one blow, the devil shattered the concrete slabs on the roof of the van group, and they, along with the angel, fell inside the building. And so they made their way through floor after floor, falling to the very bottom of the building. The devil held the angel tightly and dragged him down. Let go! Let go of me! The man shouted in panic. Oh my God, what is it? Alan Atwood saw something that made even him shudder with horror. On every floor that he and the devil had flown through, the souls of the girls he had ruined wandered. They all looked at their tormentor and rejoiced. Among all those women, there was not one who felt sorry for Atwood. Those he had once ruined were now finally able to take their revenge. The light of the setting sun flickered from the pierced roof like Alan Atwood's fading hope that he would ever see the light again. But the angel was not sorry for what he had done. He thought that all those people had sinned against God. Those were his last thoughts. Alan Atwood ended his worthless life by falling from a great height onto the metal bars, sticking out everywhere at the base of the Van Group building. Ryan Howe was lying quite close by. That was the finale to this incredible angel and devil clash. A week later, Nathan Van entered the building and thought for a moment. Brother, everything is ready. Shall we go? Eden asked. Overcome with indecision, Nathan Wong pushed open the door. A lot of journalists pounced on the brothers, wanting to be the first to get the scoop. They asked about their father, whether it was true that Nathan was facing prison, and even claimed that he would have to compensate the injured female employees. Nathan listened to all the questions and said that he would accept whatever sentence the court gave. He then addressed all the victims to apologize and assured them that the company would try to make amends as soon as possible. Eden, in turn, said that he would temporarily take over the public addresses and affairs of the corporation. He asked all those present to be patient and said that today they would answer all the questions of journalists. While watching the latest news on TV, Ryan Howe noticed that this kid, Eden, looks pretty good in the camera lens. The bodyguard was in complete agreement with his boss. As much as he agreed that Eden was a long way from Ryan Howe, the bodyguard reminded him that the boss should eat. He emphasized that Jane had asked him to see to it. No, who needs to be fed by a boogeyman like that? Not until she gets here, I won't. Ryan resented it. Looking out the window, he was beginning to worry that Jane was long gone and it was about time she came back. All because you said you wanted to try the ice Americano that everyone drinks. That's why Jane left, the guard thought. And besides, it's only been 12.5 minutes! Ah, but Ryan Howe missed her so much. Jane, however, ended up buying 3 different drinks and went home satisfied. Oh, suddenly a boy's voice called her by name. Let's talk, he suggested to the girl. Jane wondered. Sipping his coffee on the bench, the boy made a disgruntled face and said it was too sweet. But Jane replied that it was what Ryan Howe liked. The boy wondered why Jane didn't drink it. The boy then quoted Jane's thoughts about wanting to try the drinks with Ryan, or else he'd be as cranky as a child, and noted that the girl was very thoughtful. What is this fetish you all have for getting into people's heads without permission? Jane asked with a smile. The boy replied that it was just a habit. Jane has noticed that since that battle, she seems to be able to see people who don't belong to this world. They're obviously like her, but you can't touch them. It's like they don't exist. The boy, however, remarked that it was all because Jane had died, and that devil Ryan Howe had forcefully brought her back. So that's what this is about. So that's why Jane thought something was wrong. Because then she'd noticed that Ryan's body temperature was higher than usual, and he was no longer rejecting human food. Plus, his wounds weren't healing as fast as they used to. It suddenly hit her. Ryan Howe was no longer the devil. Judging by the fact that he has no supernatural powers left, yes, he's no longer a devil, but he's not human either, but just a monster lost in time doomed to live out his life in this world. The boy explained with a sigh. Jane indignantly declared that Ryan wasn't a monster at all. May he not be forgotten by the world, but he has me, she added. And after all, he wasn't lying. You are indeed worthy, the boy remarked. After that, he said he had to go and promise to come back when he needed to. But what does that mean? Jane was left confused. Oh, just at that moment, Ryan came running in from nowhere. He was very indignant that it had taken Jane so long to buy the drinks. Not only that, but she gave someone else what she bought him. Ryan Howe was yelling indignantly outside Jane's shop. She asked him not to embarrass himself and to sit down. Ryan liked the cocoa and decided to try Jane's drink as well. But her drink made him start to spit. It was too bitter for Ryan. Jane turned to Ryan. She asked if he liked it. Even without an answer, though, it was obvious to Jane. Even without being a mind reader, she could see the answer in his eyes. Very much so. Ryan stammered at such a question. Jane laughed at his reaction. He inquired of the girl why she was laughing. Jane took Ryan's hand. Did she promise him she would live? The girl then suggested that Ryan live this life together properly. Ryan turned to the girl now, and Ryan admitted that he felt like crying from that too bitter Americano. Jane asked him to stop overacting, noting that there weren't even any cameras here, but he snuggled into her shoulder and said he didn't care, because right now he just wanted to cry. Jane mentally noted that Ryan seemed to be a hopeless romantic. The bodyguard and the nurse were admiring the couple from the window of the hospital room. The bodyguard began to remember how it was. The machine shows a rhythmic heartbeat. The victim was asked to be taken to another exam room for evaluation. "Miss, you're covered in blood," the nurse observed. Someone's hand came down on the nurse's shoulder. It was Ryan's bodyguard who asked that Jane be allowed to stay here for now. Jane sat by Ryan Howe's bedside and prayed with all her might that he would pull through. It was Ryan Howe's first day in a coma. The doctor looked into Ryan's room. He asked if the patient had been in the room for all 3 days. The nurse remarked that they had tried many times to persuade Jane, but she did not respond to the entreaties. The doctor ordered that Jane be forced to undergo treatment. Then came the days, second, third, fourth. Jane had no energy at all during those days at Ryan's bedside. The bodyguard urged her to rest, but Jane was afraid to even close her eyes. Yeah, Mr. Ryan Howe has never seen that side of Jane. The bodyguard was by her side the whole time and tried his best to comfort the girl. If Mr. Howe had seen all of this, he certainly couldn't have been unconscious for so long. There is no one in this world who loves Mr. Howe more than Miss Jane. Finally, Ryan Howe has opened his eyes. The bodyguard was grateful to God for hearing his monologue. The nurse didn't know what he was talking about. The girl thought there was no God. News headlines were all abuzz about the famous idol Ryan Howe. The sensation was that while Howe was in the hospital, he was looked after by an ordinary girl. The paparazzi seemed to be following Ryan's life every step of the way. It smelled like an exposé. All the chats were all about Howe and his connection to Jane Blair. Jane, seeing a lot of news about her person, was terribly angry. A girl came to a cafe and ordered a family set for 6 people. The order was quickly prepared. Jane walked out of the cafe. Oh, suddenly she ran into someone. The man apologized, and Jane replied that it was all right. Suddenly, she noticed the transparent silhouette of an elderly woman with him. Lately, though, Jane has grown accustomed to seeing the souls of the dead. They never speak, only silently follow those they cared for. But why is Emily the only one Jane can't meet? Ah, has Emily forgotten Jane? Or maybe she's reborn and has a happy family now. Every day, Jane asks herself these unanswerable questions. Suddenly, the phone rang in her pocket. Ryan was the one who was worried about where Jane had been for so long. Jane replied that she had gone grocery shopping because Ryan had told her himself that they would have guests, and there wasn't a crumb in the house. Ryan Howe offered to meet Jane, but the girl replied that she would be home soon. Soon she was home. The table was set for the guests. Ryan was always trying to sneak something tasty, and Jane had to keep an eye on him. Jane was still very curious about who Ryan had invited. The doorbell rang, and Ryan Howe suggested that Jane open the door and see who was there. Jane went to open the door to the guests. Oh, along with the bodyguard came Nancy, Emily's grandmother, and Eden Wang. They all came to congratulate Ryan Howe on his discharge. Jane was glad to have such guests. She turned and looked at Ryan. Ryan smiled and asked where the other guest was. Jane stared at the door in bewilderment. I wonder who he means. Turns out another guest was Jordan Blair. Come in, Papa Jane. The man was invited to enter. The guests began to bustle and enter the house. Through the general commotion, Jane froze. She saw no one and heard no one. Only her father, the one she had dreamed of all her life, took all her attention now. Nancy helped Nana in and helped her get settled in. Jordan and Jane stood silently staring into each other's eyes. They seemed to be talking with their gazes. There was so much Jordan wanted to tell his daughter. "Have you eaten yet?" was all he could ask Jane. Nancy laughingly remarked that no one had even sat down at the table yet. There was a cheerful, friendly atmosphere in the house. "Daddy?" Jane was happy that she could finally say the word. Oh, I wish Emily could see all this. She'd be so happy for her friend. While Ryan talked to the guests, joked, or argued, Jane kept looking at the front door. She was waiting for someone else. Jane wanted her friend to know that Jane was no longer alone, that all the people closest to her were in this house tonight. Leaving all the company behind, Eden decided to approach Jane. He asked if Ryan was treating her well. "Good," Jane smiled. "Of course, could it have been any other way?" "Answered without even thinking about it, breaking my heart," Eden quipped. He also added that if Jane had faltered for even a second, he would have still fought for her. Jane asked Eden better not joke around with her like that. Then she asked how Nathan was doing. Eden replied that his brother had already decided that he would not appeal. He said that Nathan hoped that incarceration would help him become a new man, and that the lives he had ruined would help open his father's eyes. Jane wanted to apologize, but Eden cut her off halfway through. That wasn't what he wanted her to say. Jane replied that she apologized profusely then. Ryan Howe was already staring at them through the glass. "Take it. I'm giving her to you," Eden said, pushing Jane out. But Ryan swept up. That this girl was originally his. Tonight was a wonderful evening. Jane decided to learn how to play mahjong. Now she could drink their favorite drink with Emily as many as 3 bottles in a row. Dinner was a success. Ryan Howe made friends with his future father-in-law. Jordan was excited about his son-in-law, too. Oh, how nice it would be if Emily were here. She was the only thing missing for Jane's happiness. She was really pining for her friend. It would be nice if you were here, Jane dreamed. Night fell. Everyone fell into a peaceful and deep sleep. Tired after a fun party, everyone has already had their dreams as well. Everyone except Jane. Wow, what is it? Something made Jane's eyes go wide. She suddenly cried. It was Emily, after all, her dear friend. Jane asked, wondering why she was only coming now. Emily was silent and only smiled her usual kind smile. How many things Jane had that she wanted to share with Emily? The girl could not stop telling her news. It was well past midnight, but Jane couldn't get enough of talking. Oh, she wished the night had lasted longer. She told both about Adam and his fate, and about Alan Atwood and their revenge on him for Emily and all the damaged girls. Jane then shared with her friend about the person who has taken up the most space in her life, Ryan Howe. From the outside, it might have looked like Jane was talking to herself, but she was the only one who could see the one she was communicating with. Jane was talking. Emily had been her silent listener the whole time. Suddenly, Jane cried, but she tried to convince her friend that she was crying tears of happiness, and they were tears of joy. Emily laughed, heartily, broadly, as she had when she was still alive. "Are you laughing at me, Emily?" asked Jane. Emily couldn't stop. "Oh, I think Ryan Howe is starting to wake up after hearing the noise." He opened his eyes to see who it was his Jane was talking to. Wow, what he saw surprised even him. Is Jane talking to herself? He heard Jane asking for someone's blessing. Ryan Howe pretended to be asleep. But at the same time, he strained his ears to hear what kind of blessing Jane needed. She asked her friend for her blessing to live the rest of her life for herself. She wanted a simple human life, perhaps with new friends. Jane apologized to Emily in advance that she might miss her less in the future and not be able to see her often. All this because Jane has already promised Ryan Howe to put in twice as much effort for the sake of living. "Emily, is this the kind of me who didn't return your call? Can I be happy?" Jane asked. Her friend smiled. Emily silently touched her transparent palms to Jane's cheeks. Emily's whole look said that she wanted only the best for Jane. It was as if Emily was saying that Jane should be happy. It was like she was thanking Jane for doing a good job. "Is she gone?" Ryan asked when things quieted down. Jane replied that Emily had left and wasn't coming back. Ryan asked why. Jane knew that Emily didn't want her to blame herself, and she didn't want Jane to be hurt or to cry. Ryan Howe looked intently at Jane. Opening his arms, he beckoned the girl to him. He hugged Jane and remarked that he never thought his girlfriend was such a chatterbox. He joked that he was even a little jealous of Jane and Emily. "Turns out my rival isn't a guy, but a girl." He smiled. Jane replied that it was nonsense. So, continuing to chat sweetly, they cuddled up to fall asleep together. Eden already regretted staying here overnight. It's morning. Emily's grandmother was still asleep. Nancy was still having her dream. The bodyguard, too, slept like a dead man after a stormy evening. Eden was asleep, too. Jordan sniffled along with everyone else. No matter what happens, there is no need to be afraid. After all, in the end, the sun is bound to rise.